a voyage to the Pacific Ocean undertaken by the command of His Majesty for making discoveries in the Northern Hemisphere to determine the position and extent of the west side of North America, its distance from Asia, and the practicability of a northern passage to Europe. Performed under the direction of Captains Cook, Clark and Gore in His Majesty's ships, the Resolution and Discovery in the years 1776, 1777, 1778, 1779 and 1780, in 3 volumes, published by order of the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty. Volume 1, by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 1. Prosecution of the voyage. Behaviour of the 2 New Zealanders on board. Unfavourable winds. An island called Mangaia discovered. The coast of it examined. Transactions with the natives. An account of their persons, dress and canoe. Description of the island. A specimen of the language. Disposition of the inhabitants. On the 25th, at 10 o'clock in the morning, a light breeze springing up at northwest by west. We weighed, flood out of the Sound, and made fail through the Strait, with the Discovery in company. We had hardly got the length of Cape Tirofita when the wind took us aback at southeast. It continued in this quarter till 2 o'clock the next morning, when we had a few hours calm. After which we had a breeze at north, but here it fixed not long before it veered to the east, and after that to the south. At length, on the 27th, at 8 o'clock in the morning, we took our departure from Cape Palliser, which at this time bore west 7 or 8 leagues distant. We had a fine gale, and I steered east by north. We had no sooner lost sight of the land than our 2 New Zealand adventurers, the seasickness they now experienced giving a turn to their reflections, repented heartily of the step they had taken. All the soothing encouragement we could think of availed but little. They wept, both in public and in private, and made their lamentations in a kind of song, which, as far as we could comprehend the meaning of the words, was expressive of their praises of their country and people, from which they were to be separated forever. Thus they continued for many days, till their seasickness wore off, and the tumult of their minds began to subside. Then these fits of lamentation became less and less frequent, and at length entirely ceased. Their native country and their friends were by degrees forgot, and they appeared to be as firmly attached to us, as if they had been born amongst us. The wind had not remained many hours at south before it veered to southeast and east, and with this we flood to the north till the 28th at noon. Being then in the latitude of 41 degrees 17 minutes and in the longitude of 177 degrees 17 seconds east, we tacked and flood to the southeast with a gentle breeze at east-northeast. It afterward freshened and came about to northeast, in which quarter it continued 2 days and sometimes blew a fresh gale with squalls, accompanied with showers of rain. On the 2nd of March at noon, being in the latitude of 42 degrees 35 minutes 3 seconds, longitude 180 degrees 8 seconds east, the wind shifted to northwest, afterward to southwest, and between this point and north it continued to blow, sometimes a strong gale with hard squalls, and at other times very moderate. With this wind we steered northeast by east and east, under all the fail we could carry, till the 11th at noon, at which time we were in the latitude of 39 degrees 29 minutes, longitude 196 degrees 4 minutes east. The wind now veered to northeast and southeast, and I flood to the north and to the northeast, as the wind would admit, till 1 o'clock in the morning on the 16th, when having a more favourable gale from the north, I tacked and stood to the east, the latitude being 33 degrees 40 minutes, and the longitude 198 degrees 50 minutes east. We had light airs and calms by turns, till noon the next day, when the wind began to freshen at east-southeast, and I again stood to the northeast. But as the wind often veered to east and east-northeast, we frequently made no better than a northerly course, nay sometimes to the westward of north. But the hopes of the wind coming more southerly, or of meeting with it from the westward, a little without the tropic, as I had experienced in my former visits to this ocean, encouraged me to continue this course. Indeed, it was necessary that I should run all risks, as my proceeding to the north this year, in prosecution of the principal object of the voyage, depended entirely on my making a quick passage to Otaheite or the Society Islands. The wind continued invariably fixed at east-southeast, or seldom shifting above 2 points on either side. It also blew very faint, so that it was the 27th before we crossed the tropic. And then we were only in the longitude of 201 degrees 23 minutes east, which was 9 degrees to the westward of our intended port. In all this run we saw nothing, except now and then a tropic bird, that could induce us to think we had failed near any land. In the latitude of 34 degrees 20 minutes, longitude 199 degrees, we passed the trunk of a large tree, which was covered with barnacles, a sign that it had been long at sea. On the 29th, at 10 in the morning, as we were standing to the northeast, the Discovery made the signal of seeing land. We saw it from the masthead almost the same moment, bearing northeast by east by compass. We soon discovered it to be an island of no great extent, and stood for it till sunset, when it bore north-northeast, distant about 2 or 3 leagues. The night was spent in standing off and on, and at daybreak. The next morning I bore up for the lee or west side of the island, as neither anchorage nor landing appeared to be practicable on the south side, on account of a great surfy, which broke everywhere with violence against the shore or against the reef that surrounded it. We presently found that the island was inhabited, and saw several people, on a point of the land we had passed, wading to the reef, where, as they found the ship leaving them quickly, they remained. But others, who soon appeared in different parts, followed her course, and sometimes several of them collected into small bodies, who made a shouting noise all together, nearly after the manner of the inhabitants of New Zealand. Between 7 and 8 o'clock we were at the west-northwest part of the island, and, being near the shore, we could perceive with our glasses that several of the natives, who appeared upon a sandy beach, were all armed with long spears and clubs, which they brandished in the air with signs of threatening, or, as some on board interpreted their attitudes, with invitations to land. Most of them appeared naked, except having a fort of girdle, which, being brought up between the thighs, covered that part of the body. But some of them had pieces of cloth of different colours, white, striped, or checkered, which they wore as a garment, thrown about their shoulders. And almost all of them had a white wrapper about their heads, not much unlike a turban, or in some instances like a high conical cap. We could also perceive that they were of a tawny colour, and in general of a middling stature, but robust and inclining to corpulence. At this time, a small canoe was launched in a great hurry from the further end of the beach, and a man getting into it put off, as with a view to reach the ship. On perceiving this, I brought to, that we might receive the visit. But the man's resolution failing, he soon returned toward the beach, where, after some time, another man joined him in the canoe, and then they both paddled toward us. They stopped short, however, as if afraid to approach, until Omai, who addressed them in the Otaheite language, in some measure quieted their apprehensions. They then came near enough to take some beads and nails, which were tied to a piece of wood and thrown into the canoe. They seemed afraid to touch these things, and put the piece of wood aside without untying them. This, however, might arise from superstition, for Omai told us that when they saw us offering them presents, they asked something for their Iatua, or god. He also, perhaps improperly, put the question to them whether they ever eat human flesh, which they answered in the negative, with a mixture of indignation and abhorrence. One of them, whose name was Marua, being asked how he came by a sear on his forehead, told us that it was the consequence of a wound he had got in fighting with the people of an island, which lies to the northeastward, who sometimes came to invade them. They afterward took hold of a rope. Still, however, they would not venture on board, but told Omai, who understood them pretty well, that their countrymen on shore had given them this caution, at the same time directing them to inquire from whence our ship came and to learn the name of the captain. On our part, we inquired the name of the island, which they called Mangaia or Mangaia, and sometimes added to it Nu Nai Naiwa. The name of their chief, they said, was Oruaika. Murua was lusty and well-made, but not very tall. His features were agreeable, and his disposition seemingly no less so, for he made several droll gesticulations which indicated both good nature and a share of humour. He also made others which seemed of a serious kind, and repeated some words with a devout air before he ventured to lay hold of the rope at the ship's stern, which was probably to recommend himself to the protection of some divinity. His colour was nearly of the fame cast with that common to the most southern Europeans. The other man was not so handsome. Both of them had strong, straight hair of a jet colour, tied together on the crown of the head with a bit of cloth. They wore such girdles as we had perceived about those on shore, and we found they were a substance made from the Morus papyrifera, in the same manner as at the other islands of this ocean. It was glazed like the fort used by the natives of the Friendly Islands, but the cloth on their heads was white, like that which is found at Otaheite. They had on a kind of sandals, made of a grassy substance interwoven, which we also observed were worn by those who flood upon the beach, and, as we supposed, intended to defend their feet against the rough coral rock. Their beards were long, and the inside of their arms, from the shoulder to the elbow, and some other parts, were punctured or tattooed, after the manner of the inhabitants of almost all the other islands in the South Sea. The lobe of their ears was pierced, or rather flit, and to such a length that one of them stuck there a knife and some beads which he had received from us. And the fame person had 2 polished pearl shells and a bunch of human hair, loosely twisted, hanging about his neck, which was the only ornament we observed. The canoe they came in, which was the only one we saw, was not above 10 feet long and very narrow, but both strong and neatly made. The forepart had a flat board fastened over it and projecting out to prevent the sea getting in on plunging like the small ivas at Otaheite. But it had an upright stern, about 5 feet high like some in New Zealand, and the upper end of this stern post was forked. The lower part of the canoe was of white wood, but the upper was black, and their paddles made of wood of the fame colour, not above 3 feet long, broad at one end and blunted. They paddled either end of the canoe forward indifferently, and only turned about their faces to paddle the contrary way. We now flood off and on, and as soon as the ships were in a proper station, about 10 o'clock, I ordered 2 boats, one of them from the Discovery, to found the coast, and to endeavour to find a landing place. With this view, I went in one of them myself, taking with me such articles to give the natives as I thought might serve to gain their goodwill. I had no sooner put off from the ship than the canoe, with the 2 men, which had left us not long before, paddled towards my boat, and having come alongside, Murua stepped into her, without being asked, and without a moment's hesitation. Omai, who was with me, was ordered to inquire of him where we could land, and he directed us to 2 different places. But I saw, with regret, that the attempt could not be made at either place, unless at the risk of having our boats filled with water or even staved to pieces. Nor were we more fortunate in our search for anchorage, for we could find no bottom till within a cable's length of the breakers. There we met, with from 40 to 20 fathoms depth over sharp coral rocks, so that anchoring would have been attended with much more danger than landing. While we were thus employed in reconnoitring the shore, great numbers of the natives thronged down upon the reef, all armed as above mentioned. Murua, who was now in my boat, probably thinking that this warlike appearance hindered us from landing, ordered them to retire back. As many of them complied, I judged he must be a person of some consequence among them. Indeed, if we understood him right, he was the king's brother. So great was the curiosity of several of them that they took to the water and, swimming off to the boats, came on board them without reserve. We found it difficult to keep them out, and still more difficult to prevent their carrying off everything they could lay their hands upon. At length, when they perceived that we were returning to the ships, they all left us, except our original visitors, Murua. He, though not without evident signs of fear, kept his place in my boat and accompanied me on board the ship. The cattle and other new objects that presented themselves to him there did not strike him with so much surprise as one might have expected. Perhaps his mind was too much taken up about his own safety to allow him to attend to other things. It is certain that he seemed very uneasy, and the ship, on our getting on board, happening to be standing offshore, this circumstance made him the more so. I could get but little new information from him, and therefore, after he had made a short stay, I ordered a boat to carry him in toward the land. As soon as he got out of the cabin, he happened to stumble over one of the goats. His curiosity now overcoming his fear, he flopped, looked at it, and asked Omai what bird this was. And not receiving an immediate answer from him, he repeated the question to some of the people upon deck. The boat having conveyed him pretty near to the surf, he leaped into the sea and swam ashore. He had no sooner landed than the multitude of his countrymen gathered round him, as if with an eager curiosity to learn from him what he had seen, and in this situation they remained when we lost sight of them. As soon as the boat returned, we hoisted her in and made sail from the land to the northward. Thus were we obliged to leave, unvisited, this fine island, which seemed capable of supplying all our wants. It lies in the latitude of 21 degrees 57 minutes south, and in the longitude of 201 degrees 53 minutes east. Such parts of the coast as fell under our observation are guarded by a reef of coral rock, on the outside of which the sea is of an unfathomable depth. It is full 5 leagues in circuit, and of a moderate and pretty equal height, though in clear weather it may be certainly seen at the distance of 10 leagues, for we had not lost sight of it at night, when we had run above 7 leagues, and the weather was cloudy. In the middle it rises into little hills, from whence there is a gentle descent to the shore, which, at the southwest part, is steep, though not above 10 or 12 feet high, and has several excavations made by the beating of the waves against a brownish sandstone of which it is composed. The descent here is covered with trees of a deep green colour, very thick, but not high, which seem all of one fort, unless nearest the shore, where there are great numbers of that species of Dracaena found in the woods of New Zealand, which are also scattered in some other places. On the northwest part, the shore, as we mentioned above, ends in a sandy beach, beyond which the land is broken down into small chasms or gullies, and has a broad border of trees resembling tall willows, which, from its regularity, might be supposed a work of art, did not its extent forbid us to think so. Farther up on the ascent, the trees were of the deep green mentioned before. Some of us supposed these to be the rima, intermixed with low cocoa palms, and a few of some other sorts. They seemed not so thick as on the southwest part, and higher, which appearance might be owing to our nearer approach to the shore. On the little hills were some trees of a taller fort, thinly scattered, but the other parts of them were either bare and of a reddish colour or covered with something like fern. Upon the whole, the island has a pretty aspect, and might be made a beautiful spot by cultivation. As the inhabitants seem to be both numerous and well fed, such articles of provision as the island produces must be in great plenty. It might, however, be a matter of curiosity to know particularly their method of subsistence, for our friend Murua told us that they had no animals, as hogs and dogs, both which, however, they had heard of, but acknowledged they had plantains, breadfruit, and taro. The only birds we saw were some white egg-birds, terns and noddies, and one white heron on the shore. The language of the inhabitants of Mangaia is a dialect of that spoken at Otaheite. though their pronunciation, as that of the New Zealanders, be more guttural. Some of their words, of which 2 or 3 are perhaps peculiar to this island, are here subjoined as taken by Mr. Anderson from Omai, who had learnt them in his conversations with Murua. The Otaheite words, where there is any resemblance, are placed opposite. The natives of Mangaia seem to resemble those of Otaheite and the Marquesas in the beauty of their persons more than any other nation I have seen in these seas, having a smooth skin and not being muscular. Their general disposition also corresponds, as far as we had opportunities of judging, with that which distinguishes the first mentioned people. For they are not only cheerful, but, as Murua showed us, are acquainted with all the lascivious gesticulations which the Otaheitians practice in their dances. It may also be supposed that their method of living is similar. For though the nature of the country prevented our seeing many of their habitations, we observed one house near the beach, which much resembled, in its mode of construction, those of Otaheite. It was pleasantly situated in a grove of trees, and appeared to be about 30 feet long, and 7 or 8 high, with an open end, which represented an ellipse divided transversely. Before it was spread something white on a few bushes, which we conjectured to be a fishing net, and, to appearance, of a very delicate texture. They salute strangers much after the manner of the New Zealanders by joining noses, adding, however, the additional ceremony of taking the hand of the person to whom they are paying civilities and rubbing it with a degree of force upon their nose and mouth. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1, by Captain James Cook, Book 2, Chapter 2, The Discovery of an Island called Atiu, its coasts examined, visits from the natives on board the ships, Mesgore, Burney and Anderson with Omai sent on shore, Mr. Anderson's narrative of their reception, Omai's expedient to prevent their being detained, his meeting with some of his countrymen and their distressful voyage, farther account of Atiu and of its inhabitants. After leaving Mangaia on the afternoon of the 30th, we continued our course northward all that night, until noon on the 31st, when we again saw land, in the direction of northeast by north, distant 8 or 10 leagues. Next morning, at 8 o'clock, we had got abreast of its north end, within 4 leagues of it, but to leeward, and could now pronounce it to be an island, nearly of the same appearance and extent with that we had so lately left. At the same time, another island, but much smaller, was seen right ahead. We could have soon reached this, but the largest one had the preference, as most likely to furnish a supply of food for the cattle, of which we began to be in great want. With this view, I determined to work up to it. But as there was but little wind, and that little was unfavourable, we were still 2 leagues to leeward at 8 o'clock the following morning. Soon after, I sent 2 armed boats from the Resolution, and 1 from the Discovery, under the command of Lieutenant Gore, to look for anchoring ground and a landing place. In the meantime, we plied up under the island with the ships. Just as the boats were putting off, we observed several single canoes coming from the shore. They went first to the Discovery, she being the nearest ship. It was not long after, when 3 of these canoes came alongside of the Resolution, each conducted by 1 man. They are long and narrow, and supported by outriggers. The stern is elevated about 3 or 4 feet, something like a ship's stern post. The head is flat above, but prow-like below, and turns down at the extremity like the end of a violin. Some knives, beads, and other trifles were conveyed to our visitors, and they gave us a few cocoa nuts upon our asking for them. But they did not part with them by way of exchange for what they had received from us. For they seemed to have no idea of bartering, nor did they appear to estimate any of our presents at a high rate. With a little persuasion, one of them made his canoe fast to the ship and came on board, and the other 2, encouraged by his example, soon followed him. Their whole behaviour marked that they were quite at their ease and felt no thought of apprehension of our detaining or using them ill. After their departure, another canoe arrived, conducted by a man who brought a bunch of plantains as a present to me, asking for me by name, having learnt it from Omai, who was sent before us in the boat with Mr. Gore. In return for this civility, I gave him an axe and a piece of red cloth, and he paddled back to the shore well satisfied. I afterward understood from Omai that this present had been sent from the king, or principal chief of the island. Not long after, a double canoe in which were 12 men came toward us. As they drew near the ship, they recited some words in concert, by way of chorus. One of their number first standing up and giving the word before each repetition. When they had finished their solemn chant, they came alongside and asked for the chief. As soon as I showed myself, a pig and a few coconuts were conveyed up into the ship, and the principal person in the canoe made me an additional present of a piece of matting as soon as he and his companions got on board. Our visitors were conducted into the cabin and to other parts of the ship. Some objects seemed to strike them with a degree of surprise, but nothing fixed their attention for a moment. They were afraid to come near the cows and horses, nor did they form the least conception of their nature. But the sheep and goats did not surpass the limits of their ideas, for they gave us to understand that they knew them to be birds. It will appear rather incredible that human ignorance could ever make so strange a mistake, there not being the most distant similitude between a sheep or goat and any winged animal. But these people seemed to know nothing of the existence of any other land animals besides hogs, dogs, and birds. Our sheep and goats, they could see, were very different creatures from the two first, and therefore they inferred that they must belong to the latter class, in which they knew there is a considerable variety of species. I made a present to my new friend of what I thought might be most acceptable to him. But on his going away, he seemed rather disappointed than pleased. I afterward understood that he was very desirous of obtaining a dog, of which animal this island could not boast, though its inhabitants knew that the race existed in other islands of their ocean. Captain Clark had received the like present, with the same view, from another man, who met with from him the like disappointment. The people in these canoes were in general of a middling size, and not unlike those of Mangaia, though several were of a blacker cast than any we saw there. Their hair was tied on the crown of the head, or flowing loose about the shoulders, and though in some it was of a frizzling disposition, yet for the most part that, as well as the straight fort, was long. Their features were various, and some of the young men rather handsome. Like those of Mangaia, they had girdles of glazed cloth or fine matting, the ends of which, being brought betwixt their thighs, covered the adjoining parts. Ornaments composed of a fort of broad grass, stained with red and strung with berries of the nightshade, were worn about their necks. Their ears were bored, but not slit, and they were punctured upon the legs from the knee to the heel, which made them appear as if they wore a kind of boots. They also resembled the inhabitants of Mangaia in the length of their beards, and, like them, wore a sort of sandals upon their feet. Their behaviour was frank and cheerful, with a great deal of good nature. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Gore returned with the boat, and informed me that he had examined all the west side of the island, without finding a place where a boat could land, or the ships could anchor, the shore being everywhere bounded by a steep coral rock against which the sea broke in a dreadful surf. But as the natives seemed very friendly and to express a degree of disappointment when they saw that our people failed in their attempts to land, Mr. Gore was of opinion that by means of Omai, who could best explain our request, they might be prevailed upon to bring off to the boats, beyond the surf, such articles as we most wanted. In particular, the stems of plantain trees, which make good food for the cattle. Having little or no wind, the delay of a day or two was not of any moment, and therefore I determined to try the experiment and got everything ready against the next morning. Soon after daybreak, we observed some canoes coming off to the ships, and one of them directed its course to the Resolution. In it was a hog, with some plantains and cocoa nuns, for which the people who brought them demanded a dog from us, and refused every other thing that we offered in exchange. One of our gentlemen on board happened to have a dog and a bitch, which were great nuisances in the ship, and might have been disposed of on this occasion for a purpose of real utility by propagating a race of so useful an animal in this island. But their owner had no such views in making them the companions of his voyage. However, to gratify these people, Omai parted with a favourite dog he had brought from England, and with this acquisition they departed highly satisfied. About 10 o'clock, I dispatched Mr. Gore with 3 boats, 2 from the Resolution and 1 from the Discovery, to try the experiment he had proposed. And, as I could confide in his diligence and ability, I left it entirely to himself, to act as, from circumstances, he should judge to be most proper. 2 of the natives who had been on board accompanied him, and Omai went with him in his boat as an interpreter, the ships being a full league from the island when the boats put off, and having but little wind, it was noon before we could work up to it. We then saw our 3 boats riding at their grapplings just without the surf, and a prodigious number of the natives on the shore abreast of them. By this we concluded that Mr. Gore and others of our people had landed, and our impatience to know the event may be easily conceived. In order to observe their motions, and to be ready to give them such assistance as they might want, and our respective situations would admit of, I kept as near the shore as was prudent. I was sensible, however, that the reef was as effectual a barrier between us and our friends who had landed, and put them as much beyond the reach of our protection, as if half the circumference of the globe had intervened. But the islanders, it was probable, did not know this so well as we did. Some of them, now and then, came off to the ships in their canoes with a few cocoa nuts, which they exchanged for whatever was offered to them, without seeming to give the preference to any particular article. These occasional visits served to lessen my solicitude about our people who had landed. Though we could get no information from our visitors, yet their venturing on board seemed to imply at least that their countrymen on shore had not made an improper use of the confidence put in them. At length, a little before sunset, we had the satisfaction of seeing the boats put off. When they got on board, I found that Mr. Gore himself, Omai, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Burney were the only persons who had landed. The transactions of the day were now fully reported to me by Mr. Gore, but Mr. Anderson's account of them being very particular, and including some remarks on the island and its inhabitants, I shall give it a place here, nearly in his own words. We rowed toward a small sandy beach, upon which and upon the adjacent rocks a great number of the natives had assembled, and came to an anchor within 100 yards of the reef, which extends about as far, or a little farther, from the shore. Several of the natives swam off, bringing cocoa nuts, and Omai, with their countrymen, whom we had with us in the boats, made them sensible of our wish to land. But their attention was taken up for a little time by the dog, which had been carried from the ship, and was just brought on shore, round whom they flocked with great eagerness. Soon after, 2 canoes came off, and to create a greater confidence in the islanders, we determined to go unarmed and run the hazard of being treated well or ill. Mr. Burney, the first lieutenant of the Discovery, and I went in one canoe a little time before the other, and our conductors, watching attentively the motions of the surf, landed us safely upon the reef. An islander took hold of each of us, obviously with an intention to support us in walking over the rugged rocks to the beach, where several of the others met us, holding the green boughs of a species of mimosa in their hands, and saluted us by applying their noses to ours. We were conducted from the beach by our guides amidst a great crowd of people who flocked with very eager curiosity to look at us, and would have prevented our proceeding had not some men, who seemed to have authority, dealt blows with little distinction amongst them to keep them off. We were then led up an avenue of cocoa palms, and soon came to a number of men, arranged in 2 rows, armed with clubs, which they held on their shoulders, much in the manner we rest a musqué. After walking a little way amongst these, we found a person who seemed a chief, sitting on the ground cross-legged, cooling himself with a sort of triangular fan made from a leaf of the cocoa palm with a polished handle of black wood fixed to one corner. In his ears were large bunches of beautiful red feathers, which pointed forward. But he had no other mark or ornament to distinguish him from the rest of the people, though they all obeyed him with the greatest alacrity. He either naturally had, or at this time put on, a serious but not severe countenance, and we were desired to salute him as he sat by some people who seemed of consequence. We proceeded still amongst the men armed with clubs, and came to a second chief who sat fanning himself and ornamented as the first. He was remarkable for his size and uncommon corpulence, though, to appearance, not above 30 years of age. In the same manner, we were conducted to a third chief, who seemed older than the two former, and though not so fat as the second, was of a large size. He also was fitting, and adorned with red feathers, and after saluting him as we had done the others, he desired us both to sit down, which we were very willing to do, being pretty well fatigued with walking up and with the excessive heat we felt amongst the vast crowd that surrounded us. In a few minutes, the people were ordered to separate, and we saw, at the distance of 30 yards, about 20 young women, ornamented as the chiefs, with red feathers, engaged in a dance, which they performed to a flow and serious air sung by them all. We got up and went forward to see them, and though we must have been strange objects to them, they continued their dance without paying the least attention to us. They seemed to be directed by a man who served as a prompter and mentioned each motion they were to make. But they never changed the spot, as we do in dancing, and though their feet were not at rest, this exercise consisted more in moving the fingers very nimbly, at the same time holding the hands in a prone position near the face, and now and then also clapping them together. Their motions and song were performed in such exact concert that it should seem they had been taught with great care, and probably they were selected for this ceremony, as few of those whom we saw in the crowd equalled them in beauty. In general, they were rather stout than slender, with black hair flowing in ringlets down the neck, and of an olive complexion. Their features were rather fuller than what we allow to perfect beauties, and much alike, but their eyes were of a deep black, and each countenance expressed a degree of complacency and modesty peculiar to the sex in every part of the world, but perhaps more conspicuous here, where nature presented us with her productions in the fullest perfection, unbiased in sentiment by custom or unrestrained in manner by art. Their shape and limbs were elegantly formed. For, as their dress consisted only of a piece of glazed cloth fastened about the waist and scarcely reaching so low as the knees, in many we had an opportunity of observing every part. This dance was not finished when we heard a noise as if some horses had been galloping toward us, and on looking aside we saw the people armed with clubs, who had been desired, as we supposed, to entertain us with the sight of their manner of fighting. This they now did, one party pursuing another, who fled. As we supposed the ceremony of being introduced to the chiefs was at an end, we began to look about for Mr. Gore and Omai, and though the crowd would hardly suffer us to move, we at length found them coming up, as much incommoded by the number of people as we had been, and introduced in the same manner to the three chiefs, whose names were Otaru, Taroa, and Fatuera. Each of these expected a present, and Mr. Gore gave them such things as he had brought with him from the ship for that purpose. After this, making use of Omai as his interpreter, he informed the chiefs with what intention we had come on shore, but was given to understand that he must wait till the next day, and then he should have what was wanted. They now seemed to take some pains to separate us from each other, and every one of us had his circle to surround and gaze at him. For my own part, I was at one time above an hour apart from my friends, and when I told the chief with whom I sat that I wanted to speak to Omai, he peremptorily refused my request. At the same time, I found the people began to steal several trifling things which I had in my pocket. And when I took the liberty of complaining to the chief of this treatment, he justified it. From these circumstances, I now entertained apprehensions that they might have formed the design of detaining us amongst them. They did not indeed seem to be of a disposition so savage as to make us anxious for the safety of our persons. But it was, nevertheless, vexing to think we had hazarded being detained by their curiosity. In this situation, I asked for something to eat, and they readily brought to me some cocoa nuts, breadfruit, and a sort of sour pudding, which was presented by a woman. And on my complaining much of the heat occasioned by the crowd, the chief himself condescended to fan me, and gave me a small piece of cloth, which he had round his waist. Mr. Burney happening to come to the place where I was, I mentioned my suspicions to him, and, to put it to the test whether they were well founded, we attempted to get to the beach. But we were stopped when about halfway by some men who told us that we must go back to the place which we had left. On coming up, we found Omai entertaining the same apprehensions, but he had, as he fancied, an additional reason for being afraid. For he had observed that they had dug a hole in the ground for an oven, which they were now heating, and he could assign no other reason for this than that they meant to roast and eat us, as is practised by the inhabitants of New Zealand. Nay, he went so far as to ask them the question, at which they were greatly surprised, asking in return whether that was a custom with us. Mr. Burney and I were rather angry that they should be thus suspected by him, there having as yet been no appearances in their conduct toward us of their being capable of such brutality. In this manner we were detained the greatest part of the day, being sometimes together and sometimes separated, but always in a crowd, who, not satisfied with gazing at us, frequently desired us to uncover parts of our skin, the fight of which commonly produced a general murmur of admiration. At the same time, they did not omit these opportunities of rifling our pockets, and at last one of them snatched a small bayonet from Mr. Gore, which hung in its sheath by his side. This was represented to the chief, who pretended to send some person in search of it. But, in all probability, he countenanced the theft, for soon after, Omai had a dagger stolen from his side in the same manner, though he did not miss it immediately. Whether they observed any signs of uneasiness in us, or that they voluntarily repeated their emblems of friendship when we expressed a desire to go, I cannot tell. But at this time they brought some green boughs and, sticking their ends in the ground, desired we might hold them as we sat. Upon our urging again the business we came upon, they gave us to understand that we must stay and eat with them. And a pig which we saw soon after lying near the oven, which they had prepared and heated, removed Omai's apprehension of being put into it himself, and made us think it might be intended for our repast. The chief also promised to send some people to procure food for the cattle, but it was not till pretty late in the afternoon that we saw them return with a few plantain trees, which they carried to our boats. In the meantime, Mr. Burney and I attempted again to go to the beach, but when we arrived, found ourselves watched by people who, to appearance, had been placed there for this purpose. For when I tried to wade in upon the reef, one of them took hold of my clothes and dragged me back. I picked up some small pieces of coral, which they required me to throw down again, and on my refusal, they made no scruple to take them forcibly from me. I had gathered some small plants, but these also I could not be permitted to retain. And they took a fan from Mr. Burney, which he had received as a present on coming ashore. Omai said we had done wrong in taking up anything, for it was not the custom here to permit freedoms of that kind to strangers till they had, in some measure, naturalized them to the country by entertaining them with festivity for 2 or 3 days. Finding that the only method of procuring better treatment was to yield implicit obedience to their will, we went up again to the place we had left, and they now promised that we should have a canoe to carry us off to our boats after we had eaten of a repast which had been prepared for us. Accordingly, the second chief, to whom we had been introduced in the morning, having seated himself upon a low broad stool of blackish hard wood, tolerably polished, and directing the multitude to make a pretty large ring, made us sit down by him. A considerable number of cocoa nuts were now brought, and shortly after, a long green basket with a sufficient quantity of basket plantains to have served a dozen persons. A piece of the young hog that had been dressed was then set before each of us, of which we were desired to eat. Our appetites, however, had failed from the fatigue of the day, and though we did eat a little to please them, it was without satisfaction to ourselves. It being now near sunset, we told them it was time to go on board. This they allowed, and sent down to the beach the remainder of the victuals that had been dressed to be carried with us to the ships. But before we set out, Omai was treated with a drink he had been used to in his own country, which, we observed, was made here, as at other islands in the South Sea, by chewing the root of a fort of pepper. We found a canoe ready to put us off to our boats, which the natives did, with the same caution as when we landed. But even here, their thievish disposition did not leave them. For a person of some consequence among them, who came with us, took an opportunity, just as they were pushing the canoe into the surf, to snatch bag out of her, which I had, with the greatest difficulty, preserved all the day, there being in it a small pocket pistol, which I was unwilling to part with. Perceiving him, I called out, expressing as much displeasure as I could, on which he thought proper to return and swim with the bag to the canoe, but denied he had stolen it, though detected in the very act. They put us on board our boats with the cocoa nuts, plantains, and other provisions which they had brought, and we rowed to the ships, very well pleased that we had at last got out of the hands of our troublesome masters. We regretted much that our restrained situation gave us so little opportunity of making observations on the country. For during the whole day, we were seldom 100 yards from the place where we were introduced to the chiefs on landing, and consequently were confined to the surrounding objects. The first thing that presented itself worthy of our notice was the number of people, which must have been at least 2,000. For those who welcomed us on the shore bore no proportion to the multitude we found amongst the trees on proceeding a little way up. We could also observe that, except a few, those we had hitherto seen on board, were of the lower class. For a great number of those we now met with had a superior dignity in their air, and were of a much whiter cast. In general, they had the hair tied on the crown of the head, long, black, and of a most luxuriant growth. Many of the young men were perfect models in shape, of a complexion as delicate as that of the women, and, to appearance, of a disposition as amiable. Others, who were more advanced in years, were corpulent, and all had a remarkable smoothness of the skin. Their general dress was a piece of cloth or mat wrapped about the waist and covering the parts which modesty conceals. But some had pieces of mats, most curiously varied with black and white, made into a sort of jacket without sleeves, and others wore conical caps of cocoa-nut core, neatly interwoven with small beads made of a shelly substance. Their ears were pierced, and in them they hung bits of the membranous part of some plant, or stuck there an odoriferous flower, which seemed to be a species of gardenia. Some, who were of a superior class, and also the chiefs, had 2 little balls with a common base, made from the bone of some animal, which was hung round the neck, with a great many folds of small cord. And after the ceremony of introduction to the chiefs was over, they then appeared without their red feathers, which are certainly considered here as a particular mark of distinction, for none but themselves and the young women who danced assumed them. Some of the men were punctured all over the sides and back in an uncommon manner, and some of the women had the same ornament on their legs. But this method was consigned to those who seemed to be of a superior rank, and the men in that case were also generally distinguished by their size and corpulence unless very young. The women of an advanced age had their hair cropped short, and many were cut in oblique lines all over the forepart of the body, and some of the wounds, which formed rhomboidal figures, had been so lately inflicted that the coagulated blood still remained in them. The wife of one of the chiefs appeared with her child, laid in a piece of red cloth, which had been presented to her husband, and seemed to carry it with great tenderness, suckling it much after the manner of our women. Another chief introduced his daughter, who was young and beautiful, but appeared with all the timidity natural to the sex, though she gazed on us with a kind of anxious concern that seemed to struggle with her fear and to express her astonishment at so unusual a fight. Others advanced with more firmness and indeed were less reserved than we expected, but behaved with a becoming modesty. We did not observe any personal deformities amongst either sex, except in a few who had scars of broad, superficial ulcers remaining on the face and other parts. In proportion to the number of people assembled, there appeared not many old men or women, which may easily be accounted for by supposing that such as were in an advanced period of life might neither have the inclination nor the ability to come from the more distant parts of the island. On the other hand, the children were numerous, and both these and the men climbed the trees to look at us when we were hid by the surrounding crowd. About a third part of the men were armed with clubs and spears, and probably these were only the persons who had come from a distance, as many of them had small baskets, mats, and other things fastened to the ends of their weapons. The clubs were generally about 6 feet long, made of a hard black wood, lance-shaped at the end, but much broader, with the edge nicely scalloped and the whole neatly polished. Others of them were narrower at the point, much shorter and plain, and some were even so small as to be used with one hand. The spears were made of the same wood, simply pointed, and in general above 12 feet long, though some were so short that they seemed intended to be thrown as darts. The place, where we were all the day, was under the shade of various trees, in which they preserved their canoes from the fun. About 8 or 10 of them were here, all double ones, that is, 2 single ones fastened together, as is usual throughout the whole extent of the Pacific Ocean, by rafters lashed across. They were about 20 feet long, about 4 feet deep, and the sides rounded with a plank raised upon them, which was fastened strongly by means of withes. 2 of these canoes were most curiously stained or painted all over with black in numberless small figures, as squares, triangles, etc., and excelled by far anything of that kind I had ever seen at any other island in this ocean. Our friends here, indeed, seemed to have exerted more skill in doing this than in puncturing their own bodies. The paddles were about 4 feet long, nearly elliptical, but broader at the upper end than the middle. Near the same place was a hut or shed, about 30 feet long and 9 or 10 high, in which perhaps these boats are built. But, at this time, it was empty. The greatest number of the trees around us were cocoa palms, some sorts of hibiscus, a species of euphorbia, and toward the sea, abundance of the same kind of trees we had seen at Mangaia Nui, and which seemed to surround the shores of this island in the same manner. They are tall and slender, not much unlike a cypress, but with bunches of long, round, articulated leaves. The natives call them etoa. On the ground we saw some grass, a species of convolvulus, and a good deal of treacle mustard. There are also doubtless other fruit trees and useful plants which we did not see. For besides several sorts of plantains, they brought at different times roots which they called taro, the cocos of other countries, a breadfruit, and a basket of roasted nuts of a kidney shape, in taste like a chestnut, but coarser. What the soil of the island may be, farther island, we could not tell. But toward the sea, it is nothing more than a bank of coral, 10 or 12 feet high, steep and rugged, except where there are small sandy beaches at some clefts where the ascent is gradual. The coral, though it has probably been exposed to the weather for many centuries, has undergone no farther change than becoming black on the surface, which, from its irregularity, is not much unlike large masses of a burnt substance. But, on breaking some pieces off, we found that, at the depth of 2 or 3 inches, it was just as fresh as the pieces that had been lately thrown upon the beach by the waves. The reef or rock that lines the shore entirely runs to different breadths into the sea, where it ends all at once and becomes like a high, steep wall. It is nearly even with the surface of the water and of a brown or brick colour, but the texture is rather porous, yet sufficient to withstand the washing of the surf, which continually breaks upon it. Though the landing of our gentleman proved the means of enriching my journal with the foregoing particulars, the principal object I had in view was, in a great measure, unattained, for the day was spent without getting any one thing from the island worth mentioning. The natives, however, were gratified with a sight they never before had, and probably will never have again. And mere curiosity seems to have been their chief motive for keeping the gentlemen under such restraint and for using every art to prolong their continuance amongst them. It has been mentioned that Omai was sent upon this expedition, and perhaps his being Mr. Gore's interpreter was not the only service he performed this day. He was asked by the natives a great many questions concerning us, our ships, our country, and the sort of arms we used, and, according to the account he gave me, his answers were not a little upon the marvellous. As, for instance, he told them that our country had ships as large as their island, on board which were instruments of war, describing our guns, of such dimensions that several people might fit within them, and that one of them was sufficient to crush the whole island at one shot. This led them to inquire of him what sort of guns we actually had in our 2 ships. He said that though they were but small, in comparison with those he had just described, yet, with such as they were, we could, with the greatest ease, and at the distance the ships were from the shore, destroy the island and kill every soul in it. They persevered in their inquiries to know by what means this could be done, and Omai explained the matter as well as he could. He happened luckily to have a few cartridges in his pocket. These he produced. The balls and the gunpowder which was to set them in motion were submitted to inspection. And, to supply the defects of his description, an appeal was made to the senses of the spectators. It has been mentioned above that one of the chiefs had ordered the multitude to form themselves into a circle. This furnished Omai with a convenient stage for his exhibition. In the centre of this amphitheatre, the inconsiderable quantity of gunpowder collected from his cartridges was properly disposed upon the ground, and, by means of a bit of burning wood from the oven where dinner was dressing, set on fire. The sudden blast and loud report, the mingled flame and smoke that instantly succeeded, now filled the whole assembly with astonishment. They no longer doubted the tremendous power of our weapons and gave full credit to all that Omai had said. If it had not been for the terrible ideas they conceived of the guns of our ships, from this specimen of their mode of operation, it was thought that they would have detained the gentleman all night. For Omai assured them that if he and his companions did not return on board the same day, they might expect that I would fire upon the island. And as we stood in nearer the land in the evening than we had done any time before, of which position of the ships they were observed to take great notice, they, probably, thought we were meditating this formidable attack, and therefore suffered their guests to depart, under the expectation, however, of seeing them again on shore next morning. But I was too sensible of the risk they had already run to think of a repetition of the experiment. This day, it seems, was destined to give Omai more occasions than one of being brought forward to bear a principal part in its transactions. The island, though never before visited by Europeans, actually happened to have other strangers residing in it, and it was entirely owing to Omai's being one of Mr. Gore's attendants that this curious circumstance came to our knowledge. Scarcely had he been landed upon the beach when he found amongst the crowd there assembled 3 of his own countrymen, natives of the Society Islands. At the distance of about 200 leagues from those islands, an immense unknown ocean intervening with such wretched sea-boats as their inhabitants are known to make use of, and fit only for a passage where sight of land is scarcely ever lost. Such a meeting, at such a place, so accidentally visited by us, may well be looked upon as one of those unexpected situations with which the writers of feigned adventures love to surprise their readers, and which, when they really happen in common life, deserve to be recorded for their singularity. It may easily be guessed with what mutual surprise and satisfaction Omai and his countrymen engaged in conversation. Their story, as related by them, is an affecting one. About 20 persons in number, of both sexes, had embarked on board a canoe at Otaheite to cross over to the neighbouring island Uoleva. A violent contrary wind arising, they could neither reach the latter nor get back to the former. Their intended passage being a very short one, their stock of provisions was scanty, and soon exhausted. The hardships they suffered, while driven along by the storm, they knew not whither, are not to be conceived. They passed many days without having anything to eat or drink. Their numbers gradually diminished, worn out by famine and fatigue. 4 men only survived when the canoe overset, and then the perdition of this small remnant seemed inevitable. However, they kept hanging by the side of their vessel during some of the last days till Providence brought them in sight of the people of this island, who immediately sent out canoes, took them off their wreck, and brought them ashore. Of the 4 who were thus saved, 1 was since dead. The other 3, who lived to have this opportunity of giving an account of their almost miraculous transplantation, spoke highly of the kind treatment they here met with. And so well satisfied were they with their situation that they refused the offer made to them by our gentlemen, at Omai's request, of giving them a passage on board our ships to restore them to their native islands. The similarity of manners and language had more than naturalized them to this spot, and the fresh connections which they had here formed, and which it would have been painful to have broken off after such a length of time, sufficiently account for their declining to revisit the places of their birth. They had arrived upon this island at least 12 years ago, for I learnt from Mr. Anderson that he found they knew nothing of Captain Wallis's visit to Otaheite in 1765, nor of several other memorable occurrences, such as the conquest of Uoleva by those of Bolabola, which had preceded the arrival of the Europeans. To Mr. Anderson I am also indebted for their names, Orout, Otireroa, and Tavi. The first, born at Matavai in Otaheite, the second at Uoleva, and the third at Huahane. The landing of our gentlemen on this island, though they failed in the object of it, cannot but be considered as a very fortunate circumstance. It has proved, as we have seen, the means of bringing to our knowledge a matter of fact, not only very curious, but very instructive. The application of the above narrative is obvious. It will serve to explain, better than 1,000 conjectures of speculative reasoners, how the detached parts of the earth, and, in particular, how the islands of the South Sea may have been first peopled, especially those that lie remote from any inhabited continent, or from each other. This island is called Atiu by the natives. It lies in the latitude of 20 degrees 1 minute south and in the longitude 201 degrees 45 minutes east, and is about 6 leagues in circumference. It is a beautiful spot, with a surface composed of hills and plains and covered with verdure of many hues. Our gentlemen found the soil where they passed the day to be light and sandy. But farther up the country, a different sort perhaps prevails. As we saw from the ship, by the help of our glasses, a reddish cast upon the rising grounds. There the inhabitants have their houses, for we could perceive 2 or 3 which were long and spacious. Its produce, with the addition of hogs, we found to be the same as at the last island we had visited, which the people of this, to whom we pointed out its position, called Ohavarua, a name so different from Mangaia Nue Nainaiwa, which we learnt from its own inhabitants, that it is highly probable Ohavarua is another island. From the circumstances already mentioned, it appears that Atiu can be of little use to any ship that wants refreshment, unless in a case of the most absolute necessity. The natives, knowing now the value of some of our commodities, might be induced to bring off fruits and hogs to a ship standing off and on, or to boats lying off the reef as ours did. It is doubtful, however, if any fresh water could be procured. For, though some was brought in cocoa-nut shells to the gentlemen, they were told that it was at a considerable distance, and probably it is only to be met with in some stagnant pool, as no running stream was anywhere seen. According to Omai's report of what he learnt in conversation with his 3 countrymen, the manners of these islanders, their method of treating strangers, and their general habits of life are much like those that prevail at Otaheite and its neighbouring isles. Their religious ceremonies and opinions are also nearly the same. For upon seeing one man who was painted all over of a deep black colour and inquiring the reason, our gentlemen were told that he had lately been paying the last good offices to a deceased friend, and they found that it was upon similar occasions the women cut themselves, as already mentioned. From every circumstance, indeed, it is indubitable that the natives of Atiu sprung originally from the same stock, which hath spread itself so wonderfully all over the immense extent of the South Sea. One would suppose, however, that they put in their claim to a more illustrious extraction. For Omai assured us that they dignified their island with the appellation of Wenua no Te Eatua, that is, a land of gods, esteeming themselves a sort of divinities, and possessed with the spirit of the Eatua. This wild, enthusiastic notion Omai seemed much to approve of, telling us there were instances of its being entertained at Otaheite, but that it was universally prevalent amongst the inhabitants of Mangaia or Osnaburg Island. The language spoken at Atiu was equally well understood by Omai and by our 2 New Zealanders. What its peculiarities may be, when compared with the other dialects, I am not able to point out. For though Mr. Anderson had taken care to note down a specimen of it, the natives, who made no distinction of the objects of their theft, stole the memorandum book. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1, by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 3. Wenua et, or Otakutaya, visited, account of that Isiand and of its produce. Hervey's Island, or Teroge mu Atua, found to be inhabited. Transactions with the natives. Their persons, dress, language, canoes. Fruitless attempt to land there. Reasons for bearing away for the Friendly Islands. Palmerston's Island touched at. Description of the 2 places where the boats landed. Refreshments obtained there. Conjectures on the formation of such low islands. Arrival at the Friendly Islands. Light airs and calms having prevailed by turns all the night of the 3rd, the easterly swell had carried the ship some distance from Atiu before daybreak. But as I had failed in my object of procuring, at that place, some effectual supply, I saw no reason for staying there any longer. I, therefore, quitted it without regret and steered for the neighbouring island, which, as has been mentioned, we discovered 3 days before. With a gentle breeze at east, we got up with it, before 10 o'clock in the morning, and I immediately dispatched Mr. Gore with 2 boats to endeavour to land and get some food for our cattle. As there seemed to be no inhabitants here to obstruct our taking away whatever we might think proper, I was confident of his being able to make amends for our late disappointment, if the landing could be effected. There was a reef here surrounding the land, as at Atiu, and a considerable surf breaking against the rocks. Notwithstanding which, our boats no sooner reached the lee or west side of the island, but they ventured in, and Mr. Gore and his party got safe on shore. I could, from the ship, see that they had succeeded so far, and I immediately sent a small boat to know what farther assistance was wanting. She did not return till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, having waited to take in a lading of what useful produce the island afforded. As soon as she was cleared, she was sent again for another cargo. The jolly boat was also dispatched, and Mr. Gore was ordered to be on board with all the boats before night, which was complied with. The supply obtained here consisted of about 100 cocoa nuts for each ship. And besides this refreshment for ourselves, we got for our cattle some grass and a quantity of the leaves and branches of young cocoa trees, and of the warra tree as it is called at Otaheite, the pandanus of the East Indies. This latter being of a soft, spongy, juicy nature, the cattle eat it very well when cut into small pieces, so that it might be said without any deviation from truth that we fed them upon billet wood. This island lies in the latitude of 19 degrees 15 minutes south, and the longitude of 201 degrees 37 minutes east, about 3 or 4 leagues from Atiu, the inhabitants of which called it Otakutaya, and sometimes they spoke of it under the appellation of Wenuet, which signifies little island. Mr. Anderson, who was on shore with our party and walked round it, guessed that it could not be much more than 3 miles in circuit. From him I also learned the following particulars. The beach within the reef is composed of a white coral sand, above which the land within does not rise above 6 or 7 feet, and is covered with a light reddish soil, but is entirely destitute of water. The only common trees found there were cocoa palms, of which there were several clusters, and vast numbers of the warra. There were likewise the calophyllum, suriana, guettada, a species of Tournesortia, and taberne montane, with a few other shrubs, and some of the itua tree seen at Atiu. A sort of bindweed overran the vacant spaces, except in some places where was found a considerable quantity of treacle mustard, a species of spurge, with a few other small plants, and the Morinda citrisolia, the fruit of which is eaten by the natives of Otaheite in times of scarcity. Omai, who had landed with the party, dressed some of it for their dinner. But it proved very indifferent. The only bird seen amongst the trees was a beautiful cuckoo of a chestnut brown, variegated with black, which was shot. But upon the shore were some egg-birds, a small fort of curlew, blue and white herons, and great numbers of noddies, which last at this time laid their eggs a little farther up, on the ground, and often rested on the warra tree. One of our people caught a lizard, of a most forbidding aspect, though small, running up a tree, and many of another fort were seen. The bushes toward the sea were frequented by infinite numbers of a fort of moth, elegantly speckled with red, black and white. There were also several other sorts of moths, as well as some pretty butterflies, and a few other insects. Though there were at this time no fixed inhabitants upon the island, indubitable marks remained of its being at least occasionally frequented. In particular, a few empty huts were found. There were also several large stones erected like monuments under the shade of some trees, and several spaces enclosed with smaller ones, where probably the dead had been buried. And in one place a great many cockle shells of a particular sort, finely grooved and larger than the fist, were to be seen, from which it was reasonable to conjecture that the island had been visited by persons who feed, partly, on shellfish. In one of the huts, Mr. Gore left a hatchet and some nails to the full value of what we took away. As soon as the boats were hoisted in, I made fail again to the northward with a light air of wind easterly, intending to try our fortune at Hervey's Island, which was discovered in 1773 during my last voyage. Although it was not above 15 leagues distant, yet we did not get sight of it till daybreak in the morning of the 6th, when it bore west-southwest, at the distance of about 3 leagues. As we drew near it, at 8 o'clock, we observed several canoes put off from the shore, and they came directly toward the ships. This was a sight that, indeed, surprised me, as no signs of inhabitants were seen when the island was first discovered, which might be owing to a pretty brisk wind that then blew and prevented their canoes venturing out as the ships passed to leeward, whereas now we were to windward. As we still kept on toward the island, 6 or 7 of the canoes, all double ones, soon came near us. There were from 3 to 6 men in each of them. They stopped at the distance of about a stone's throw from the ship, and it was some time before Omai could prevail upon them to come alongside. But no entreaties could induce any of them to venture on board. Indeed, their disorderly and clamorous behaviour by no means indicated a disposition to trust us or treat us well. We afterward learnt that they had attempted to take some oars out of the Discovery's boat that lay alongside and struck a man who endeavoured to prevent them. They also cut away, with a shell, a net with meat which hung over that ship's stern, and absolutely refused to restore it, though we afterward purchased it from them. Those who were about our ship behaved in the same daring manner, for they made a sort of hook of a long stick with which they endeavoured openly to rob us of several things, and, at last, actually got a frock belonging to one of our people that was towing overboard. At the same time, they immediately showed a knowledge of bartering and sold some fish they had, amongst which was an extraordinary flounder, spotted like porphyry, and a cream-coloured eel, spotted with black, for small nails, of which they were immoderately fond, and called them gore. But indeed, they caught, with the greatest avidity, bits of paper, or anything else that was thrown to them, and if what was thrown fell into the sea, they made no scruple to swim after it. These people seem to differ as much in person as in disposition from the natives of Atiu, though the distance between the two islands is not very great. Their colour was of a deeper cast, and several had a fierce, rugged aspect, resembling the natives of New Zealand, but some were fairer. They had strong black hair, which, in general, they wore either hanging loose about the shoulders or tied in a bunch on the crown of the head. Some, however, had it cropped pretty short, and, in 2 or 3 of them, it was of a brown or reddish colour. Their only covering was a narrow piece of mat, wrapped several times round the lower part of the body, and which passed between the thighs. But a fine cap of red feathers was seen lying in one of the canoes. The shell of a pearl oyster polished and hung about the neck was the only ornamental fashion that we observed amongst them, for not one of them had adopted that mode of ornament, so generally prevalent amongst the natives of this ocean, of puncturing or tattooing their bodies. Though singular in this, we had the most unequivocal proofs of their being of the same common race. Their language approached still nearer to the dialect of Otaheite than that of Atiu or Mangaia. Like the inhabitants of these 2 islands, they inquired from whence our ships came, and whither bound, who was our chief, the number of our men on board, and even the ship's name. And they very readily answered such questions as we proposed to them. Amongst other things, they told us, they had seen 2 great ships like ours before, but that they had not spoken with them as they sailed past. There can be no doubt that these were the Resolution and Adventure. We learnt from them that the name of their island is Terujamuatua, and that they were subject to Tearevatuea, king of Wateu. According to the account that they gave, their articles of food are coconuts, fish and turtle, the island not producing plantains or breadfruit, and being destitute of hogs and dogs. Their canoes, of which near 30 were at one time in fight, are pretty large and well built. In the construction of the stern, they bear some resemblance to those of Atiu, and the head projects out nearly in the same manner, but the extremity is turned up instead of down. Having but very little wind, it was 1 o'clock before we drew near the northwest part of the island, the only part where there seemed to be any probability of finding anchorage for our ships or a landing place for our boats. In this position, I sent Lieutenant King with 2 armed boats to sound and reconnoitre the coast while we stood off and on with the ships. The instant the boats were hoisted out, our visitors in the canoes, who had remained alongside all the while, bartering their little trifles, suspended their traffic, and pushing for the shore as fast as they could, came near us no more. At 3 o'clock, the boats returned, and Mr. King informed me that there was no anchorage for the ships and that the boats could only land on the outer edge of the reef, which lay about a quarter of a mile from the dry land. He said that a number of the natives came down upon the reef, armed with long pikes and clubs, as if they intended to oppose his landing. And yet, when he drew near enough, they threw some coconuts to our people and invited them to come on shore. Though at the very same time, he observed that the women were very busy bringing down a fresh supply of spears and darts. But as he had no motive to land, he did not give them an opportunity to use them. Having received this report, I considered that, as the ships could not be brought to an anchor, we should find that the attempt to procure grass here would occasion much delay, as well as be attended with some danger. Besides, we were equally in want of water, and though the inhabitants had told us that there was water on their island, yet we neither knew in what quantity, nor from what distance we might be obliged to fetch it. And after all, supposing no other obstruction, we were sure that to get over the reef would be an operation equally difficult and tedious. Being thus disappointed at all the islands we had met with since our leaving New Zealand, and the unfavourable winds and other unforeseen circumstances having unavoidably retarded our progress so much, it was now impossible to think of doing anything this year in the high latitudes of the Northern Hemisphere, from which we were still at so great a distance, though the season for our operations there was already begun. In this situation, it was absolutely necessary to pursue such measures as were most likely to preserve the cattle we had on board in the first place, and in the next place, which was still a more capital object, to save the stores and provisions of the ships that we might be better enabled to prosecute our northern discoveries, which could not now commence till a year later than was originally intended. If I had been so fortunate as to have procured a supply of water and of grass at any of the islands we had lately visited, it was my purpose to have stood back to the south till I had met with a westerly wind. But the certain consequence of doing this without such a supply would have been the loss of all the cattle before we could possibly reach Otaheite without gaining any one advantage with regard to the great object of our voyage. I therefore determined to bear away for the Friendly Islands, where I was sure of meeting with abundance of everything I wanted, and it being necessary to run in the night as well as in the day, I ordered Captain Clark to keep about a league ahead of the Resolution. I used this precaution because his ship could best claw off the land, and it was very possible we might fall in with some in our passage. The longitude of Hervey's Island, when first discovered deduced from Otaheite by the timekeeper, was found to be 201 degrees 6 minutes east, and now, by the same timekeeper, deduced from Queen Charlotte's Sound, 200 degrees 56 minutes east. Hence I conclude that the error of the timekeeper at this time did not exceed 12 miles in longitude. When we bore away, I steered west by south with a fine breeze easterly. I proposed to proceed first to Middelburg or Ewer, thinking if the wind continued favourable that we had food enough on board for the cattle to last till we should reach that island. But about noon next day, those saint breezes that had attended and retarded us so long again returned, and I found it necessary to haul more to the north, to get into the latitude of Palmerstons and Savage Islands, discovered in 1774 during my last voyage, that, if necessity required it, we might have recourse to them. This day, in order to save our water, I ordered the still to be kept at work, from 6 o'clock in the morning to 4 in the afternoon, during which time we procured from 13 to 16 gallons of fresh water. There has been lately made some improvement, as they are pleased to call it, of this machine, which, in my opinion, is much for the worse. These light breezes continued till the 10th, when we had for some hours the wind blowing fresh from the north and north-northwest, being then in the latitude of 18 degrees 38 minutes and longitude 198 degrees 24 minutes east. In the afternoon, we had some thunder squalls from the south, attended with heavy rain, of which water, we collected enough to fill 5 puncheons. After these squalls had blown over, the wind came round to the northeast and northwest, being very unsettled both in strength and in position, till about noon the next day, when it fixed at northwest and north-northwest, and blew a fresh breeze with fair weather. Thus were we perfected with a wind in our teeth, whichever way we directed our course, and we had the additional mortification to find here those very winds, which we had reason to expect 8 degrees or 10 degrees farther south. They came too late, for I durst not trust their continuance, and the event proved that I judged right. At length, at daybreak, in the morning of the 13th, we saw Palmerston Island, bearing west by south, distant about 5 leagues. However, we did not get up with it till 8 o'clock the next morning. I then sent 4 boats, 3 from the Resolution and 1 from the Discovery with an officer in each, to search the coast for the most convenient landing place. For now, we were under an absolute necessity of procuring from this island some food for the cattle, otherwise we must have lost them. What is comprehended under the name of Palmerston's Island is a group of small islots, of which there are in the whole 9 or 10, lying in a circular direction and connected together by a reef of coral rocks. The boats first examined the southeasternmost of the islots which compose this group, and failing there, ran down to the second, where we had the satisfaction to see them land. I then bore down with the ships till abreast of the place, and there we kept standing off and on. For no bottom was to be found to anchor upon, which was not of much consequence, as the party who had landed from our boats were the only human beings upon the island. About 1 o'clock, one of the boats came on board, laden with scurvy grass and young cocoa-nut trees, which at this time was a feast for the cattle. The same boat brought a message from Mr. Gore, who commanded the party, informing me that there was plenty of such produce upon the island, as also of the warra tree and some cocoa-nuts. This determined me to get a good supply of these articles before I quitted this station, and before evening I went ashore in a small boat, accompanied by Captain Clark. We found everybody hard at work, and the landing place to be in a small creek, formed by the reef, of something more than a boat's length in every direction, and covered from the force of the sea by rocks projecting out on each side of it. The island is scarcely a mile in circuit, and not above 3 feet higher than the level of the sea. It appeared to be composed entirely of a coral sand, with a small mixture of blackish mould produced from rotten vegetables. Notwithstanding this poor soil, it is covered with trees and bushes of the same kind as at Manuae, though with less variety. And amongst these are some cocoa palms. Upon the trees or bushes that front the sea, or even farther in, we found a great number of men of war birds, tropic birds, and 2 sorts of boobies, which at this time were laying their eggs, and so tame that they suffered us to take them off with our hands. Their nests were only a few sticks loosely put together, and the tropic birds laid their eggs on the ground, under the trees. These differ much from the common sort, being entirely of a most splendid white, slightly tinged with red, and having the 2 long tail feathers of a deep crimson or blood colour. Of each sort, our people killed a considerable number, and, though not the most delicate food, they were acceptable enough to us, who had been long confined to a salt diet, and who, consequently, could not but be glad of the most indifferent variety. We met with vast numbers of red crabs, creeping about everywhere amongst the trees, and we caught several fish that had been left in holes upon the reef when the sea retired. At one part of the reef, which looks into or bounds the lake that is within, there was a large bed of coral, almost even with the surface, which afforded perhaps one of the most enchanting prospects that nature has anywhere produced. Its base was fixed to the shore, but reached so far in that it could not be seen, so that it seemed to be suspended in the water, which deepened so suddenly that at the distance of a few yards there might be 7 or 8 fathoms. The sea was, at this time, quite unruffled, and the sun, shining bright, exposed the various sorts of coral in the most beautiful order, some parts branching into the water with great luxuriance, others lying collected in round balls and in various other figures, all which were greatly heightened by spangles of the richest colours that glowed from a number of large clams, which were everywhere interspersed. But the appearance of these was still inferior to that of the multitude of fishes that glided gently along, seemingly with the most perfect security. The colours of the different sorts were the most beautiful that can be imagined, the yellow, blue, red, black, etc., far exceeding anything that art can produce. Their various forms also contributed to increase the richness of this submarine grotto, which could not be surveyed without a pleasing transport, mixed, however, with regret that a work so stupendously elegant should be concealed in a place where mankind could seldom have an opportunity of rendering the praises justly due to so enchanting a scene. There were no traces of inhabitants having ever been here, if we except a small piece of a canoe that was found upon the beach, which probably may have drifted from some other island. But what is pretty extraordinary, we saw several small brown rats on this spot, a circumstance perhaps difficult to account for, unless we allow that they were imported in the canoe of which we saw the remains. After the boats were laden, I returned on board, leaving Mr. Gore with a party to pass the night on shore in order to be ready to go to work early the next morning. That day, being the 15th, was accordingly spent, as the preceding one had been, in collecting and bringing on board food for the cattle, consisting chiefly of palm cabbage, young cocoa-nut trees, and the tender branches of the warra tree. Having got a sufficient supply of these, by sunset I ordered everybody on board. But having little or no wind, I determined to wait, and to employ the next day by endeavouring to get some cocoa-nuts for our people, from the next island to leeward, where we could observe that those trees were in much greater abundance than upon that where we had already landed, and where only the wants of our cattle had been relieved. With this view, I kept standing off and on all night, and in the morning, between 8 and 9 o'clock, I went with the boats to the west side of the island, and landed with little difficulty. I immediately set the people with me to work to gather cocoa-nuts, which we found in great abundance. But to get them to our boats was a tedious operation, for we were obliged to carry them at least half a mile over the reef, up to the middle in water. Omai, who was with me, caught, with a scoop net in a very short time, as much fish as served the whole party on shore for dinner, besides sending some to both ships. Here were also great abundance of birds, particularly men-of-war and tropic birds, so that we fared sumptuously. And it is but doing justice to Omai to say that in these excursions to the uninhabited islands he was of the greatest use, for he not only caught the fish, but dressed these and the birds we killed in an oven with heated stones after the fashion of his country, with a dexterity and good humour that did him great credit. The boats made 2 trips, before night, well laden. With the last, I returned on board, leaving Mr. Williamson, my 3rd lieutenant, with a party of men, to prepare another lading for the boats, which I proposed to send next morning. I accordingly dispatched them at 7 o'clock, and they returned laden by noon. No time was lost in sending them back for another cargo, and they carried orders for everybody to be on board by sunset. This being complied with, we hoisted in the boats and made sail to the westward, with a light air of wind from the north. We found this islot near a half larger than the other, and almost entirely covered with cocoa palms, the greatest part of which abounded with excellent nuts, having often both old and young on the same tree. They were indeed too thick in many places to grow with freedom. The other productions were, in general, the same as at the first islot. 2 pieces of board, one of which was rudely carved, with an elliptical paddle, were found on the beach. Probably, these had belonged to the same canoe, the remains of which were seen on the other beach, as the 2 islots are not above half a mile apart. A young turtle had also been lately thrown ashore here, as it was still full of maggots. There were fewer crabs than at the last place, but we found some scorpions, a few other insects, and a greater number of fish upon the reefs. Amongst these were some large eels, beautifully spotted, which, when followed, would raise themselves out of the water and endeavour with an open mouth to bite their pursuers. The other sorts were chiefly parrotfish, snappers, and a brown spotted rockfish about the size of a haddock, so tame that instead of swimming away it would remain fixed and gaze at us. Had we been in absolute want, a sufficient supply might have been had, for thousands of the clams already mentioned stuck upon the reef, some of which weighed 2 or 3 pounds. There were besides some other sorts of shellfish, particularly the large periwinkle. When the tide flowed, several sharks came in over the reef, some of which our people killed, but they rendered it rather dangerous to walk in the water at that time. The party who were left on shore with Mr. Williamson were a good deal pestered, as Mr. Gores had been, with mosquitoes in the night. Some of them, in their excursions, shot 2 curlews exactly like those of England, and saw some plovers or sandpipers upon the shore. But in the wood, no other bird besides 1 or 2 of the cuckoos that were seen at Manuae. Upon the whole, we did not spend our time unprofitably at this last islot, for we got there about 1,200 cocoa nuts, which were equally divided amongst the whole crew, and were doubtless of great use to them, both on account of the juice and of the kernel. A ship, therefore, passing this way, if the weather be moderate, may expect to succeed as we did. But there is no water upon either of the isolts where we landed. Were that article to be had, and a passage could be got into the lake, as we may call it, surrounded by the reef, where a ship could anchor, G should prefer this to any of the inhabited islands, if the only want were refreshment, for the quantity of fish that might be procured would be sufficient, and the people might roam about, unmolested by the petulance of any inhabitants. The 9 or 10 low isolts, comprehended under the name of Palmerston's Island, may be reckoned the heads or summits of the reef of coral rock that connects them together, covered only with a thin coat of sand, yet clothed, as already observed, with trees and plants, most of which are of the same sorts that are found on the low grounds of the high islands of this ocean. There are different opinions, amongst ingenious theorists, concerning the formation of such low islands as Palmerston's. Some will have it that, in remote times, these little separate heads or islots were joined and formed one continued and more elevated tract of land, which the sea, in the revolution of ages, has washed away, leaving only the higher grounds, which in time also will, according to this theory, share the same fate. Another conjecture is that they have been thrown up by earthquakes and are the effect of internal convulsions of the globe. A third opinion, and which appears to me as the most probable one, maintains that they are formed from shoals or coral banks, and of consequence increasing. Without mentioning the several arguments made use of in support of each of these systems, I shall only describe such parts of Palmerston's Island as fell under my own observation when I landed upon it. The foundation is everywhere a coral rock. The soil is coral sand, with which the decayed vegetables have but in a few places intermixed so as to form anything like mould. From this, a very strong presumption may be drawn that these little spots of land are not of very ancient date, nor the remains of larger islands now buried in the ocean. For, upon either of these suppositions, more mould must have been formed, or some part of the original soil would have remained. Another circumstance confirmed this doctrine of the increase of these islots. We found upon them, far beyond the present reach of the sea, even in the most violent storms, elevated coral rocks which, on examination, appeared to have been perforated in the same manner that the rocks are that now compose the outer edge of the reef. This evidently shows that the sea had formerly reached so far, and some of these perforated rocks were almost in the centre of the land. But the strongest proof of the increase, and from the cause we have assigned, was the gentle gradation observable in the plants round the skirts of the islands, from within a few inches of high water mark to the edge of the wood. In many places, the divisions of the plants of different growths were very distinguishable, especially on the lee or west side. This, I apprehend, to have been the operation of extraordinary high tides occasioned by violent accidental gales from the westward, which have heaped up the sand beyond the reach of common tides. The regular and gentle operation of these latter, again, throw up sand enough to form a barrier against the next extraordinary high tide or storm, so as to prevent its reaching as far as the former had done, and destroying the plants that may have begun to vegetate from cocoa nuts, roots, and seed brought thither by birds or thrown up by the sea. This doubtless happens very frequently, for we found many cocoa nuts and some other things just sprouting up, only a few inches beyond where the sea reaches at present, in places where, it was evident, they could not have had their origin from those farther in, already arrived at their full growth. At the same time, the increase of vegetables will add salt to the height of this new created land, as the fallen leaves and broken branches are, in such a climate, soon converted into a true black mould or soil. Perhaps there is another cause which, if allowed, will accelerate the increase of these islands as much as any others, and will also account for the sea having receded from those elevated rocks before mentioned. This is the spreading of the coral bank, or reef, into the sea, which in my opinion is continually, though imperceptibly, affected. The waves receding, as the reef grows in breadth and height, leave a dry rock behind, ready for the reception of the broken coral and sand, and every other deposit necessary for the formation of land fit for the vegetation of plants. In this manner, there is little doubt that in time the whole reef will become one island, and I think it will extend gradually inward, either from the increase of the islots already formed, or from the formation of new ones upon the beds of coral within the enclosed lake, if once they increase so as to rise above the level of the sea. After leaving Palmerston's Island, I steered west, with a view to make the best of my way to Nomuka. We still continued to have variable winds, frequently between the north and west, with squalls, some thunder and much rain. During these showers, which were generally very copious, we saved a considerable quantity of water, and finding that we could get a greater supply by the rain in 1 hour than we could get by distillation in a month, I laid April aside the still, as a thing attended with more trouble than profit. The heat, which had been great for about a month, became now much more disagreeable in this close rainy weather, and, from the moisture attending it, threatened soon to be noxious, as the ships could not be kept dry, nor the scuttles open for the sea. However, it is remarkable enough that though the only refreshment we had received since leaving the Cape of Good Hope was that at New Zealand, there was not, as yet, a single person on board sick from the constant use of salt food or vicissitude of climate. In the night between the 24th and 25th we passed Savage Island, which I had discovered in 1774. And on the 28th, at 10 o'clock in the morning, we got sight of the Elslands which lie to the eastward of Nomuka, bearing north by west, about 4 or 5 leagues distant. I steered to the south of these islands, and then hauled up for Nomuka, which at 4 in the afternoon bore northwest by north, Falasagia southwest by south, and Comango north by west, distant about 5 miles. The weather being squally with rain, I anchored at the approach of night in 15 satums deep water over a bottom of coral sand and shells, Comango bearing northwest about 2 leagues distant. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1 by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 4. Intercourse with the natives of Comango and other islands. Arrival at Nomuka, transactions there. Fainu, a principal chief from Tongatapu, comes on a visit. The manner of his reception in the island and on board, instances of the pilfering disposition of the natives, some account of Nomuka, the passage from it to Hapai. Soon after we had anchored, 2 canoes, the one with 4 and the other with 3 men, paddled toward us and came alongside without the least hesitation. They brought some cocoa nuts, breadfruit, plantains and sugarcane, which they bartered with us for nails. One of the men came on board, and when these canoes had left us, another visited us, but did not stay long as night was approaching. Komango, the island nearest to us, was at least 5 miles off, which shows the hazard these people would run in order to possess a few of our most trifling articles. Besides this supply from the shore, we caught this evening with hooks and lines a considerable quantity of fish. Next morning at 4 o'clock, I sent Lieutenant King with 2 boats to Komango to procure refreshments, and at 5 made the signal to weigh in order to ply up to Nomuka, the wind being unfavourable at northwest. It was no sooner daylight than we were visited by 6 or 7 canoes from different islands, bringing with them, besides fruits and roots, 2 pigs, several fowls, some large wood pigeons, small rails, and large violet-coloured coots. All these they exchanged with us for beads, nails, hatchets, and so on. They had also other articles of commerce, such as pieces of their cloth, fish hooks, small baskets, musical reeds, and some clubs, spears, and bows. But I ordered that no curiosities should be purchased till the ships should be supplied with provisions, and leave given for that purpose, knowing also from experience that if all our people might trade with the natives according to their own caprice, perpetual quarrels would ensue. I ordered that particular persons should manage the traffic both on board and on shore, prohibiting all others to interfere. Before midday, Mr. King's boat returned with 7 hogs, some fowls, a quantity of fruit and roots for ourselves, and some grass for the cattle. His party was very civilly treated at Komango. The inhabitants did not seem to be numerous, and their huts, which stood close to each other within a plantain walk, were but indifferent. Not far from them was a pretty large pond of fresh water, tolerably good, but there was not any appearance of a stream. With Mr. King came on board the chief of the island named Tubulangi, and another whose name was Taipa. They brought with them a hog as a present to me, and promised more the next day. As soon as the boats were aboard, I stood for Nomuka, and the wind being scant, I intended to go between Nomuka et Ais and the breakers to the southeast of it. But on drawing near, we met with very irregular soundings, varying every east 10 or 12 fathoms. This obliged me to give up the design, and to go to the southward of all, which carried us to leeward, and made it necessary to spend the night under fail. It was very dark, and we had the wind from every direction, accompanied with heavy showers of rain, so that at daylight the next morning we found ourselves much farther off than we had been the evening before, and the little wind that now blew was right in our teeth. We continued to ply all day to very little purpose, and in the evening anchored in 39 fathoms water, the bottom coral rocks and broken shells, the west point of Nomuka, bearing east-northeast, 4 miles distant. Tubulangi and Taipa kept their promise and brought off to me some hogs. Several others were also procured by bartering from different canoes that followed us, and as much fruit as we could well manage. It was remarkable that, during the whole day, our visitors from the islands would hardly part with any of their commodities to anybody out me. Captain Clark did not get above 1 or 2 hogs. At 4 o'clock next morning, I ordered a boat to be hoisted out and sent the master to found the southwest side of Nomuka, where there appeared to be a harbour formed by the island on the northeast and by small islots and shoals to the southwest and southeast. In the meantime, the ships were got under fail and wrought up to the island. When the master returned, he reported that he had founded between Great and Little Nomuka, where he found 10 and 12 fathoms depth of water, the bottom coral, sand, that the place was very well sheltered from all winds, but that there was no fresh water to be found, except at some distant island, and that, even there, little of it was to be got, and that little not good. For this reason only, and it was a very sufficient one, I determined to anchor on the north side of the island, where during my last voyage I had found a place fit both for watering and landing. It was not above a league distant, and yet we did not reach it till 5 o'clock in the afternoon, being considerably retarded by the great number of canoes that continually crowded round the ships, bringing to us abundant supplies of the produce of their island. Amongst these canoes there were some double ones, with a large fail, that carried between 40 and 50 men each. These sailed round us apparently with the same ease as if we had been at anchor. There were several women in the canoes who were perhaps incited by curiosity to visit us, though at the same time they bartered as eagerly as the men and used the paddle with equal labour and dexterity. I came to an anchor in 18 fathoms water, the bottom coarse coral sand, the island extending from east to southwests and the west point of the westernmost cove southeast, about 3/4 of a mile distant. Thus, I refumed the very same station which I had occupied when I visited Nomuka 3 years before, and probably almost in the same place where Tasman, the first discoverer of this, and some of the neighbouring islands, anchored in 1643. The following day, while preparations were making for watering, I went ashore in the forenoon, accompanied by Captain Clark and some of the officers, to fix on a place where the observatories might be set up and a guard be stationed, the natives having readily given us leave. They also accommodated us with a boathouse to serve as a tent, and showed us every other mark of civility. Tubu, the chief of the island, conducted me and Omai to his house. We found it situated on a pleasant spot, in the centre of his plantation. A fine grass plot surrounded it, which, he gave us to understand, was for the purpose of cleaning their feet before they went within doors. I had not before observed such an instance of attention to cleanliness at any of the places I had visited in this ocean, but afterward found that it was very common at the Friendly Islands. The floor of Tubu's house was covered with mats, and no carpet in the most elegant English drawing-room could be kept neater. While we were on shore, we procured a few hogs and some fruit by bartering, and before we got on board again, the ships were crowded with the natives. Few of them coming empty-handed, every necessary refreshment was now in the greatest plenty. I landed again in the afternoon with a party of marines, and at the same time the horses and such of the cattle as were in a weakly state were sent on shore. Everything being settled to my satisfaction, I returned to the ship at sunset, leaving the command upon the island to Mr. King. Taipa, who was now become our fast friend, and who seemed to be the only active person about us, in order to be near our party in the night, as well as the day, had a house brought on men's shoulders, a full 1/4 of a mile, and placed close to the shed which our party occupied. Next day, our various operations on shore began. Some were employed in making hay for the cattle, others in filling our water casks at the neighbouring stagnant pool, and a third party in cutting wood. The greatest plenty of this last article being abreast of the ships, and in a situation the most convenient for getting it on board, it was natural to make choice of this. But the trees here, which our people erroneously supposed to be manchineel, but were a species of pepper called faitanu by the natives, yielded a juice of a milky colour, of so corrosive a nature that it raised blisters on the skin and injured the eyes of our workmen. They were therefore obliged to desist at this place and remove to the cove in which our guard was stationed and where we embarked our water. Other wood, more suitable to our purposes, was there furnished to us by the natives. These were not the only employments we were engaged in, for Messrs. King and Bailey began this day to observe equal altitudes of the fun in order to get the rate of the timekeepers. In the evening, before the natives retired from our post, Taipa harangued them for some time. We could only guess at the subject and judged that he was instructing them how to behave toward us and encouraging them to bring the produce of the island to market. We experienced the good effects of his eloquence in the plentiful supply of provisions which, next day, we received. Nothing worth notice happened on the 4th and 5th, except that, on the former of these days, the Discovery lost her small bower anchor, the cable being cut in two by the rocks. This misfortune made it necessary to examine the cables of the Resolution, which were found to be unhurt. On the 6th, we were visited by a great chief from Tongatapu, whose name was Finu, and whom Taipa was pleased to introduce to us as King of all the Friendly Isles. I was now told that on my arrival, a canoe had been dispatched to Tongatapu with the news, in consequence of which this chief immediately passed over to Nomuka. The officer on shore informed me that when he first arrived, all the natives were ordered out to meet him and paid their obeisance by bowing their heads as low as his feet, the soles of which they also touched with each hand, first with the palm and then with the back part. There could be little room to suspect that a person, received with so much respect, could be anything less than the king. In the afternoon, I went to pay this great man a visit, having first received a present of 2 fish from him, brought on board by one of his servants. As soon as I landed, he came up to me. He appeared to be about 30 years of age, tall but thin, and had more of the European features than any I had yet seen here. When the first salutation was over, I asked if he was the king, for notwithstanding what I had been told, finding he was not the man whom I remembered to have seen under that character during my former voyage, I began to entertain doubts. Taipa officiously answered for him, and enumerated no less than 153 islands, of which, he said, Sinu was the sovereign. After a short stay, our new visitors and 5 or 6 of his attendants accompanied me on board. I gave suitable presents to them all and entertained them in such a manner as I thought would be most agreeable. In the evening, I attended them on shore in my boat, into which the chief ordered 3 hogs to be put as a return for the presents he had received from me. I was now informed of an accident which had just happened, the relation of which will convey some idea of the extent of the authority exercised here over the common people. While Sinu was on board my ship, an inferior chief, for what reason our people on shore did not know, ordered all the natives to retire from the post we occupied. Some of them having ventured to return, he took up a large stick and beat them most unmercifully. He struck one man on the side of the face with so much violence that the blood gushed out of his mouth and nostrils, and, after lying some time motionless, he was, at last, removed from the place, in convulsions. The person who had inflicted the blow, being told that he had killed the man, only laughed at it, and it was evident that he was not in the least sorry for what had happened. We heard afterward that the poor sufferer recovered. The Discovery, having found again her small bower anchor, shifted her berth on the 7th, but not before her best bower cable had shared the fate of the other. This day I had the company of Sinu at dinner, and also the next day when he was attended by Taipa, Tubu, and some other chiefs. It was remarkable that none but Taipa was allowed to sit at table with him, or even to eat in his presence. I own that I considered Senu as a very convenient guest on account of this etiquette. For before his arrival, I had, generally, a larger company than I could well find room for, and my table overflowed with crowds of both sexes. For it is not the custom at the Friendly Islands, as it is at Otaheite, to deny to their females the privilege of eating in company with the men. The first day of our arrival at Nomuka, one of the natives had stolen out of the ship a large junk axe. I now applied to Sinu to exert his authority to get it restored to me, and so implicitly was he obeyed that it was brought on board while we were at dinner. These people gave us very frequent opportunities of remarking what expert thieves they were. Even some of their chiefs did not think this procession beneath them. On the 9th, one of them was detected carrying out of the ship, concealed under his clothes, the bolt belonging to the spun yarn winch, for which I sentenced him to receive 12 lashes and kept him confined till he paid a hog for his liberty. After this we were not troubled with thieves of rank. Their servants or slaves, however, were still employed in this dirty work, and upon them a flogging seemed to make no greater impression than it would have done upon the mainmast. When any of them happened to be caught in the act, their matters, far from interceding for them, would often advise us to kill them. As this was a punishment we did not choose to inflict, they generally escaped without any punishment at all. For they appeared to us to be equally insensible of the shame and of the pain of corporal chastisement. Captain Clark at last hit upon a mode of treatment which, we thought, had some effect. He put them under the hands of the barber and completely shaved their heads, thus pointing them out as objects of ridicule to their countrymen, and enabling our people to deprive them of future opportunities for a repetition of their rogueries by keeping them at a distance. Whēnau was so fond of associating with us that he dined on board every day, though sometimes he did not partake of our fare. On the 10th, some of his servants brought a mess, which had been dressed for him on shore. It consisted of fish, soup, and yams. Instead of common water to make the soup, cocoa-nut liquor had been made use of, in which the fish had been boiled or stewed, probably in a wooden vessel with hot stones, but it was carried on board in percent plantain leaf. I taled of the mess, and found it so good that I, afterward, had some fish dressed in the same way. Though my cook succeeded tolerably well, he could produce nothing equal to the dish he imitated. Finding that we had quite exhausted the island of almost every article of food that it afforded, I employed the 11th in moving off from the moor, the horses, observatories, and other things that we had landed, as also the party of marines who had mounted guard at our station, intending to sail as soon as the Discovery should have recovered her best bower anchor. Sinu, understanding that I meant to proceed directly to Tongatapu, importuned me strongly to alter this plan, to which he expressed as much aversion as if he had some particular interest to promote by diverting me from it. In preference to it, he warmly recommended an island, or rather a group of islands, called Hapai, lying to the northeast. There, he assured us, we could be supplied plentifully with every refreshment, in the easiest manner, and to add weight to his advice, he engaged to attend us thither in person. He carried his point with me, and Hapai was made choice of for our next station. As it had never been visited by any European ships, the examination of it became an object with me. The 12th and the 13th were spent in attempting the recovery of Captain Clark's anchor, which, after much trouble, was happily accomplished. And on the 14th in the morning, we got under fail and left Nomuka. This island is somewhat higher than the other small isles that surround it, but still it cannot be admitted to the rank of those of a moderate height, such as Mangaia and Atiu. The shore, at that part where our ships lay, is composed of a steep, rugged coral rock, 9 or 10 feet high, except where there are 2 sandy beaches, which have a reef of the famed fort of rock, extending across their entrance to the shore, and defending them from the sea. The saltwater lake that is in the centre of the island is about 1.5 miles broad, and round it the land rises like a bank, with a gradual ascent. But we could not trace its having any communication with the sea. And yet, the land that runs across to it, from the largest sandy beach, being flat and low, and the soil sandy, it is most likely that it may have, formerly, communicated that way. The soil, on the rising parts of the island and especially toward the sea, is either of a reddish clayey disposition or a black loose mould. But there is, nowhere, any stream of fresh water. The island is very well cultivated except in a few places, and there are some others, which, though they appear to lie waste, are only left to recover the strength exhausted by constant culture. For we frequently saw the natives at work upon these spots to plant them again. The plantations consist chiefly of yams and plantains, Many of them are very extensive and often enclosed with neat fences of reed, disposed obliquely across each other, about 6 feet high. Within these, we often saw other fences of less compass surrounding the houses of the principal people. The breadfruit and coconut trees are interspersed with little order, but chiefly near the habitations of the natives, and the other pans of the island, especially toward the sea and about the sides of the lake, are covered with trees and bushes of a most luxuriant growth. The last place having a great many mangroves, and the first a vast number of the Faitanu trees already mentioned. There seem to be no rocks or stones of any kind about the island that are not coral, except in one place, to the right of the sandy beach, where there is a rock 20 or 30 feet high, of a calcareous stone, of a yellowish colour and a very close texture. But even about that place, which is the highest part of the land, are large pieces of the famed coral rock that composes the shore. Besides walking frequently up into the country, which we were permitted to without interruption, we sometimes amused ourselves in shooting wild ducks, not unlike the widgeon, which are very numerous upon the salt lake and the pool where we got our Walton. In these excursions, we found the inhabitants had often deserted their houses to come down to the trading place without entertaining any suspicion that strangers, rambling about, would take away or destroy anything that belonged to them. But though, from this circumstance, it might be supposed that the greater part of the natives were sometimes collected at the beach, it was impossible to form any accurate computation of their number, as the continual resort of visitors from other islands mixing with them might easily mislead one. However, as there was never, to appearance, above 1,000 persons collected at one time, it would perhaps be sufficient to allow double that number for the whole islands. The place where such numbers assembled daily, and the bay where our boats landed, are faithfully represented in a drawing by Mr. Weber. To the north and northeast of Nomuka, and in the direct track to Hapai, whither we were now bound, the sea is sprinkled with a great number of small isles. Amidst the shoals and rocks adjoining to this group, I could not be assured that there was a free or safe passage for such large ships as ours, though the natives failed through the intervals in their canoes. For this substantial reason, when we weighed anchor from Nomuka, I thought it necessary to go to the westward of the above islands, and steered north-northwest toward Kau and Tufoa, the two most westerly islands in sight, and remarkable for their great height. Sinu and his attendants remained on board the Resolution till near noon, when he went into the large failing canoe which had brought him from Tongatapu, and stood in amongst the cluster of islands above mentioned, of which we were now almost abreast, and a tide or current from the westward had set us, since our failing in the morning, much over toward them. They lie scattered at unequal distances, and are in general nearly as high as Nomuka, but only from 2 or 3 miles to half a mile in length, and some of them scarcely so much. They have either steep rocky shores like Nomuka or reddish cliffs, but some have sandy beaches extending almost their whole length. Most of them are entirely clothed with trees, amongst which are many cocoa palms, and each forms a prospect like a beautiful garden placed in the sea. To heighten this, the serene weather we now had contributed very much, and the whole might supply the imagination with an idea of some fairyland realized. It should seem that some of them, at least, may have been formed as we supposed Palmerston's Island to have been, for there is one which, as yet, is entirely sand, and another on which there is only one bush or tree. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, being the length of Kotu, the westernmost of the above cluster of small islands, we steered to the north, leaving Toafoa and Kau on our larboard, keeping along the west side of a reef of rocks which lie to the westward of Kotu till we came to their northern extremity, round which we hauled in for the island. It was our intention to have anchored for the night, but it came upon us before we could find a place in less than 55 fathoms water, and rather than come to in this depth, I chose to spend the night under sail. We had, in the afternoon, been within 2 leagues of Tufoa, the smoke of which we saw several times in the day. The friendly islanders have some superstitious notions about the volcano upon it, which they call Kolofia, and say it is an Otua, or divinity. According to their account, it sometimes throws up very large stones, and they compare the crater to the size of a small islot, which has never ceased smoking in their memory. Nor have they any tradition that it ever did. We sometimes saw the smoke rising from the centre of the island, while we were at Nomuka, though at the distance of at least 10 leagues. Tufoa, we were told, is but thinly inhabited, but the water upon it is good. At daybreak the next morning, being then not far from Kau, which is a vast rock of a conic figure, we steered to the east for the passage between the islands Futuha and Hafaiva, with a gentle breeze at southeast. About 10 o'clock, Finu came on board and remained with us all day. He brought with him 2 hogs and a quantity of fruit, and, in the course of the day, several canoes from the different islands round us came to barter quantities of the latter article, which was very acceptable, as our flock was nearly expended. At noon, our latitude was 19 degrees 49 minutes 45 seconds south, and we had made 7 miles of longitude from Nomuka. Tuafoa bore north, 88 degrees west, Rau north, 71 degrees west, Futuha north, 89 degrees west, and Hasaiva south, 12 degrees west. After passing Futuha, we met with a reef of rocks, and as there was but little wind, it cost us some trouble to keep clear of them. This reef lies between Futuha and Nineveh, which is a small, low isle, in the direction of east-northeast from Futuha, at the distance of 7 or 8 miles. Futuha is a small island of middling height, and bounded all round by a steep rock. It lies south 67 degrees east, distant 6 leagues from Kau and 3 leagues from Kotu, in the direction of north 33 degrees east. Being past the reef of rocks just mentioned, we hauled up for Nineveh in hopes of finding anchorage, but were again disappointed and obliged to spend the night making short boards. For, although we had land in every direction, the sea was unfathomable. In the course of this night, we could plainly see flames issuing from the volcano upon Tuafoa, though to no great height. At daybreak in the morning of the 16th, with a gentle breeze at southeast, we steered northeast for Hapai, which was now in sight, and we could judge it to be low land, from the trees only appearing above the water. About 9 o'clock, we could see it plainly forming 3 islands, nearly of an equal size. And soon after, a 4th to the southward of these, as large as the others. Each seemed to be about 6 or 7 miles long, and of a similar height and appearance. The northernmost of them is called Hano, the next Foa, the third Lofanga, and the southernmost Uoleva, but all 4 are included by the natives under the general name Hapai. The wind scanting upon us, we could not fetch the land, so that we were forced to ply to windward. In doing this, we once passed over some coral rocks on which we had only 6 fathoms water, but the moment we were over them, found no ground with 80 fathoms of line. At this time, the Isles of Hapai bore, from north, 50 degrees east, to south, 9 degrees west. We got up with the northernmost of these isles by sunset, and there found ourselves in the very famed distress for want of anchorage that we had experienced the 2 preceding evenings, so that we had another night to spend under fail, with land and breakers in every direction. Toward the evening, Sinu, who had been on board all day, went forward to Hapai and took Omain, the canoe, with him. He did not forget our disagreeable situation and kept up a good fire all night by way of a landmark. As soon as the daylight returned, being then close in with Foa, we saw it was joined to Ha'ano by a reef running even with the surface of the sea from the one island to the other. I now dispatched a boat to look for anchorage. A proper place was soon sound, and we came to abreast of a reef, being that which joins Lofanga to Foa, in the same manner that Foa is joined to Ha'ano, having 24 fathoms depth of water, the bottom coral sand. In this station, the northern point of Hapai, or the north end of Haiano, bore north 16 degrees east. The southern point of Hapai, or the south end of Uoleva, south, 29 degrees west, and the north end of Lofanga, south, 65 degrees east. 2 ledges of rocks lay without us, the one bearing south, 50 degrees west, and the other west by north 4 degrees north, distant 2 or 3 miles. We lay before a creek in the reef, which made it convenient landing at all times, and we were not above 3/4 of a mile from the shore. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1 by Captain James Cook, Book 2, Chapter 5, Arrival of the ships at Hapai and friendly reception there. Presents and solemnities on the occasion. Single combats with clubs, wrestling and boxing matches, female combatants, marines exercised, a dance performed by men, fireworks exhibited, the night entertainments of singing and dancing particularly described. By the time we had anchored, the ships were filled with the natives and surrounded by a multitude of canoes, filled also with them. They brought from the shore hogs, fowls, fruit and roots, which they exchanged for hatchets, knives, nails, beads and cloth. Sinu and Omai having come on board after it was light, in order to introduce me to the people of the island, I soon accompanied them on shore, for that purpose, landing at the north part of Lofanga, a little to the right of the ship's station. The chief conducted me to a house, or rather a hut, situated close to the sea beach, which I had seen brought thither but a few minutes before for our reception. In this scene, Omai and myself were seated. The other chiefs and the multitude composed a circle on the outside fronting us, and they also sat down. I was then asked how long I intended to stay. On my saying 5 days, Taipa was ordered to come and fit by me and proclaim this to the people. He then harangued them in a speech mostly dictated by Finu. The purport of it, as I learnt from Omai, was that they were all, both old and young, to look upon me as a friend, who intended to remain with them a few days. That, during my stay, they must not steal anything, nor molest me any other way, and that it was expected they should bring hogs, fowls, fruit and so forth to the ships, where they would receive in exchange for them such and such things, which he enumerated. Soon after Taipa had finished this address to the assembly, Sinu left us. Taipa then took occasion to signify to me that it was necessary I should make a present to the chief of the island, whose name was Erupa. I was not unprepared for this, and gave him such articles as far exceeded his expectation. My liberality to him brought upon me demands of the same kind from 2 chiefs of other isles who were present, and from Taipa himself. When Sinu returned, which was immediately after I had made the last of these presents, he pretended to be angry with Taipa for suffering me to give away so much. But one looked upon this as a mere finesse, being confident that he acted in concert with the others. He now took his seat again and ordered Erupa to sit by him and to harangue the people as Taipa had done, and to the same purpose, dictating, as before, the heads of the speech. These ceremonies being performed, the chief, at my request, conducted me to 3 stagnant pools of fresh water, as he was pleased to call it. And indeed, in one of these the water was tolerable, and the situation not inconvenient for filling our casks. After viewing the watering place, we returned to our former station, where I found a baked hog and some yams, smoking hot, ready to be carried on board for my dinner. I invited Sinu and his friends to partake of it, and we embarked for the ship, but none but himself sat down with us at the table. After dinner, I conducted them on shore, and before I returned on board, the chief gave me a fine large turtle and a quantity of yams. Our supply of provisions was copious, for in the course of the day we got by barter alongside the ship about 20 small hogs beside fruit and roots. I was told that, on my first landing in the morning, a man came off to the ships and ordered every one of the natives to go on shore. Probably this was done with a view to have the whole body of inhabitants present at the ceremony of my reception, for when that was over, multitudes of them returned again to the ships. Next morning early, Sinu and Omai, who scarcely ever quitted the chief and now slept on shore, came on board. The object of the visit was to require my pre-fence upon the island. After some time I accompanied them, and upon landing was conducted to the same place where I had been seated the day before, and where I saw a large concourse of people already assembled. I guessed that something more than ordinary was in agitation, but could not tell what, nor could Omai inform me. I had not been long seated before near 100 of the natives appeared in fight and advanced, laden with yams, breadfruit, plantains, cocoa nuts, and sugar capes. They deposited their burdens in 2 heaps or piles upon our left, being the side they came from. Soon after arrived a number of others from the right, bearing the same kind of articles, which were collected into 2 piles upon that side. To these were tied 2 pigs and 6 fowls, and to those upon the left 6 pigs and 2 turtles. Erupa seated himself before the several articles upon the left, and another chief before those upon the right, they being, as I judged, the 2 chiefs who had collected them by order of Senu, who seemed to be as implicitly obeyed here as he had been at Nomuka, and in consequence of his commanding superiority over the chiefs of Hapai, had laid this tax upon them for the present occasion. As soon as this munificent collection of provisions was laid down in order and disposed to the best advantage, the bearers of it joined the multitude, who formed a large circle round the whole. Presently after, a number of men entered this circle or area before us, armed with clubs made of the green branches of the coconut tree. These paraded about for a few minutes and then retired, the one half to one side and the other half to the other side, seating themselves before the spectators. Soon after, they successively entered the lifts and entertained us with single combats. One champion, rising up and stepping forward from one side, challenged those of the other side by expressive gestures, more than by words, to fend one of their body to oppose him. If the challenge was accepted, which was generally the case, the 2 combatants put themselves in proper attitudes and then began the engagement, which continued till one or other owned himself conquered, or till their weapons were broken. As soon as each combat was over, the victor squatted himself down facing the chief, then rose up and retired. At the same time, some old men who seemed to fit as judges gave their plaudit in a few words, and the multitude, especially those on the side to which the victor belonged, celebrated the glory he had acquired in 2 or 3 hisses. This entertainment was now and then suspended for a few minutes. During these intervals there were both wrestling and boxing matches. The first were performed in the same manner as at Otaheite, and the second differed very little from the method practised in England. But what struck us with most surprise was to see a couple of lusty wenches step forth and begin boxing without the least ceremony and with as much art as the men. This contest, however, did not last above half a minute before one of them gave it up. The conquering heroine received the same applause from the spectators, which they bestowed upon the successful combatants of the other sex. We expressed some dislike at this part of the entertainment, which, however, did not prevent 2 other females from entering the lifts. They seemed to be girls of spirit, and would certainly have given each other a good drubbing if 2 old women had not interposed to part them. All these combats were exhibited in the midst of at least 3,000 people, and were conducted with the greatest good humour on all sides, though some of the champions, women as well as men, received blows, which doubtless they must have felt for some time after. As soon as these diversions were ended, the chief told me that the heaps of provisions on our right hand were a present to Omai, and that those on our left hand, being about 2/3 of the whole quantity, were given to me. He added that I might take them on board whenever it was convenient, but that there would be no occasion to set any. Of our people as guards over them, as I might be assured, that not a single coconut would be taken away by the natives. So it proved, for I left everything behind and returned to the ship to dinner, carrying the chief with me. And when the provisions were removed on board in the afternoon, not a single article was missing. There was as much as loaded 4 boats, and I could not but be struck with the munificence of Sinu, for this present far exceeded any I had ever received from any of the sovereigns of the various islands I had visited in the Pacific Ocean. I lost no time in convincing my friend that I was not insensible of his liberality, for before he quitted my ship, I beflowed upon him such of our commodities as I guessed were most valuable in his estimation. And the return I made was so much to his satisfaction that as soon as he got on shore, he left me still indebted to him by sending me a fresh present consisting of 2 large hogs, a considerable quantity of cloth, and some yams. Finu had expressed a desire to see the Marines go through their military exercise. As I was desirous to gratify his curiosity, I ordered them all ashore from both ships in the morning of the 20th. After they had performed various evolutions and fired several volleys, with which the numerous body of spectators seemed well pleased, the chief entertained us in his turn with an exhibition which, as was acknowledged by us all, was performed with a dexterity and exactness far surpassing the specimen we had given of our military manoeuvres. It was a kind of a dance, so entirely different from anything I had ever seen, that I can give no description that will convey any tolerable idea of it to my readers. It was performed by men, and 105 persons bore their parts in it. Each of them had in his hand an infinchment neatly made, shaped somewhat like a paddle, of 2.5 feet in length, with a small handle and a thin blade, so that they were very light. With these instruments they made many and various flourishes, each of which was accompanied with a different attitude of the body or a different movement. At first, the performers ranged themselves in 3 lines, and, by various evolutions, each man changed his station in such a manner that those who had been in the rear came into the front. Nor did they remain long in the same position, but these changes were made by pretty quick transitions. At one time, they extended themselves in one line. They then formed into a semicircle, and lastly into 2 square columns. While this all movement was executing, one of them advanced and performed an antic dance before me, with which the whole ended. The musical instruments consisted of 2 drums, or rather 2 hollow logs of wood, from which some varied notes were produced by beating on them with 2 flicks. It did not, however, appear to me that the dancers were much assisted or directed by these founds, but by a chorus of vocal music, in which all the performers joined at the same time. Their song was not destitute of pleasing melody, and all their corresponding motions were executed with so much skill that the numerous body of dancers seemed to aft as if they were one great machine. It was the opinion of every one of us that such a performance would have met with universal applause on a European theatre, and it so far exceeded any attempt we had made to entertain them, that they seemed to pique themselves upon the superiority they had over us. As to our musical instruments, they held none of them in the least esteem, except the drum, and even that they did not think equal to their own. Our French horns, in particular, seemed to be held in great contempt, for neither here nor at any other of the islands would they pay the smallest attention to them. In order to give them a more favourable opinion of English amusements, and to leave their minds fully impressed with the deepest sense of our superior attainments, I directed some fireworks to be got ready, and after it was dark played them off in the presence of Finu, the other chiefs, and a vast concourse of their people. Some of the preparations we found damaged, but others of them were in excellent order, and succeeded so perfectly as to answer the end I had in view. Our water and skyrockets in particular pleased and astonished them beyond all conception, and the scale was now turned in our favour. This, however, seemed only to furnish them with an additional motive to proceed to fresh exertions of their very singular dexterity. And our fireworks were no sooner ended than a succession of dances, which Fienu had got ready for our entertainment, began. As a prelude to them, a band of music, or chorus of 18 men, seated themselves before us in the centre of the circle, composed by the numerous spectators, the area of which was to be the scene of the exhibitions. 4 or 5 of this band had pieces of large bamboo, from 3 to 5 or 6 feet long, each managed by one man, who held it nearly in a vertical position, the upper end open, but the other end closed by one of the joints. With this close end, the performers kept constantly striking the ground, though slowly, thus producing different notes, according to the different lengths of the instruments, but all of them of the hollow or bass sort. To counteract which, a person kept striking quickly, and with 2 sticks, a piece of the same substance, split and laid along the ground, and, by that means, furnishing a tone as acute as those produced by the others were grave. The rest of the band, as well as those who performed upon the bamboos, sung a flow and soft air, which so tempered the harsher notes of the above instruments that no bystander, however accustomed to hear the most perfect and varied modulation of sweet sounds, could avoid confessing the vast power and pleasing effect of this simple harmony. The concert having continued about a quarter of an hour, 20 women entered the circle. Most of them had upon their heads garlands of the crimson flowers of the China rose, or others, and many of them had ornamented their persons with leaves of trees, cut with a great deal of nicety about the edges. They made a circle round the chorus, turning their faces toward it, and began by singing a soft air, to which responses were made by the chorus in the same tone, and these were repeated alternately. All this while the women accompanied their song with several very graceful motions of their hands toward their faces, and in other directions at the same time, making constantly a step forward and then back again, with one foot, while the other was fixed. They then turned their faces to the assembly, sung some time, and retreated slowly in a body to that part of the circle which was opposite the hut, where the principal spectators sat. After this, one of them advanced from each side, meeting and passing each other in the front, and continuing their progress round, till they came to the rest. On which 2 advanced from each side, 2 of whom also passed each other, and returned as the former, but the other 2 remained, and to these came 1 from each side, by intervals, till the whole number had again formed a circle about the chorus. Their manner of dancing was now changed to a quicker measure, in which they made a kind of half-turn by leaping, and clapped their hands and snapped their fingers, repeating some words in conjunction with the chorus. Toward the end, as the quickness of the music increased, their gestures and attitudes were varied with wonderful vigour and dexterity, and some of their motions perhaps would, with us, be reckoned rather indecent. Though this part of the performance, most probably, was not meant to convey any wanton ideas, but merely to display the astonishing variety of their movements. To this grand female ballet succeeded one performed by 15 men. Some of them were old, but their age seemed to have abated little of their agility or ardour for the dance. They were disposed in a fort circle, divided at the front, with their faces not turned out toward the assembly, nor inward to the chorus. But one half of their circle faced forward as they had advanced, and the other half in a contrary direction. They sometimes sung slowly in concert with the chorus, and, while thus employed, they also made several very fine motions with their hands, but different from those made by the women, at the same time inclining the body to either side alternately by raising one leg, which was stretched outward and resting on the other, the arm of the same side being also stretched fully upward. At other times, they recited sentences in a musical tone, which were answered by the chorus, and at intervals increased the measure of the dance by clapping the hands and quickening the motions of the feet, which, however, were never varied. At the end, The rapidity of the musics and of the dancing increased so much that it was scarcely possible to distinguish the different movements. Though one might suppose the actors were now almost tired, as their performance had lasted near half an hour. After a considerable interval, another aft, as we may call it, began. 12 men now advanced, who placed themselves in double rows fronting each other, but on opposite sides of the circle, and on one side, a man was stationed who, as if he had been a prompter, repeated several sentences to which the 12 new performers and the chorus replied. They then sung slowly, and afterward danced and sung more quickly for about a quarter of an hour, after the manner of the dancers whom they had succeeded. Soon after they had finished, 9 women exhibited themselves and sat down fronting the hut where the chief was. A man then rose and struck the first of these women on the back with both fists joined. He proceeded in the same manner to the second and third, but when he came to the fourth, whether from accident or design I cannot tell, instead of the back, he struck her on the breast. Upon this, a person rose instantly from the crowd, who brought him to the ground with a blow on the head, and he was carried off without the least noise or disorder. But this did not save the other 5 women from so odd a discipline, or perhaps necessary ceremony, for a person succeeded him who treated them in the same manner. Their disgrace did not end here, for when they danced, they had the mortification to find their performance twice disapproved of, and were obliged to repeat it. This dance did not differ much from that of the first women, except in this one circumstance, that the present set sometimes raised the body upon one leg by a sort of double motion, and then upon the other alternately, in which attitude they kept snapping their fingers. And at the end, they repeated, with great agility, the brisk movements in which the former group of female dancers had shown themselves so expert. In a little time, a person entered unexpectedly and said something in a ludicrous way about the fireworks that had been exhibited, which extorted a burst of laughter from the multitude. After this, we had a dance composed of the men who attended or had followed Whenu. They formed a double circle, i.e., one within another, of 24 each, round the chorus, and began a gentle soothing song, with corresponding motions of the hands and head. This lasted a considerable time, and then changed to a much quicker measure, during which they repeated sentences, either in conjunction with the chorus or in answer to some spoken by that band. They then retreated to the back part of the circle, as the women had done, and again advanced on each side in a triple row till they formed a semicircle, which was done very slowly by inclining the body on one leg and advancing the other a little way as they put it down. They accompanied this with such a soft air as they had sung at the beginning, but soon changed it to repeat sentences in a harsher tone, at the same time quickening the dance very much, till they finished with a general shout and clap of the hands. The same was repeated several times, but at last they formed a double circle, as at the beginning danced and repeated very quickly, and finally closed with several very dexterous transpositions of the 2 circles. The entertainments of this memorable night concluded with a dance, in which the principal people present exhibited. It resembled the immediately preceding one, in some respects, having the same number of performers who began nearly in the same way, but their ending at each interval was different, for they increased their motions to a prodigious quickness, shaking their heads from shoulder to shoulder with such force that a spectator, unaccustomed to the fight, would suppose that they ran a risk of dislocating their necks. This was attended with a smart clapping of the hands and a kind of savage holler or shriek, not unlike what is sometimes practiced in the comic dances on our European theatres. They formed the triple semicircle as the preceding dancers had done, and a person, who advanced at the head on one side of the semicircle, began by repeating something in a truly musical recitative, which was delivered with an air so graceful as might put to the blush our most applauded performers. He was answered in the same manner by the person at the head of the opposite party. This being repeated several times, the whole body on one side joined in the responses to the whole corresponding body on the opposite side as the semicircle advanced to the front, and they finished by singing and dancing as they had begun. These two last dances were performed with so much spirit and so great exactness that they met with universal approbation. The native spectators, who no doubt were perfect judges whether the several performances were properly executed, could not withhold their applauses at some particular parts. And even a stranger, who never saw the diversion before, felt similar satisfaction at the same instant. For though, through the whole, the most strict concert was observed, some of the gestures were so expressive that it might be said they spoke the language that accompanied them, if we allow that there is any connection between motion and found. At the same time, it should be observed that though the music of the chorus and that of the dancers corresponded, constant practice in these favourite amusements of our friends seems to have a great share in affecting the exact time they keep in their performances. For we observed that if any of them happened accidentally to be interrupted, they never found the smallest difficulty in recovering the proper place of the dance or song. And their perfect discipline was in no instance more remarkable than in the sudden transitions they so dexterously made from the ruder exertions and harsh founds to the fastest airs and gentlest movements. The place where the dances were performed was an open space amongst the trees, just by the sea, with lights, at small intervals, placed round the inside of the circle. The concourse of people was pretty large, though not equal to the number assembled in the forenoon when the Marines exercised. At that time, some of our gentlemen guessed there might be present about 5,000 persons. Others thought there were more. But they who reckoned that there were fewer probably came nearer to the truth. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1 by Captain James Cook, Book 2, Chapter 6. Description of Lofanga, its cultivated state, its extent, transactions there, a female oculist, singular expedients for shaving off the hair, the ships change their station, a remarkable mountain stone, description of Uoleva, account of Poulaho, king of the Friendly Islands, respectful manner in which he is treated by his people, departure from the Hape Islands, some account of Kotu, return of the ships to Nomuka, Poulaho and Sinu meet, arrival at Tongatapu. Curiosity on both sides being now sufficiently gratified by the exhibition of the various entertainments I have described, I began to have time to look about me. Accordingly, next day, I took a walk into the island of Lofanga, of which I was desirous to obtain some knowledge. I found it to be, in several respects, superior to Nomuka. The plantations were both more numerous and more extensive. In many places, indeed, toward the sea, especially on the east side, the country is still waste, owing perhaps to the sandy soil, as it is much lower than Nomuka and its surrounding isles. Toward the middle of the island, the soil is better, and the marks of considerable population and of improved cultivation were very conspicuous. For we met here with very large plantations enclosed in such a manner that the fences running parallel to each other form fine, spacious public roads that would appear ornamental in countries where rural conveniences have been carried to the greatest perfection. We observed large spots covered with the paper mulberry trees, and the plantations in general were well stocked with such roots and fruits as are the natural produce of the island. To these I made some addition by sowing the seeds of Indian corn, melons, pumpkins, and the like. At one place was a house 4 or 5 times as large as those of the common fort, with a large area of grass before it, and, I take it for granted, the people resort thither on certain public occasions. Near the landing place we saw a mount, 2 or 3 feet high, covered with gravel, and on it flood 4 or 5 small huts, in which, the natives told us, the bodies of some of their principal people had been interred. The island is not above 7 miles long, and, in some places, not above 2 or 3 broad. The east side of it, which is exposed to the trade wind, has a reef, running to a considerable breadth from it, on which the sea breaks with great violence. It is a continuation of this reef that joins Lofanga to Foa, which is not above half a mile distant, and, at low water, the natives can walk upon this reef, which is then partly dry from the one island to the other. The shore itself is either a coral rock, 6 or 7 feet high, or a sandy beach, but higher than the west side, which in general is not more than 3 or 4 feet from the level of the sea, with a sandy beach its whole length. When I returned from my excursion into the country and went on board to dinner, I found a large failing canoe fast to the ship's stern. In this canoe was Latulibula, whom I had seen at Tongatapu during my last voyage, and who was then supposed by us to be the king of that island. He sat in the canoe, with all that gravity by which, as I have mentioned in my journal, he was so remarkably distinguished at that time, nor could I, by any entreaties, prevail upon him now to come into the ship. Many of the islanders were present, and they all called him Ariki, which signifies king. I had never heard any one of them give this title to Sinu. However extensive his authority over them both here and at Nomuka had appeared to be, which had all along inclined me to suspect that he was not the king, though his friend Taipa had taken pains to make me believe he was. Latulibula remained under the stern till the evening, when he retired in his canoe to one of the islands. Seinu was on board my ship at the same time, but neither of these great men took the least notice of the other. Nothing material happened the next day, except that some of the natives stole a tarpaulin and other things from off the deck. They were soon missed, and the thieves pursued, but a little too late. I applied therefore to Sinu, who, if he was not king, was at least veiled with the highest authority here, to exert it in order to have my things restored. He referred me to Erupa, who put me off from time to time, and at last nothing was done. In the morning of the 23rd, as we were going to unmoor in order to leave the island, Fainu and his Prime Minister Taipa came alongside in a failing canoe and informed me that they were setting out for Vavau, an island which, they said, lies about 2 days' sail to the northward of Hapai. The object of their voyage, they would have me believe, was to get for me an additional supply of hogs and some red-feathered caps for Omai to carry to Otaheite, where they are in high esteem. Sinu assured me that he should be back in 4 or 5 days, and desired me not to fail till his return, when, he promised, he would accompany me to Tongatapu. I thought this a good opportunity to get some knowledge of Vavau, and proposed to him to go thither with the chips. But he seemed not to approve of the plan, and by way of diverting me from it, told me that there was neither harbour nor anchorage about it. I therefore consented to wait in my present station for his return, and he immediately set out. The next day our attention was, for some time, taken up with a report, industriously spread about by some of the natives, that a ship, like ours, had arrived at Nomuka since we left it, and was now at anchor there. The propagators of the report were pleased to add that Tubu, the chief of that island, was hastening thither to receive these newcomers, and as we knew that he had actually left us, we were the more ready to believe there might be some foundation for the story of this unexpected arrival. However, to gain some farther information, I went on shore with Omai, in quest of the man who, it was said, had brought the first account of this event from Nomuka. We found him at the house of Erupa, where Omai put such questions to him as I thought necessary, and the answers he gave were so clear and satisfactory that I had not a doubt remaining. But just about this time, a chief of some note whom we well knew arrived from Nomuka, and declared that no ship was at that island, nor had been, since our leaving it. The propagator of the report, finding himself detected in a falsehood, instantly withdrew, and we saw no more of him. What end the invention of this tale could answer was not easy to conjecture, unless we suppose it to have been artfully contrived to get us removed from the one island to the other. In my walk on the 25th, I happened to step into a house, where a woman was dressing the eyes of a young child who seemed blind, the eyes being much inflamed, and a thin film spread over them. The instruments she used were two slender wooden probes with which she had brushed the eyes so as to make them bleed. It seems worth mentioning that the natives of these islands should attempt an operation of this sort. Though I entered the house too late to describe exactly how this female oculist employed the wretched tools she had to work with, I was fortunate enough to see a different operation going on in the same house, of which I can give a tolerable account. I found there another woman shaving a child's head with a shark's tooth stuck into the end of a piece of stick. I observed that she first wet the hair with a rag dipped in water, applying her instrument to that part which she had previously soaked. The operation seemed to give no pain to the child, although the hair was taken off as close as if one of our razors had been employed. Encouraged by what I now saw, I, soon after, tried one of these singular instruments upon myself, and found it to be an excellent succedaneum. However, the men of these islands have recourse to another contrivance when they shave their beards. The operation is performed with two shells, one of which they place under a small part of the beard, and with the other, applied above, they scrape that part off. In this manner, they are able to shave very close. The process is indeed rather tedious, but not painful, and there are men amongst them who seem to profess this trade. It was as common, while we were here, to see our sailors go ashore to have their beards scraped off, after the fashion of Hapai, as it was to see their chiefs come on board to be shaved by our barbers. Finding that little or nothing of the produce of the island was now brought to the ships, I resolved to change our station, and to wait Senu's return from Vavo in some other convenient anchoring place, where refreshments might still be met with. Accordingly, in the forenoon of the 26th, we got under fail and stood to the southward along the reef of the island, having 14 and 13 fathoms water, with a sandy bottom. However, we met with several detached shoals. Some of them were discovered by breakers, some by the water upon them appearing discoloured, and others by the lead. At 2:30 in the afternoon, having already passed several of these shoals and seeing more of them before us, I hauled into a bay that lies between the south end of Lofanga and the north end of Uoleva, and there anchored in 17 fathoms water. The bottom a coral sand, the point of Lofanga bearing southeast by east, 1.5 miles distant. The Discovery did not get to an anchor till sunset. She had touched upon one of the shoals, but backed off again without receiving any damage. As soon as we had anchored, I sent Mr. Bligh to found the bay where we were now stationed, and myself, accompanied by Mr. Gore, landed on the southern part of Lofanga to examine the country and to look for fresh water. Not that we now wanted a supply of this article, having filled all the casks at our late station, but I had been told that this part of the island could afford us some, preferable to any we had got at the former watering place. This will not be the only time I shall have occasion to remark that these people do not know what good water is. We were conducted to 2 wells, but the water in both of them proved to be execrable, and the natives, our guides, assured us that they had none better. Near the south end of the island, and on the west side, we met with an artificial mount. From the size of some crees that were growing upon it, and from other appearances, I guessed that it had been raised in remote times. I judged it to be about 40 feet high, and the diameter of its summit measured 50 feet. At the bottom of this mount flowed a stone, which must have been hewn out of coral rock. It was 4 feet broad, 2.5 thick, and 14 high, and we were told by the natives present that not above half its length appeared above ground. They called it Tangata Araki *, and said that it had been set up and the mount raised by some of their forefathers in memory of one of their kings. But how long since they could not tell. Night coming on, Mr. Gore and I returned on board, and at the same time Mr. Bligh got back from founding the bay, in which he found from 14 to 20 fathoms water. The bottom, for the most part, sand, but not without some coral rocks. The place where we now anchored is much better sheltered than that which we had lately come from, but between the two is another anchoring station, much better than either. Lofanga and Uoleva are divided from each other by a reef of coral rocks, which is dry at low water, so that one may walk at that time from the one to the other without wetting a foot. Some of our gentlemen, who landed in the latter island, did not find the least mark of cultivation or habitation upon it, except a single hut, the residence of a man employed to catch fish and turtle. It is rather extraordinary that it should be in this deserted state, communicating so immediately with Lofanga, which is so perfectly cultivated. For though the soil is quite sandy, all the trees and plants found, in a natural state, on the neighbouring islands, are produced here with the greatest vigour. The east side of it has a reef like Lofanga, and the west side has a bending at the north part, where there seems to be good anchorage. Uninhabited as Uoleva is, an artificial mount, like that at the adjoining island, has been raised upon it, as high as some of the surrounding trees. At daybreak next morning I made the signal to weigh, and, as I intended to attempt a passage to Nomuka in my way to Tongatapu by the southwest, amongst the intervening islands, I sent the mailer in a boat to found before the ships. But before we could get under sail, the wind became unsettled, which made it unsafe to attempt a passage this way till we were better acquainted with it. I, therefore, lay fall and PA'd the signal for the mailer to return, and afterward sent him and the matter of the discovery, each in a boat, with instructions to examine the channels as far as they could, allowing themselves time to get back to the ships before the close of the day. About noon, a large failing canoe came under our stern, in which was a person named Futasaihe, or Poulaho, or both, who, as the natives then on board told us, was king of Tongatapu and of all the neighbouring islands that we had seen or heard of. It was a matter of surprise to me to have a stranger introduced under this character, which I had so much reason to believe really belonged to another. But they persisted in their account of the supreme dignity of this new visitor's, and now, for the first time, they owned to me that Finu was not the king, but only a subordinate chief, though of great power, as he was often sent from Tongatapu to the other islands on warlike expeditions or to decide differences, it being my interest, as well as my inclination, to pay court to all the great men, without making inquiry into the validity of their assumed titles. I invited Poulaho on board. As I understood, he was very desirous to come. He could not be an unwelcome guest, for he brought with him, as a present to me, 2 good fat hogs, though not so sat as himself. If weight of body could give weight in rank or power, he was certainly the most eminent man in that respect we had seen, for though not very tall, he was very unwieldy and almost shapeless with corpulence. He seemed to be about 40 years of age, had straight hair, and his features differed a good deal from those of the bulk of his people. I found him to be a sedate, sensible man. He viewed the ship and the several new objects with uncommon attention, and asked many pertinent questions, one of which was, what could induce us to visit these islands? After he had satisfied his curiosity in looking at the cattle and other novelties which he met with upon deck, I desired him to walk down into the cabin. To this, some of his attendants objected, saying that if he were to accept of that invitation, it must happen that people would walk over his head, which could not be permitted. I directed my interpreter Omai to tell them that I would obviate their objection by giving orders that no one should presume to walk upon that part of the deck which was over the cabin, Whether this expedient would have satisfied them was far from appearing. But the chief himself, less scrupulous in this respect than his attendants, waived all ceremony and walked down without any stipulation. He now appeared to be as solicitous himself, as his people were, to convince us that he was king, and not Sinu, who had passed with us as such. For he soon perceived that we had some doubts about it, which doubts Omai was not very desirous of removing. The closest connection had been formed between him and Senu, in testimony of which they had exchanged names. And therefore he was not a little chagrined that another person now put in his claim to the honours which his friend had hitherto enjoyed. Poulaho sat down with us to dinner, but he cat little and drank less. When we rose from the table, he desired me to accompany him ashore. Omai was asked to be of the party, but he was too faithfully attached to Senu to show any attention to his competitor, and therefore excused himself. I attended the chief in my own boat, having first made presents to him of such articles as, I could observe, he valued much, and were even beyond his expectation to receive. I was not disappointed in my view of thus securing his friendship. For the moment the boat reached the beach, and before he quitted her, he ordered 2 more hogs to be brought and delivered to my people to be conveyed on board. He was then carried out of the boat by some of his own people upon a board resembling a hand-barrow, and went and seated himself in a small house near the shore, which seemed to have been erected there for his accommodation. He placed me at his side, and his attendants, who were not numerous, seated themselves in a semicircle before us, on the outside of the house. Behind the chief, or rather on one side, sat an old woman with a fort of fan in her hand, whose office it was to prevent his being pestered with the flies. The several articles which his people had got by trading on board the ships were now displayed before him. He looked over them all with attention, inquired what they had given in exchange, and seemed pleased with the bargains they had made. At length he ordered everything to be restored to the respective owners, except a glass bowl, with which he was so much pleased that he reserved it for himself. The persons who brought these things to him first squatted themselves down before him, then they deposited their several purchases, and immediately rose up and retired. The same respectful ceremony was observed in taking them away, and not one of them presumed to speak to him standing. I flayed till several of his attendants left him, first paying him obeisance by bowing the head down to the sole of his foot, and touching or tapping the fame with the upper and under side of the fingers of both hands. Others, who were not in the circle, came, as it seemed, on purpose, and paid him this mark of respect, and then retired, without speaking a word. I was quite charmed with the decorum that was observed. I had nowhere seen the like, not even amongst more civilized nations. I found the master returned from his expedition when I got on board. He informed me that, as far as he had proceeded, there was anchorage and a passage for the ships, but that, toward the south and southeast, he saw a number of small isles, shoals, and breakers. Judging from this report that my attempting a passage that way would be attended with some risk, I now dropped all thoughts of it, thinking it better to return toward Nomuka by the Fame route, which we had so lately experienced to be a safe one. Having come to this resolution, I should have failed next morning if the wind had not been too far southerly, and, at the same time, very unsettled. Poulaho, the king, as I shall now call him, came on board betimes, and brought as a present to me one of their caps made, or at least covered, with red feathers. These caps were much sought after by us, for we knew they would be highly valued at Otaheite. But though very large prices were offered, not one was ever brought for sale, which showed that they were no less valuable in the estimation of the people here. Nor was there a person in either ship that could make himself the proprietor of one, except myself, Captain Clark, and Omai. These caps, or rather bonnets, are composed of the tail feathers of the tropic bird, with the red feathers of the parakeets wrought upon them, or jointly with them. They are made so as to tie upon the forehead without any crown, and have the form of a semicircle whose radius is 18 or 20 inches. But a drawing which Mr. Weber has made of Poulaho, dressed in one of these bonnets, will convey the best idea of them. The chief stayed on board till the evening when he left us, but his brother, whose name was also Futasaihe, and one or two or more of his attendants, continued in the ship all night. At daybreak the next morning, I weighed with a fine breeze at east-northeast and flood to the westward, with a view to return to Nomuka by the track we had already experienced. We were followed by several failing canoes, in one of which was the king. As soon as he got on board the Resolution, he inquired for his brother and the others who had remained with us all night. It now appeared that they had flayed without his leave, for he gave them, in a very few words, such a reprimand as brought tears from their eyes. And yet they were men not less than 30 years of age. He was, however, soon reconciled to their making a longer slay, for, on quitting us, he left his brother and 5 of his attendants on board. We had also the company of a chief, just then arrived from Tongatapu, whose name was Tubwe-toa. The moment he arrived, he sent his canoe away, and declared that he and 5 more who came with him would sleep on board, so that I had now my cabin filled with visitors. This indeed was some inconvenience, but I bore with it more willingly, as they brought plenty of provisions with them as presents to me, for which they always had suitable returns. About 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the easterly wind was succeeded by a fresh breeze at south-southeast. Our course now being south-southwest, or more southerly, we were obliged to ply to windward, and did but just fetch the north side of Futuha by 8 o'clock, where we spent the night, making short boards. The next morning we plied up to Lofanga, where, according to the information of our friends, there was anchorage. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon before we got soundings, under the lee or northwest side, in 40 fathoms water, near half a mile from the shore. But the bank was steep, and the bottom rocky, and a chain of breakers lay to leeward. All these circumstances being against us, I stretched away for Kotu, with the expectation of finding better anchoring ground under that island. But so much time had been spent in plying up to Lofanga, that it was dark before we reached the other, and finding no place to anchor in, the night was spent as the preceding one. At daybreak, on the 31st, I flood for the channel which is between Kotu and the reef of rocks that lie to the westward of it. But, on drawing near, I found the wind too scant to lead us through. I, therefore, bore up on the outside of the reef and stretched to the southwest till near noon, when, perceiving that we made no progress to windward, and being apprehensive of losing the islands, with so many of the natives on board, I tacked and stood back, intending to wait till some more favourable opportunity. We did but just fetch in with Futuha, between which and Kotu we spent the night, under reefed topsails and foresail. The wind blew fresh and by squalls with rain, and we were not without apprehensions of danger. I kept the deck till midnight, when I left it to the master, with such directions as I thought would keep the ships clear of the shoals and rocks that lay round us. But after making a trip to the north and standing back again to the south, our ship, by a small shift of the wind, fetched farther to the windward than was expected. By this means she was very near running full upon a low sandy isle called Putu Putua, surrounded with breakers. It happened, very fortunately, that the people had just been ordered upon the deck to put the ship about, and the most of them were at their stations, so that the necessary movements were not only executed with judgment, but also with alertness, and this alone saved us from destruction. The Discovery being astern, was out of danger. Such hazardous situations are the unavoidable companions of the man who goes upon a voyage of discovery. This circumstance frightened our passengers so much that they expressed a strong desire to get ashore. Accordingly, as soon as daylight returned, I hoisted out a boat and ordered the officer who commanded her, after landing them at Kotu, to sound along the reef that spits off from that island, for anchorage. For I was full as much tired as they could be, with beating about amongst the surrounding isles and shoals, and determined to get to an anchor, somewhere or other, if possible. While the boat was absent, we attempted to turn the ships through the channel, between the sandy isle and the reef of Kotu, in expectation of finding a moderate depth of water behind them to anchor in. But meeting with a tide or current against us, we were obliged to desist and anchor in 50 fathoms water, with the sandy isle bearing east by north, 1 mile distant. We lay here till the 4th. While in this station we were several times visited by the king, by Toa, and by people from the neighbouring islands who came off to trade with 11s, though the wind blew very fresh most of the time. The mailer was now sent to found the channels between the islands that lie to the eastward, and I landed on Kotu to examine it in the forenoon of the 2nd. This island is scarcely accessible by boats on account of coral reefs that surround it. It is not more than 1.5 miles or 2 miles long, and not so broad. The northwest end of it is low, like the islands of Hapai, but it rises suddenly in the middle and terminates in reddish clayey cliffs at the southeast end, about 30 feet high. The soil in that quarter is of the same fort as in the cliffs, but, in the other parts, it is a loose black mould. It produces the fame fruits and roots which we found at the Ether Islands, is tolerably cultivated, but thinly inhabited. While I was walking all over it, our people were employed in cutting some grass for the cattle, and we planted some melon seeds, with which the natives seemed much pleased and enclosed them with branches. On our return to the boat, we passed by 2 or 3 ponds of dirty water, which was more or less brackish in each of them, and saw one of their burying places, which was much neater than those that were met with at Hapai. On the 4th, at 7 in the morning, we weighed, and, with a fresh gale at east-southeast, flood away for Nomuka, where we anchored next morning, nearly in the same station which we had so lately occupied. I went on shore soon after, and found the inhabitants very busy in their plantations, digging up yams to bring to market. And, in the course of the day, about 200 of them had assembled on the beach, and traded with as much eagerness as during our late visit. Their flock appeared to have been recruited much, though we had returned so soon. But, instead of breadfruit, which was the only article we could purchase on our first arrival, nothing was to be seen now but yams and a few plantains. This shows the quick succession of the seasons, at least of the different vegetables produced here at the several times of the year. It appeared also that they had been very busy while we were absent in cultivating, for we now saw several large plantain fields in places which we had, so lately, seen lying waste. The yams were now in the greatest perfection, and we procured a good quantity in exchanges for pieces of iron. These people, in the absence of Tubu, whom we left behind us at Kotu with Poulaho and the other chiefs, seemed to be under little subordination, for we could not perceive this day that one man assumed more authority than another. Before I returned on board, I visited the several places where I had sown melon seeds, and had the mortification to find that most of them were destroyed by a small ant, but some pineapple plants, which I had also left, were in a thriving state. About noon next day, Sinu arrived from Vavau. He told us that several canoes laden with hogs and other provisions, which had failed with him from that island, had been lost, owing to the late blowing weather, and that everybody on board them had perished. This melancholy tale did not seem to affect any of his countrymen who heard it, and as to ourselves, we were by this time too well acquainted with his character to give much credit to such a story. The truth probably was that he had not been able to procure at Vavau the supplies which he expected, or, if he got any there, that he had left them at Hapai, which lay in his way back, and where he could not but receive intelligence that Poulaho had been with us, who therefore he knew would, as his superior, have all the merit and reward of procuring them, though he had not any share of the trouble. The invention of this loss at sea was, however, well imagined, for there had lately been very blowing weather, insomuch that the king and other chiefs who had followed us from Hapai to Kotu had been left there, not caring to venture to sea when we did, but desired I might wait for them at Nomuka, which was the reason of my anchoring there, this second time, and of my not proceeding directly to Tongatapu. The following morning, Poulaho and the other chiefs who had been windbound with him arrived. I happened, at this time, to be ashore in company with Sinu, who now seemed to be sensible of the impropriety of his conduct in assuming a character that did not belong to him. For he not only acknowledged Poulaho to be king of Tongatapu and the other isles, but affected to insist much on it, which, no doubt, was with a view to make amends for his former presumption. I left him to visit this greater man, whom I found fitting with a few people before him. But, everyone hastening to pay court to him, the circle increased pretty fast. I was very desirous of observing Senu's behaviour on this occasion, and had the most convincing proof of his superiority, for he placed himself amongst the rest that fat before Poulaho as attendants on his majesty. He seemed at first rather abashed, as some of us were present who had been used to see him act a different part, but he soon recovered himself. Some little conversation passed between these two chiefs, which none of us understood, nor were we satisfied with Otnai's interpretation of it. We were, however, by this time sufficiently undeceived as to Sinu's rank. Both he and Poulaho went on board with me to dinner, but only the latter fat at table. Sinu, having made his obeisance in the usual way, saluting his sovereign's foot with his head and hands, retired out of the cabin. The king had before told us that this would happen, and it now appeared that Sinu could not even eat nor drink in his royal presence. At 8 o'clock next morning we weighed and steered for Tongatapu, having a gentle breeze at northeast. About 14 or 15 failing vessels belonging to the natives set out with us, but every one of them outrun the ships considerably. Sinu was to have taken his passage in the Resolution, but preferred his own canoe and put 2 men on board to conduct us to the best anchorage. We steered south by west by compass. At 5 in the afternoon we saw 2 small islands bearing west, about 4 leagues distant. Our pilots called the one Hunga Hapai and the other Hunga Tonga. They lie in the latitude of 20 degrees 36 minutes and 10 or 11 leagues from the west point of Nomuka, in the direction of south, 46 degrees west. According to the account of the islanders on board, only 5 men reside upon Hunga Hapai, and Hunga Tonga is uninhabited, but both of them abound with seafowl. We continued the famed course till 2 o'clock next morning, when, seeing some lights ahead, and not knowing whether they were on shore or on board the canoes, we hauled the wind and made a short trip each way till daybreak. We then resumed our course to the south by west, and presently after saw several small islands before us, and Ewa and Tongatapu beyond them. We had at this time 25 fathoms water, over a bottom of broken coral and sand. The depth gradually decreased as we drew near the isles above mentioned, which lie ranged along the northeast side of Tongatapu. By the direction of our pilots, we steered for the middle of it, and for the widest space between the small isles which we were to pass, having our boats ahead, employed in founding. We were, insensibly, drawn upon a large flat, upon which lay innumerable coral rocks of different depths below the surface of the water. Notwithstanding all our care and attention to keep the ship clear of them, we could not prevent her from striking on one of these rocks, nor did the Discovery, though behind us, escape any better. Fortunately, neither of the ships stuck fast nor received any damage. We could not get back without increasing the danger, as we had come in almost before the wind. Nor could we cast anchor, but with the certainty of having our cables instantly cut in 2 by the rocks. We had no other resource but to proceed. To this, indeed, we were encouraged, not only by being told, but by seeing that there was deeper water between us and the shore. However, that we might be better informed, the moment we found a spot where we could drop the anchor clear of rocks, we came to and sent the masters with the boats to found. Soon after we had anchored, which was about noon, several of the inhabitants of Tongatapu came off in their canoes to the ships. These, as well as our pilots, assured us that we should find deep water farther in and a bottom free from rocks. They were not mistaken. For about 4 o'clock, the boats made the signal for having found good anchorage. Upon this we weighed and stood in till dark, and then anchored in 9 fathoms, having a fine, clear, sandy bottom. During the night we had some showers of rain, but toward the morning the wind shifted to the south and southeast and brought on fair weather. At daybreak we weighed and, working into the shore, met with no obstructions, but such as were visible and easily avoided. While we were plying up to the harbour, to which the natives directed us, the king kept failing round us in his canoe. There were, at the same time, a great many small canoes about the ships. 2 of these, which could not get out of the way of his royal vessel, he run quite over, with as little concern as if they had been bits of wood, amongst many others who came on board the Resolution, was Otago, who had been so useful to me when I visited Tongatapu during my last voyage, and one Tubu, who at that time had attached himself to Captain Furneaux. Each of them brought a hog and some yams as a testimony of his friendship, and I was not wanting, on my part, in making a suitable return. At length, about 2 in the afternoon, we arrived at our intended station. It was a very snug place, formed by the shore of Tongatapu on the southeast and 2 small islands on the east and northeast. Here we anchored in 10 fathoms water over a bottom of oozy sand, distant from the shore 1/3 of a mile. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1, by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 7. Friendly reception at Tongatapu. Manner of distributing a baked hog and carver to Poulaho's attendants. The observatory, etc. erected. The village where the chiefs reside, and the adjoining country described. Interviews with Mariwagi and Tubu and the king's son. A grand haiva, or entertainment of songs and dances given by Mariwagi, exhibition of fireworks, manner of wrestling and boxing, distribution of the cattle, thefts committed by the natives, Poulaho and the other chiefs confined on that account, Poulaho's present, and haiva. Soon after we had anchored, having first dined, I landed, accompanied by Omai and some of the officers. We found the king waiting for us upon the beach. He immediately conducted us to a small, neat house, situated a little within the skirts of the woods, with a fine, large area before it. This house, he told me, was at my service during our stay at the island, and a better situation we could not wish for. We had not been long in the house before a pretty large circle of the natives were assembled before us and seated upon the area. A root of the carver plant being brought and laid down before the king, he ordered it to be split into pieces and distributed to several people of both sexes, who began the operation of chewing it, and a bowl of their favourite liquor was soon prepared. In the meantime, a baked hog and 2 baskets of baked yams were produced and afterward divided into 10 portions. These portions were then given to certain people present, but how many were to share in each, I could not tell. One of them, I observed, was bestowed upon the king's brother, and one remained undisposed of, which I judged was for the king himself, as it was a choice bit. The liquor was next served out, but Poulaho seemed to give no directions about it. The first cup was brought to him, which he ordered to be given to one who sat near him. The second was also brought to him, and this he kept. The third was given to me. But their manner of brewing having quenched my thirst, it became Omai's property. The rest of the liquor was distributed to different people by direction of the man who had the management of it. One of the cups being carried to the king's brother, he retired with this, and with his mess of victuals. Some others also quitted the circle with their portions, and the reason was they could neither eat nor drink in the royal presence. But there were others present, of a much inferior rank, of both sexes, who did both. Soon after, most of them withdrew, carrying with them what they had not eaten of their share of the feast. I observed that not a fourth part of the company had tasted either the victuals or the drink. Those who partook of the former I supposed to be of the king's household. The servants who distributed the baked meat and the kava always delivered it out of their hand-fitting, not only to the king, but to every other person. It is worthy of remark, though this was the first time of our landing, and a great many people were present who had never seen us before, yet no one was troublesome. But the greatest good order was preserved throughout the whole assembly. Before I returned on board, I went in search of a watering place and was conduced to some ponds, or rather holes, containing fresh water, as they were pleased to call it. The contents of one of these, indeed, were tolerable, but it was at some distant island, and the supply to be got from it was very inconsiderable. Being informed that the little island of Pangimodu, near which the ships lay, could better furnish this necessary article, I went over to it next morning and was so fortunate as to find there a small pool that had rather fresher water than any we had met with amongst these islands. The pool being very dirty, I ordered it to be cleaned, and here it was that we watered the ships. As I intended to make some flay at Tongatapu, we pitched a tent in the forenoon just by the house which Poulaho had assigned for our use. The horses, cattle and sheep were afterward landed, and a party of marines with their officer stationed there as a guard. The observatory was then set up at a small distance from the other tent, and Mr. King resided on shore to attend the observations and to superintend the several operations necessary to be conducted there. For the fails were carried thither to be repaired. A party was employed in cutting wood for fuel and plank for the use of the ships, and the gunners of both were ordered to remain upon the spot to conduct the traffic with the natives who thronged from every part of the island with hogs, yams, cocoa nuts, and other articles of their produce. In a short time, our land post was like a fair, and the ships were so crowded with visitors that we had hardly room to stir upon the decks. Fenu had taken up his residence in our neighbourhood, but he was no longer the leading man. However, we still found him to be a person of consequence, and we had daily proofs of his opulence and liberality by the continuance of his valuable presents. But the king was equally attentive in this respect, for scarcely a day passed without receiving from him some considerable donation. We now heard that there were other great men of the island whom we had not as yet seen. Otago and Tubu in particular mentioned a person named Mariwagi, who, they said, was of the first consequence in the place, and held in great veneration. Nay, if Omai did not misunderstand them, superior even to Poulaho, to whom he was related, but being old, lived in retirement, and therefore would not visit us. Some of the natives even hinted that he was too great a man to confer that honour upon us. This account exciting my curiosity, I this day mentioned to Poulaho that I was very desirous of waiting upon Mariwagi, and he readily agreed to accompany me to the place of his residence the next morning. Accordingly, we set out pretty early in the pinnace, and Captain Clark joined me in one of his own boats. We proceeded round, that is, to the eastward of the little isles that form the harbour, and then, turning to the south, according to Poulaho's directions, entered a spacious bay or inlet, up which we rowed about a league, and landed amidst a considerable number of people, who received us with a sort of acclamation, not unlike our huzzaying. They immediately separated to let Poulaho pass, who took us into a small enclosure and shifted the piece of cloth he wore for a new piece, neatly folded, that was carried by a young man. An old woman assisted in dressing him and put a mat over his cloth, as we supposed, to prevent its being dirtied when he sat down. On our now asking him where Mariwagi was, to our great surprise, he said he had gone from the place to the ship just before we arrived. However, He desired us to walk with him to a male, or house of public resort, which flood about half a mile up the country. But when we came to a large area before it, he sat down in the path and desired us to walk up to the house. We did so, and seated ourselves in front, while the crowd that followed us filled up the rest of the space. After fitting a little while, we repeated our inquiries, by means of Omai, whether we were to see Mariwaji. But receiving no satisfactory information, and suspecting that the old chief was purposely concealed from us, we went back to our boats, much piqued at our disappointment, and when I got on board, I found that no such person had been there. It afterward appeared that in this affair we had laboured under some gross mistakes, and that our interpreter Omai had either been misinformed, or, which is more likely, had misunderstood what was told him about the great man on whose account we had made this excursion. The place we went to was a village, most delightfully situated on the bank of the inlet, where all or most of the principal persons of the island reside, each having his house in the midst of a small plantation with lesser houses and offices for servants. These plantations are neatly fenced round and for the most part have only one entrance. This is by a door fastened on the inside by a prop of wood, so that a person has to knock before he can get admittance. Public roads and narrow lanes lie between each plantation, so that no one trespasseth upon another. Great part of some of these enclosures is laid out in grass plots and planted with such things as seem more for ornament than use. But hardly any were without the kava plant, from which they make their favourite liquor. Every article of the vegetable produce of the island abounded in others of these plantations, but these, I observed, are not the residence of people of the first rank. There are some large houses near the public roads, with spacious, smooth grass plots before them, and unenclosed. These, I was told, belong to the king, and probably they are the places where their public assemblies are held. It was to one of these houses, as I have already mentioned, that we were conducted soon after our landing at this place. About noon the next day, this Mariwaji, of whom we had heard so much, actually came to the neighbourhood of our post on shore, and with him a very considerable number of people of all ranks. I was informed that he had taken this trouble on purpose to give me an opportunity of waiting upon him, having, probably, heard of the displeasure I had shown on my disappointment the day before. In the afternoon, a party of us, accompanied by Finu, landed to pay him a visit. We found a person fitting under a large tree near the shore, a little to the right of the tent. A piece of cloth, at least 40 yards long, was spread before him, round which a great number of people of both sexes were seated. It was natural to suppose that this was the great man, but we were undeceived by Finu, who informed us that another, who sat on a piece of mat, a little way from this chief to the right hand, was Mariwaji, and he introduced us to him, who received us very kindly and desired us to fit down by him. The person, who sat under the tree, fronting us, was called Tubu, and, when I have occasion to speak of him afterward, I shall call him old Tubu to distinguish him from his namesake, Captain Furneaux's friend. Both he and Mariwaji had a venerable appearance. The latter is a slender man, and from his appearance seems to be considerably above 60 years of age. The former is rather corpulent, and almost blind with a disorder of his eyes, though not so old. Not expecting to meet with two chiefs on this occasion, I had only brought on shore a present for one. This I now found myself under a necessity of dividing between them, but it happened to be pretty considerable, and both of them seemed satisfied. After this, we entertained them for about an hour with the performance of 2 French horns and a drum. But they seemed most pleased with the firing off a pistol, which Captain Clark had in his pocket. Before I took my leave, the large piece of cloth was rolled up and, with a few cocoa nuts, presented to me. The next morning, old Tubu returned my visit on board the ship. He also visited Captain Clark. and if the present we made to him the evening before was scanty, the deficiency was now made up. During this time, Mariwaji visited our people ashore, and Mr. King showed to him everything we had there. He viewed the cattle with great admiration, and the cross-cut saw fixed his attention for some time. Toward noon, Poulaho returned from the place where we had left him 2 days before, and brought with him his son, a youth about 12 years of age. I had his company at dinner, but the son, though present, was not allowed to sit down with him. It was very convenient to have him for my guest, for when he was present, which was generally the case while we stayed here, every other native was excluded from the table, and but few of them would remain in the cabin. Whereas, if by chance it happened that neither he nor Finu were on board, the inferior chiefs would be very importunate to be of our dining party, or to be admitted into the cabin at that time, and then we were so crowded that we could not fit down to a meal with any satisfaction. The king was very soon reconciled to our manner of cookery. But still, I believe he dined thus frequently with me more for the fake of what we gave him to drink than for what we set before him to eat. For he had taken a liking to our wine, could empty his bottle as well as most men, and was as cheerful over it. He now fixed his residence at the house, or Malay, by our tent, and there he entertained our people this evening with a dance. To the surprise of everybody, the unwieldy Poulaho endeavoured to vie with others in that active amusement. In the morning of the 15th, I received a message from old Tubu that he wanted to see me ashore. Accordingly, Omai and I went to wait upon him. We found him, like an ancient patriarch, seated under the shade of a tree, with a large piece of the cloth, made in the island, spread out at full length before him, and a number of respectably looking people fitting round it. He desired us to place ourselves by him, and then he told Omai that the cloth, together with a piece of red feathers and about a dozen cocoa nuts, were his present to me. I thanked him for the favour, and desired he would go on board with me, as I had nothing on shore to give him in return. Omai now left me, being sent for by Poulaho, and soon after Finu came and acquainted me that young Fatafaihe, Poulaho's son, desired to see me. I obeyed the summons, and found the prince and Omai fitting under a large canopy of the finer fort of cloth, with a piece of the coarser fort spread under them and before them that was 76 yards long and 7.5 broad. On one side was a large old boar, and on the other side a heap of cocoa nuts. A number of people were seated round the cloth, and amongst them I observed Mariwagi and others of the first rank. I was desired to fit down by the prince, and then Omai informed me that he had been instructed by the king to tell me that, as he and I were friends, he hoped that his son might be joined in this friendship, and that, as a token of my consent, I would accept of his present. I very readily agreed to the proposal, and, it being now dinner time, I invited them all on board. Accordingly, the young prince, Mariwaji, old Tubu, 3 or 4 inferior chiefs, and 2 respectable old ladies of the first rank, accompanied me. Mariwaji was dressed in a new piece of cloth, on the skirts of which were fixed pretty large patches of red feathers. This dress seemed to have been made on purpose for this visit, for as soon as he got on board, he put it off and presented it to me, having, I guess, heard that it would be acceptable on account of the feathers. Every one of my visitors received from me such presents as, I had reason to believe, they were highly satisfied with. When dinner came upon table, not one of them would fit down or eat a bit of anything that was served up. On expressing my surprise at this, they were all taboo, as they said, which word has a very comprehensive meaning, but in general signifies that a thing is forbidden. Why they were laid under such restraints at present was not explained. Dinner being over, and having gratified their curiosity by showing to them every part of the ship, I then conducted them ashore. As soon as the boat reached the beach, Finu and some others instantly stepped out. young Fatafaihe following them, was called back by Mariwagi, who now paid the heir apparent the same obeisance, and in the same manner that I had seen it paid to the king. And when old Tubu and one of the old ladies had shown him the same marks of respect, he was suffered to land. This ceremony being over, the old people stepped from my boat into a canoe that was waiting to carry them to their place of abode. I was not sorry to be present on this occasion, as I was thus furnished with the most unequivocal proofs of the supreme dignity of Poulaho and his son over the other principal chiefs. Indeed, by this time, I had acquired some certain information about the relative situations of the several great men whose names have been so often mentioned. I now knew that Mariwagi and old Tubu were brothers. Both of them were men of great property in the island and seemed to be in high estimation with the people. The former, in particular, had the very honourable appellation given to him by everybody of Motua Tonga, that is to say, father of Tonga, or of his country. The nature of his relationship to the king was also no longer a secret to us, for we now understood that he was his father-in-law, Poulaho having married one of his daughters, by whom he had this son, so that Mariwagi was the prince's grandfather. Poulaho's appearance having satisfied us that we had been under a mistake in considering Finu as the sovereign of these islands, we had been at first much puzzled about his real rank, but that was by this time ascertained. Feinu was one of Mariwagi's sons, and Tubuetoa was another. On my landing I found the king in the house adjoining to our tent, along with our people who resided on shore. The moment I got to him, he bestowed upon me a present of a large hog and a quantity of yams. About the dusk of the evening, a number of men came, and, having sat down in a round group, began to sing in concert with the music of bamboo drums, which were placed in the centre asterisk. There were 3 long ones, and 2 short. With these they struck the ground endwise, as before described. There were 2 others, which lay on the ground, side by side, and one of them was split or shivered. On these a man kept beating with 2 small sticks. They sung 3 songs while I flayed, and I was told that, after I left them, the entertainment lasted till 10 o'clock. They burnt the leaves of the warra palm for a light, which is the only thing I ever saw them make use of for this purpose. While I was passing the day in attendance on these great men, Mr. Anderson, with some others, made an excursion into the country, which furnished him with the following remarks. To the westward of the tent, the country is totally uncultivated for near 2 miles, though quite covered with trees and bushes, in a natural state, growing with the greatest vigour. Beyond this is a pretty large plain, on which are some cocoa trees and a few small plantations that appear to have been lately made, and, seemingly, on ground that has never been cultivated before. Near the creek, which runs to the westward of the tent, the land is quite flat and partly overflowed by the sea every tide. When that retires, the surface is seen to be composed of coral rock, with holes of yellowish mud scattered up and down, and toward the edges, where it is a little firmer, are innumerable little openings from which issue as many small crabs of 2 or 3 different forts which swarm upon the spot as flies upon a carcass, but are so nimble that, on being approached, they disappear in an instant and baffle even the natives to catch any of them. At this place is a work of art, which shows that these people are capable of some design and perseverance when they mean to accomplish anything. This work begins, on one side, as a narrow causeway, which, becoming gradually broader, rises with a gentle ascent to the height of 10 feet, where it is 5 paces broad, and the whole length 74 paces. Joined to this is a fort of circus, whose diameter is 30 paces, and not above a foot or 2 higher than the causeway that joins it, with some trees planted in the middle. On the opposite side, another causeway of the same fort descends, but this is not above 40 paces long and is partly in ruin. The whole is built with large coral stones, with earth on the surface, which is quite overgrown with low trees and shrubs, and, from its decaying in several places, seems to be of no modern date. Whatever may have been its use formerly, it seems to be of none now, and all that we could learn of it from the natives was that it belonged to Poulaho and is called Etchi. On the 16th in the morning, after visiting the several works now carrying on ashore, Mr. Gore and I took a walk into the country, in the course of which nothing remarkable appeared, but our having opportunities of seeing the whole process of making cloth, which is the principal manufacture of these islands, as well as of many others in this ocean. In the narrative of my first voyage, a minute description is given of this operation, as performed at Otaheite. But the process, here, differing in some particulars, it may be worthwhile to give the following account of it. The manufacturers, who are females, take the slender stalks or trunks of the paper mulberry which they cultivate for that purpose, and which seldom grows more than 6 or 7 feet in height and about 4 fingers in thickness. From these they strip the bark and scrape off the outer rind with a mussel shell. The bark is then rolled up to take off the convexity which it had round the stalk and macerated in water for some time, they say a night. After this, it is laid across the trunk of a small tree squared and beaten with a square wooden instrument about a foot long, full of coarse grooves on all sides, but sometimes with one that is plain. According to the size of the bark, a piece is soon produced, but the operation is often repeated by another hand, or it is folded several times and beat longer, which seems rather intended to close than to divide its texture. When this is sufficiently effected, it is spread out to dry, the pieces being from 4 to 6 or more feet in length and half as broad. They are then given to another person, who joins the pieces by smearing part of them over with the viscous juice of a berry called tu, which serves as a glue. Having been thus lengthened, they are laid over a large piece of wood, with a kind of stamp, made of a fibrous substance pretty closely interwoven, placed beneath. They then take a bit of cloth and dip it in a juice expressed from the bark of a tree, called coca, which they rub briskly upon the piece that is making. This at once leaves a dull brown colour and a dry gloss upon its surface. The stamp, at the same time, making a flight impression that answers no other purpose that I could see, but to make the several pieces that are glued together flick a little more firmly. In this manner they proceed, joining and staining by degrees, till they produce a piece of cloth of such length and breadth as they want, generally leaving a border of a foot broad at the sides and longer at the ends, unstained. Throughout the whole, if any parts of the original pieces are too thin or have holes, which is often the café, they glue spare bits upon them till they become of an equal thickness. When they want to produce a black colour, they mix the foot procured from an oily nut called dudu with the juice of the coca in different quantities, according to the proposed depth of the tinge. They say that the black fort of cloth, which is commonly most glazed, makes a cold dress, but the other a warm one. And, to obtain strength in both, they are always careful to join the small pieces lengthwise, which makes it impossible to tear the cloth in any direction but one. On our return from the country, we met with Finu and took him and another young chief on board to dinner. When our fare was set upon the table, neither of them would eat a bit, saying that they were tabu avi. But, after inquiring how the victuals had been dressed, having found that no avi, water, had been used in cooking a pig and some yams, they both sat down and made a very hearty meal. And, on being assured that there was no water in the wine, they drank of it also. From this we conjectured that, on some account or another, they were at this time forbidden to use water, or, which was more probable, they did not like the water we made use of, it being taken up out of one of their bathing places. This was not the only time of our meeting with people that were tabu avi, but for what reason we never could tell with any degree of certainty. Next day, the 17th, was fixed upon by Mariwagi for giving a grand haiva, or entertainment, to which we were all invited. For this purpose a large space had been cleared before the temporary hut of this chief near our post, as an area where the performances were to be exhibited. In the morning, great multitudes of the natives came in from the country, everyone carrying a pole about 6 feet long, upon his shoulder, and at each end of every pole a yam was suspended. These yams and poles were deposited on each side of the area, so as to form 2 large heaps, decorated with different sorts of small fish and piled up to the greatest advantage. They were Mariwagi's present to Captain Clark and me, and it was hard to say whether the wood for fuel or the yams for food were of most value to us. As for the fish, they might serve to please the fight, but were very offensive to the smell, part of them having been kept 2 or 3 days to be presented to us on this occasion. Everything being thus prepared, about 11 o'clock, they began to exhibit various dances which they call mai. The music consisted at first of 70 men as a chorus, who sat down, and amidst them were placed 3 instruments which we call drums, though very unlike them. They are large cylindrical pieces of wood, or trunks of trees from 3 to 4 feet long, some twice as thick as an ordinary-sized man, and some smaller, hollowed entirely out, but close at both ends, and open only by a chink, about 3 inches broad, running almost the whole length of the drums. By which opening, the rest of the wood is certainly hollowed, though the operation must be difficult. This instrument is called nafa, and, with the chink turned toward them, they fit and beat strongly upon it with 2 cylindrical pieces of hard wood about 1 foot long and as thick as the wrist, by which means they produce a rude, though loud and powerful sound. They vary the strength and rate of their beating at different parts of the dance, and also change the tones by beating in the middle or near the end of their drum. The first dance consisted of 4 ranks of 24 men each, holding in their hands a little, thin, light wooden instrument above 2 feet long, and in shape not unlike a small oblong paddle. With these, which are called page, they made a great many different motions, such as pointing them toward the ground on one side, at the same time inclining their bodies that way, from which they were shifted to the opposite side in the same manner, then passing them quickly from one hand to the other and twirling them about very dexterously, with a variety of other manoeuvres, all which were accompanied by corresponding attitudes of the body. Their motions were, at first, flow, but quickened as the drums beat faster, and they recited sentences in a musical tone the whole time, which were answered by the chorus. But at the end of a short space they all joined, and finished with a shout. After ceasing about 2 or 3 minutes, they began as before, and continued with short intervals above 1/4 of an hour, when the rear rank dividing, shifted themselves very slowly round each end, and, meeting in the front, formed the first rank, the whole number continuing to recite the sentences as before. The other ranks did the same successively, till that which at first was the front became the rear, and the evolution continued in the same manner till the last rank regained its first situation. They then began a much quicker dance, though flow at first, and sung for about 10 minutes, when the whole body divided into 2 parts, retreated a little, and then approached, forming a fort of circular figure which finished the dance, the drums being removed and the chorus going off the field at the same time. The second dance had only 2 drums, with 40 men for a chorus, and the dancers, or rather actors, consisted of 2 ranks, the foremost having 17, and the other 15 persons. Fienu was at their head, or in the middle of the front rank, which is the principal place in these cases. They danced and recited sentences with some very short intervals for about half an hour, sometimes quickly, sometimes more slowly, but with such a degree of exactness as if all the motions were made by one man, which did them great credit. Near the close, the back rank divided, came round and took the place of the front, which again resumed its situation, as in the first dance, and when they finished, the drums and chorus, as before, went off. 3 drums, which at least took 2, and sometimes 3 men to carry them, were now brought in, and 70 men sat down as a chorus to the third dance. This consisted of 2 ranks, of 16 persons each, with young Tubu at their head, who was richly ornamented with a sort of garment covered with red feathers. These danced, sung and twirled the page as before, but in general much quicker and performed so well that they had the constant applauses of the spectators. A motion that met with particular approbation was one in which they held the face aside, as if ashamed, and the page before it. The back rank closed before the front one, and that again resumed its place, as in the 2 former dances. But then they began again, formed a triple row, divided, retreated to each end of the area, and left the greatest part of the ground clear. At that instant, 2 men entered very hastily, and exercised the clubs which they use in battle. They did this by first twirling them in their hands and making circular strokes before them with great force and quickness, but so skillfully managed that though standing quite close, they never interfered. They shifted their clubs from hand to hand with great dexterity, and, after continuing a little time, kneeled and made different motions, tossing the clubs up in the air, which they caught as they fell, and then went off as hastily as they entered. Their heads were covered with pieces of white cloth, tied at the crown, almost like a nightcap, with a wreath of foliage round the forehead. But they had only very small pieces of white cloth tied about their waists, probably that they might be cool and free from every encumbrance or weight. A person with a spear, dressed like the former, then came in, and in the same hasty manner, looking about eagerly, as if in search of somebody to throw it at. He then ran hastily to one side of the crowd in the front and put himself in a threatening attitude, as if he meant to strike with his spear at one of them, bending the knee a little and trembling, as it were, with rage. He continued in this manner only a few seconds, when he moved to the other side, and having stood in the same posture there for the same short time, retreated from the ground as fast as when he made his appearance. The dancers, who were divided into 2 parties, kept repeating something slowly all this while, and now advanced and joined again, ending with universal applause. It should seem that this dance was considered as one of their capital performances, if we might judge from some of the principal people being engaged in it. For one of the drums was beat by Futafaihe, the brother of Poulaho, another by Finu, and the third, which did not belong to the chorus, by Mariwagi himself, at the entrance of his hut. The last dance had 40 men and 2 drums as a chorus. It consisted of 60 men who had not danced before, disposed in 3 rows, having 24 in front. But, before they began, we were entertained with a pretty long preliminary harangue in which the whole body made responses to a single person who spoke. They recited sentences, perhaps verses, alternately with the chorus, and made many motions with the paga in a very brisk mode, which were all applauded with Mariae and Fafog, words expressing 2 different degrees of praise. They divided into 2 bodies with their backs to each other, formed again, shifted their ranks as in the other dances, divided and retreated, making room for 2 champions who exercised their clubs as before, and after them 2 others, the dancers, all the time reciting slowly in turn with the chorus, after which they advanced and finished. These dances, if they can properly be called so, lasted from 11 till near 3 o'clock. And though they were doubtless intended particularly either in honour of us or to show a specimen of their dexterity, vast numbers of their own people attended as spectators. Their numbers could not be computed exactly on account of the inequality of the ground, but by reckoning the inner circle and the number in depth, which was between 20 and 30 in many places, we supposed that there must be near 4,000. At the same time, there were round the trading place at the tent, and straggling about at least as many more, and some of us computed that, at this time, there were not less than 10 or 12,000 people in our neighbourhood, that is, within the compass of a quarter of a mile, drawn together, for the most part, by mere curiosity. It is with regret I mention that we could not understand what was spoken while we were able to see what was acted in these amusements. This, doubtless, would have afforded us much information as to the genius and customs of these people. It was observable that, though the spectators always approved of the various motions when well made, a great share of the pleasure they received seemed to arise from the sentimental part, or what the performers delivered in their speeches. However, the mere acting part, independently of the sentences repeated, was well worth our notice, both with respect to the extensive plan on which it was executed and to the various motions as well as the exact unity with which they were performed. The drawings which Mr. Weber made of the performances at Hapai, and which are equally applicable to those exhibited now, will serve much to illustrate the account here given of the order in which the actors ranged themselves. But neither pencil nor pen can describe the numerous actions and motions, the singularity of which was not greater than was the ease and gracefulness with which they were performed. At night, we were entertained with the bomai, or night dances, on a space before Whenu's temporary habitation. They lasted about 3 hours, in which time we had about 12 of them performed, much after the same manner as those at Hapai, but in 2 that were performed by women, a number of men came and formed a circle within theirs, and in another, consisting of 24 men, there were a number of motions with the hands that we had not seen before and were highly applauded. The music was also once changed in the course of the night, and in one of the dances, Whenu appeared at the head of 50 men who had performed at Hapai, and he was well dressed with linen, a large piece of gauze, and some little pictures hung round his neck. But it was evident, after the diversions were closed, that we had put these poor people, or rather that they had put themselves, to much inconvenience. For being drawn together on this uninhabited part of their island, numbers of them were obliged to lie down and sleep under the bushes, by the side of a tree, or of a canoe. Nay, many either lay down in the open air, which they are not fond of, or walked about all the night. The whole of this entertainment was conducted with far better order than could have been expected in so large an assembly. Amongst such a multitude, there must be a number of ill-disposed people, and we, hourly, experienced it. All our care and attention did not prevent their plundering us in every quarter, and that in the most daring and insolent manner. There was hardly anything that they did not attempt to steal, and yet, as the crowd was always so great, I would not allow the sentries to fire, lest the innocent should suffer for the guilty. They once, at noonday, ventured to aim at taking an anchor from off the Discovery's bows, and they would certainly have succeeded if the fluke had not hooked one of the chain plates in lowering down the ship's side, from which they could not disengage it by hand, and tackles were things they were unacquainted with. The only act of violence they were guilty of was the breaking the shoulder bone of one of our goats, so that the died soon after. This loss fell upon themselves, as she was one of those that is intended to leave upon the island. But of this, the person who did it was ignorant. Early in the morning of the 18th, an incident happened that strongly marked one of their customs. A man got out of a canoe into the quarter gallery of the Resolution and stole from thence a pewter basin. He was discovered, pursued, and brought alongside the ship. On this occasion, 3 old women who were in the canoe made loud lamentations over the prisoner, beating their breasts and faces in a most violent manner with the inside of their fists. And all this was done without shedding a tear. This mode of expressing grief is what occasions the mark which almost all this people bear on the face over the cheekbones. The repeated blows which they inflict upon this part abrade the skin and make even the blood flow out in a considerable quantity, and when the wounds are recent, they look as if a hollow circle had been burnt in. On many occasions, they actually cut this part of the face with an instrument, in the same manner as the people of Otaheite cut their heads. This day, I bestowed on Mariwagi some presents, in return for those we had received from him the day before. And as the entertainments which he had then exhibited for our amusement called upon us to make some exhibition in our way, I ordered the party of Marines to go through their exercise on the spot where his dances had been performed, and in the evening played off some fireworks at the same place. Poulaho, with all the principal chiefs and a great number of people of all denominations, were present. The platoon firing, which was executed tolerably well, seemed to give them pleasure, but they were lost in astonishment when they beheld our water rockets. They paid but little attention to the fife and drum, or French horns, that played during the intervals. The king fat behind everybody, because no one is allowed to fit behind him, and, that his view might not be obstructed, nobody fat immediately before him, but a lane, as it were, was made by the people from him, quite down to the space allotted for the fireworks. In expectation of this evening show, the circle of natives about our tent being pretty large, they engaged, the greatest part of the afternoon, in boxing and wrestling. The first of which exercises they call whangatua, and the second, fuhu. When any of them chooses to wrestle, he gets up from one side of the ring and crosses the ground in a fort of measured pace, clapping smartly on the elbow joint of one arm, which is bent and produces a hollow sound. That is reckoned the challenge. If no person comes out from the opposite side to engage him, he returns in the same manner and sits down, but sometimes stands clapping in the midst of the ground to provoke someone to come out. If an opponent appear, they come together with marks of the greatest good nature, generally smiling, and taking time to adjust the piece of cloth which is fattened round the waist. They then lay hold of each other by this girdle, with a hand on each side, and he who succeeds in drawing his antagonist to him immediately tries to lift him upon his bread and throw him upon his back. And if he be able to turn round with him 2 or 3 times in that position before he throws him, his dexterity never fails of procuring plaudits from the spectators. If they be more equally matched, they close soon, and endeavour to throw each other by entwining their legs or lifting each other from the ground. In which struggles they show a prodigious exertion of strength, every muscle, as it were, being ready to burst with straining. When one is thrown, he immediately quits the field, but the victor sits down for a few seconds, then gets up and goes to the side he came from, who proclaim the victory aloud, in a sentence delivered slowly and in a musical cadence. After fitting a short space, he rises again and challenges, when sometimes several antagonists make their appearance, but he has the privilege of choosing which of them he pleases to wrestle with, and has likewise the preference of challenging again if he should throw his adversary until he himself be vanquished. And then the opposite side sing the song of victory in favour of their champion. It also often happens that 5 or 6 rise from each side and challenge together. In which cafe it is common to see 3 or 4 couple engaged on the field at once. But it is astonishing to see what temper they preserve in this exercise, for we observed no instances of their leaving the spot with the least displeasure in their countenances. When they find that they are so equally matched as not to be likely to throw each other, they leave off by mutual consent. And if the fall of one is not fair, or if it does not appear very clearly who has had the advantage, both sides sing the victory, and then they engage again. But no person who has been vanquished can engage with his conqueror a second time. The boxers advance sideways, changing the side at every pace, with one arm stretched fully out before, the other behind, and holding a piece of cord in one hand, which they wrap firmly about it when they find an antagonist, or else have done so before they enter. This, I imagine, they do to prevent a dislocation of the hand or fingers. Their blows are directed chiefly to the head, but sometimes to the sides, and are dealt out with great activity. They shift sides, and box equally well with both hands. But one of their favourite and most dexterous blows is to turn round on their heel, just as they have struck their antagonist, and to give him another very smart one with the other hand backward. The boxing matches seldom last long, and the parties either leave off together, or one acknowledges his being beat. But they never sing the sang of victory in these cases unless one strikes his adversary to the ground, which shows that of the two, wrestling is their most approved diversion. Not only boys engage in both the exercises, but frequently little girls box very obstinately for a short time. In all which cases it doth not appear that they ever consider it as the smallest disgrace to be vanquished, and the person overcome sits down with as much indifference as if he had never entered the lists. Some of our people ventured to contend with them in both exercises, but were always worsted, except in a few instances where it appeared that the fear they were in of offending us contributed more to the victory than the superiority of the person they engaged. The cattle, which we had brought, and which were all on shore however carefully guarded, I was sensible ran no small risk when I considered the thievish disposition of many of the natives, and their dexterity in appropriating to themselves by stealth what they saw no prospect of obtaining by fair means. For this reason, I thought it prudent to declare my intention of leaving behind me some of our animals, and even to make a distribution of them previously to my departure. With this view, in the evening of the 19th, I assembled all the chiefs before our house, and my intended presents to them were marked out. To Poulaho, the king, I gave a young English bull and cow, to Mariwagi a Cape ram and 2 ewes, and to Finu a horse and a mare. As my design to make such a distribution had been made known the day before, most of the people in the neighbourhood were then present. I instructed Omai to tell them that there were no such animals within many months' fail of their island, that we had brought them for their use from that immense distance, at a vast trouble and expense, that therefore they must be careful not to kill any of them till they had multiplied to a numerous race, and lastly, that they and their children ought to remember that they had received them from the men of Britain. He also explained to them their several uses, and what else was necessary for them to know, or rather, as far as he knew, for Omai was not very well versed in such things himself. As I intended that the above presents should remain with the other cattle till we were ready to fail, I desired each of the chiefs to fend a man or two to look after their respective animals along with my people, in order that they might be better acquainted with them and with the manner of treating them. The king and Finu did so, but neither Mariwagi nor any other person for him took the least notice of the sheep afterward. Nor did old Tubu attend at this meeting, though he was invited, and was in the neighbourhood. I had meant to give him the goats, viz. A ram and 2 ewes, which, as he was so indifferent about them, I added to the king's share. It soon appeared that some were dissatisfied with this allotment of our animals, for early next morning one of our kids and 2 turkey cocks were miffing. I could not be so simple as to suppose that this was merely an accidental loss, and I was determined to have them again. The first step I took was to seize on 3 canoes that happened to be alongside the ships. I then went ashore, and having found the king, his brother, Finu, and some other chiefs in the house that we occupied, I immediately put a guard over them, and gave them to understand that they must remain under restraint, till not only the kid and the turkeys, but the other things that had been stolen from us at different times were restored. They concealed, as well as they could, their feelings on finding themselves prisoners, and having assured me that everything should be restored, as I desired, sat down to drink their kava, seemingly much at their ease. It was not long before an axe and an iron wedge were brought to me. In the meantime, some armed natives began to gather behind the house, but, on a part of our guard marching against them, they dispersed, and I advised the chiefs to give orders that no more should appear. Such orders were accordingly given by them, and they were obeyed. On asking them to go aboard with me to dinner, they readily consented. But some having afterward objected to the king's going, he instantly rose up and declared he would be the first man. Accordingly, we came on board. I kept them there till near 4 o'clock, when I conducted them ashore, and soon after the kid and one of the turkey cocks were brought back. The other, they said, should be restored the next morning. I believed this would happen and released both them and the canoes. After the chiefs had left us, I walked out with Omai to observe how the people about us fared, for this was the time of their meals. I found that, in general, they were at short commons. Nor is this to be wondered at, since most of the yams and other provisions which they brought with them were sold to us, and they never thought of returning to their own habitations, while they could find any sort of subsistence in our neighbourhood. Our station was upon an uncultivated point of land, so that there were none of the islanders, who, properly, resided within half a mile of us. But even at this distance, the multitude of strangers being so great, one might have expected that every house would have been much crowded. It was quite otherwise. The families residing there were as much left to themselves as if there had not been a supernumerary visitor near them. All the strangers lived in little temporary sheds or under trees and bushes, and the cocoa trees were stripped of their branches to erect habitations for the chiefs. In this walk we met with about half a dozen women in one place at supper. Two of the company I observed, being fed by the others, on our asking the reason, they said tabu mati. On farther inquiry, we found that one of them had, 2 months before, washed the dead corpse of a chief, and that on this account she was not to handle any food for 5 months. The other had performed the same office to the corpse of another person of inferior rank and was now under the same restriction, but not for so long a time. At another place, hard by, we saw another woman fed, and we learnt that she had assisted in washing the corpse of the above-mentioned chief. Early the next morning, the king came on board to invite me to an entertainment, which he proposed to give the same day. He had already been under the barber's hands, his head being all besmeared with red pigment in order to redden his hair, which was naturally of a dark brown colour. After breakfast, I attended him to the shore, and we found his people very busy in 2 places, in the front of our area fixing, in an upright and square position, thus : 4 very long posts, near 2 feet from each. The space between the posts was afterward filled up with yams, and as they went on filling it, they fattened pieces of sticks across, from post to post, at the distance of about every 4 feet, to prevent the posts from separating by the weight of the enclosed yams, and also to get up by. When the yams had reached the top of the first posts, they fastened others to them, and so continued till each pile was the height of 30 feet or upward. On the top of one, they placed 2 baked hogs, and on the top of the other, a living one, and another they tied by the legs, halfway up. It was matter of curiosity to observe with what facility and dispatch these 2 piles were raised. Had our seamen been ordered to execute such a work, they would have sworn that it could not be performed without carpenters, and the carpenters would have called to their aid a dozen different sorts of tools and have expended at least 100 weight of nails. And after all, it would have employed them as many days as it did these people hours. But seamen, like most other amphibious animals, are always the most helpless on land. After they had completed these 2 piles, they made several other heaps of yams and breadfruit on each side of the area, to which were added a turtle and a large quantity of excellent fish. All this, with a piece of cloth, a mat, and some red feathers, was the king's present to me, and he seemed to pique himself on exceeding, as he really did, Finu's liberality, which I experienced at Hapai. About 1 o'clock they began the mai, or dances, the first of which was almost a copy of the first that was exhibited at Marsewaji's entertainment. The second was conducted by Captain Fano's Tubu, who, as we mentioned, had also danced there. And in this, 4 or 5 women were introduced, who went through the several parts with as much exactness as the men. Toward the end, the performers divided to leave room for 2 champions who exercised their clubs, as described on a former occasion. And, in the third dance, which was the last now presented, 2 more men, with their clubs, displayed their dexterity. The dances were succeeded by wrestling and boxing, and 1 man entered the lifts with a fortive club made from the stem of a cocoa leaf, which is firm and heavy, but could find no antagonist to engage him at so rough a sport. At night, we had the Manuae repeated, in which Poulaho himself danced, dressed in English manufacture. But neither these nor the dances in the daytime were so considerable, nor carried on with so much spirit as Finus or Mariwagi's, and therefore there is less occasion to be more particular in our description of them. In order to be present the whole time, I dined ashore. The king sat down with us, but he neither eat nor drank. I found that this was owing to the presence of a female, whom, at his desire, I had admitted to the dining party, and who, as we afterward understood, had superior rank to himself. As soon as this great personage had dined, she stepped up to the king, who put his hands to her feet, and then she retired. He immediately dipped his fingers into a glass of wine, and then received the obeisance of all her followers. This was the single instance we ever observed of his paying this mark of reverence to any person. At the king's desire, I ordered some fireworks to be played off in the evening, but, unfortunately being damaged, this exhibition did not answer expectation. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1 by Captain James Cook, Book 2, Chapter 8. Some of the officers plundered by the natives, a fishing party, a visit to Poulaho, a fiatuka described, observations on the country entertainment at Poulaho's house, his morning ceremony, of the kava plant and the manner of preparing the liquor, account of Onivi, a little island, one of the natives wounded by a sentinel, Messrs. King and Anderson visit the king's brother, their entertainment, another morning ceremony, manner of passing the night, remarks on the country they passed through, preparations made for failing, an eclipse of the sun, imperfectly observed, Mr. Anderson's account of the island and its productions. As no more entertainments were to be expected on either side, and the curiosity of the populace was by this time pretty well satisfied, on the day after Poulaho's haiva, most of them left us. We still, however, had thieves about us, and encouraged by the negligence of our own people, we had continual instances of their depredations. Some of the officers belonging to both ships, who had made an excursion into the interior parts of the island, without my leave, and indeed without my knowledge, returned this evening, after an absence of 2 days. They had taken with them their muskets, with the necessary ammunition, and several small articles of the favourite commodities, all which the natives had the dexterity to steal from them in the course of their expedition. This affair was likely to be attended with inconvenient consequences, for our plundered travellers, upon their return without consulting me, employed Omai to complain to the king of the treatment they had met with. He, not knowing what step I should take, and from what had already happened, fearing lest I might lay him again under restraint, went off early the next morning. His example was followed by Finu, so that we had not a chief, of any authority, remaining in our neighbourhood. I was very much displeased at this, and reprimanded Omai for having presumed to meddle. This reprimand put him upon his mettle to bring his friend Finu back, and he succeeded in the negotiation, having this powerful argument to urge that he might depend upon my using no violent measures to oblige the natives to restore what had been taken from the gentleman. Finu, trusting to this declaration, returned toward the evening, and, encouraged by his reception, Poulaho favoured us with his company the day after. Both these chiefs upon this occasion very justly observed to me that if any of my people at any time wanted to go into the country, they ought to be acquainted with it, in which case they would send proper people along with them, and then they would be answerable for their safety. And I am convinced from experience that by taking this very reasonable precaution, a man and his property may be as safe among these islanders as in other parts of the more civilized world. Though I gave myself no trouble about the recovery of the things stolen upon this occasion, most of them, through Finu's interposition, were recovered, except one musket and a few other articles of inferior value. By this time also, we had recovered the turkey cock and most of the tools and other matters that had been stolen from our workmen. On the 25th, 2 boats, which I had sent to look for a channel by which we might most commodiously get to sea, returned. The mailers who commanded them reported that the channel to the north by which we came in was highly dangerous, being full of coral rocks from one side to the other, but that to the eastward there was a very good channel, which, however, was very much contracted in one place by the small islands, so that a leading wind would be requisite to get through it, that is, a westerly wind, which, we had found, did not often blow here. We had now recruited the ships with wood and water. We had finished the repairs of our fails, and had little more to expect from the inhabitants of the produce of their island. However, as an eclipse of the fun was to happen upon the 5th of the next month, I resolved to defer failing till that time had elapsed, in order to have a chance of observing it. Having therefore some days of leisure before me, a party of us, accompanied by Poulaho, set out early next morning in a boat for Mua, the village where he and the other great men usually reside. As we rowed up the inlet, we met with 14 canoes fishing in company, in one of which was Poulaho's son. In each canoe was a triangular net, extended between 2 poles, at the lower end of which was a cod to receive and secure the fish. They had already caught some fine mullets, and they put about a dozen into our boat. I desired to see their method of fishing, which they readily complied with. A shoal of fish was supposed to be upon one of the banks, which they instantly enclosed in a long net like a seine or set net. This the fishers, one getting into the water out of each boat, surrounded with the triangular nets in their hands, with which they scooped the fish out of the seine or caught them as they attempted to leap over it. They showed us the whole process of this operation, which seemed to be a sure one, by throwing in some of the fish they had already caught, for at this time there happened to be none upon the bank that was enclosed. Leaving the prince and his fishing party, we proceeded to the bottom of the bay and landed where we had done before, on our fruitless errand to see Mariwagi. As soon as we got on shore, the king desired Omai to tell me that I need be under no apprehensions about the boat or anything in her, for not a single article would be touched by anyone, and we afterward found this to be the case. We were immediately conducted to one of Poulaho's houses not far off, and near the public one, or Malay, in which we had been when we first visited Mua. This, though pretty large, seemed to be his private habitation, and was situated within a plantation. The king took his feet at one end of the house, and the people who came to visit him sat down as they arrived in a semicircle at the other end. The first thing done was to prepare a bowl of kava and to order some yams to be baked for us. While these were getting ready, some of us, accompanied by a few of the king's attendants and Omai as our interpreter, walked out to take a view of a fiatuka, or burying place, which we had observed to be almost close by the house, and was much more extensive and seemingly of more consequence than any we had seen at the other islands. We were told that it belonged to the king. It consisted of 3 pretty large houses situated upon a rising ground, or rather just by the brink of it, with a small one at some distance, all ranged longitudinally. The middle house of the 3 first was by much the largest, and placed in a square 24 paces by 28, raised about 3 feet. The other houses were placed on little mounts, raised artificially to the same height. The floors of these houses, as also the tops of the mounts round them, were covered with loose, fine pebbles, and the whole was enclosed by large flat stones of hard coral rock, properly hewn, placed on their edges. One of which stones measured 12 feet in length, 2 in breadth, and above 1 in thickness. One of the houses, contrary to what we had seen before, was open on one side, and within it were 2 rude wooden busts of men, one near the entrance and the other farther in. On inquiring of the natives, who had followed us to the ground but durst not enter here, what these images were intended for, They made us as sensible as we could wish, that they were merely memorials of some chiefs who had been buried there, and not the representations of any deity. Such monuments, it should seem, are seldom raised, for these had probably been erected several ages ago. We were told that the dead had been buried in each of these houses, but no marks of this appeared. In one of them was the carved head of an Otaheite canoe, which had been driven ashore on their coast and deposited here. At the foot of the rising ground was a large area, or grass plot, with different trees planted about it, amongst which were several of those called itoa, very large. These, as they resemble the cypress, had a fine effect in such a place. There was, also, a row of low palms near one of the houses, and behind it a ditch, in which lay a great number of old baskets. Mr. Weber's drawing of this Fiatuka will supply the defects of my description. After dinner, or rather after we had refreshed ourselves with some provisions which we had brought with us from our ship, we made an excursion into the country, taking a pretty large circuit, attended by one of the king's ministers. Our train was not great, as he would not suffer the rabble to follow us. He also obliged all those whom we met upon our progress to fit down till we had passed, which is a mark of respect due only to their sovereigns. We found by far the greatest part of the country cultivated and planted with various sorts of productions, and most of these plantations were fenced round. Some spots, where plantations had been formerly, now produced nothing, lying fallow. And there were places that had never been touched, but lay in a slate of nature. And yet, even these were useful in affording them timber, as they were generally covered with trees. We met with several large uninhabited houses which, we were told, belonged to the king. There were many public and well-beaten roads and abundance of footpaths leading to every part of the island. The roads being good and the country level, travelling was very easy. It is remarkable that when we were on the most elevated parts, at least 100 feet above the level of the sea, we often met with the same coral rock, which is found at the shore, projecting above the surface, and perforated and cut into all those inequalities which are usually seen in rocks that lie within the wash of the tide. And yet these very spots, with hardly any soil upon them, were covered with luxuriant vegetation. We were conducted to several little pools and to some springs of water, but in general they were either stinking or brackish, though recommended to us by the natives as excellent. The former were mostly island, and the latter near the shore of the bay, and below high water mark, so that tolerable water could be taken up from them, only when the tide was out. When we returned from our walk, which was not till the dusk of the evening, our supper was ready. It consisted of a baked hog, some fish, and yams, all excellently well cooked after the method of these islands. As there was nothing to amuse us after supper, we followed the custom of the country and lay down to sleep, our beds being mats spread upon the floor and cloth to cover us. The king, who had made himself very happy with some wine and brandy which we had brought, slept in the same house, as well as several others of the natives. Long before daybreak, he and they all rose, and sat conversing by moonlight. The conversation, as might well be guessed, turned wholly upon us. The king entertaining his company with an account of what he had seen or remarked. As soon as it was day, they dispersed, some one way and some another, but it was not long before they all returned, and with them several more of their countrymen. They now began to prepare a bowl of kava, and leaving them so employed, I went to pay a visit to Tubu, Captain Furneaux's friend, who had a house hard by, which, for size and neatness, was exceeded by few in the place. As I had left the others, so I found here a company preparing a morning draught. This chief made a present to me of a living hog, a baked one, a quantity of yams, and a large piece of cloth. When I returned to the king, I found him, and his circle of attendants, drinking the second bowl of kava. That being emptied, he told Omai that he was going presently to perform a mourning ceremony called tuj, on account of a son who had been dead some time, and he desired us to accompany him. We were glad of the opportunity, expecting to see somewhat new or curious. The first thing the chief did was to step out of the house, attended by 2 old women, and put on a new suit of clothes, or rather a new piece of cloth, and over it an old ragged mat that might have served his great-grandfather on some such occasion. His servants, or those who attended him, were all dressed in the same manner, excepting that none of their mats could vie in antiquity with that of their master. Thus equipped, we marched off, preceded by about 8 or 10 persons, all in the above habits of ceremony, each of them, besides, having a small green bough about his neck. Poulaho held his bough in his hand till we drew near the place of rendezvous, when he also put it about his neck. We now entered a small enclosure in which was a neat house, and we found one man fitting before it. As the company entered, they pulled off the green branches from round their necks and threw them away. The king having first seated himself, the others sat down before him, in the usual manner. The circle increased, by others dropping in, to the number of 100 or upward, mostly old men, all dressed as above described. The company being completely assembled, a large root of kava brought by one of the king's servants was produced, and a bowl which contained 4 or 5 gallons. Several persons now began to chew the root, and this bowl was made brimful of liquor. While it was preparing, others were employed in making drinking cups of plantain leaves. The first cup that was filled was presented to the king, and he ordered it to be given to another person. The second was also brought to him, which he drank, and the third was offered to me. Afterward, as each cup was filled, the man who filled it asked who was to have it. Another then named the person, and to him it was carried. As the bowl grew low, the man who distributed the liquor seemed rather at a loss to whom cups of should be next sent, and frequently consulted those who sat near him. This mode of distribution continued while any liquor remained, and though not half the company had a share, yet no one seemed dissatisfied. About 6 cups served for all, and each, as it was emptied, was thrown down upon the ground, where the servants picked it up and carried it to be filled again. During the whole time, the chief and his circle sat, as was usually the café, with a great deal of gravity, hardly speaking a word to each other. We had long waited in expectation, each moment, of seeing the morning ceremony begin. When, soon after the kava was drank out, to our great surprise and disappointment, they all rose up and dispersed, and Puko told us he was now ready to attend us to the ships. If this was a morning ceremony, it was a strange one. Perhaps it was the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th morning, or, which was not very uncommon, Omai might have misunderstood what Poulaho said to him. For accepting the change of dress and the putting the green bough round their necks, nothing seemed to have palled at this meeting, but what we law them practice too frequently every day. We had seen the drinking of kava sometimes at the other islands, but by no means so frequently as here, where it seems to be the only forenoon employment of the principal people. The kava is a species of pepper, which they cultivate for this purpose, and esteem it a valuable article, taking great care to defend the young plants from any injury, and it is commonly planted about their houses. It seldom grows to more than a man's height, though I have seen some plants almost double that. It branches considerably, with large heart-shaped leaves and jointed stalks. The root is the only part that is used at the Friendly Islands, which, being dug up, is given to the servants that attend, who, breaking it in pieces, scrape the dirt off with a shell or bit of flick, and then each begins and chews his portion, which he spits into a piece of plantain leaf. The person who is to prepare the liquor collects all these mouthfuls and puts them into a large wooden dish or bowl, adding as much water as will make it of a proper strength. It is then well mixed up with the hands, and some loose stuff, of which mats are made, is thrown upon the surface, which intercepts the fibrous part, and is wrung hard to get as much liquid out from it as is possible. The manner of distributing it need not be repeated. The quantity which is put into each cup is commonly about 1/4 of a pint. The immediate effect of this beverage is not perceptible on these people who use it so frequently, but on some of ours who ventured to try it, though so hastily prepared, it had the same power as spirits have in intoxicating them. Or rather, it produced that kind of stupefaction, which is the consequence of using opium or other substances of that kind. It should be observed at the same time that though these islanders have this liquor always fresh prepared, and I have seen them drink it 7 times before noon, it is, nevertheless, so disagreeable, or at least seems so, that the greatest part of them cannot swallow it without making wry faces and shuddering afterward. As soon as this morning ceremony was over, we left Mua and set out to return to the ships. While we rowed down the lagoon or inlet, we met with 2 canoes coming in from fishing. Poulaho ordered them to be called alongside our boat and took from them every fish and shell they had got. He afterward flopped 2 other canoes and searched them, but they had nothing. Why this was done I cannot say, for we had plenty of provisions in the boat. Some of this fish he gave to me, and his servants fold the rest on board the ship. As we proceeded down the inlet, we overtook a large failing canoe. Every person on board her that was upon his legs when we came up sat down till we had passed. Even the man who steered, though he could not manage the helm except in a standing posture. Poulaho and others. Having informed me that there was some excellent water on Onivi, a little island which lies about 1 league off the mouth of the inlet and on the north side of the eastern channel, we landed there in order to taste it. But I found it to be as brackish as most that we had met with. This island is quite in a natural state, being only frequented as a fishing place, and has nearly the same productions as Palmerston's Island with some etoa trees. After leaving Onivi, where we dined, in our way to the ship, we took a view of a curious coral rock which seems to have been thrown upon. The reef where it hands. It is elevated about 10 or 12 feet above the surface of the sea that surrounds it. The base it rests upon is not above 1/3 of the circumference of its projecting summit, which I judge to be about 100 feet, and is covered with etoa and pandanus trees. When we got on board the ship, I found that everything had been quiet during my absence, not a theft having been committed, of which Senu and Futafaihe, the king's brother, who had undertaken the management of his countrymen, boasted not a little. This shows what power the chiefs have when they have the will to execute it, which we were seldom to expect, since whatever was stolen from us generally, if not always, was conveyed to them. The good conduct of the natives was of short duration, for the next day 6 or 8 of them assaulted some of our people who were sawing planks. They were fired upon by the sentry, and 1 was supposed to be wounded and 3 others taken. These I kept confined till night, and did not dismiss them without punishment. After this, they behaved with a little more circumspection and gave us much less trouble. This change of behaviour was certainly occasioned by the man being wounded, for, before, they had only been told of the effect of firearms, but now they had felt it. The repeated insolence of the natives had induced me to order the muskets of the sentries to be loaded with small shot, and to authorize them to fire on particular occasions. I took it for granted, therefore, that this man had only been wounded with small shot. But Mr. King and Mr. Anderson, in an excursion into the country, met with him, and found indubitable marks of his having been wounded, but not dangerously, with a musket ball. I never could find out how this musket happened to be charged with ball, and there were people enough ready to swear that its contents were only small shot. Mr. Anderson's account of the excursion just mentioned will fill up an interval of 2 days, during which nothing of note happened at the ships. Mr. King and I went on the 30th, along with Futafaihe as visitors to his house, which is at Mua, very near that of his brother A short time after we arrived, a pretty large hog was killed. which is done by repeated strokes on the head. The hair was then scraped off very dexterously with the sharp edge of pieces of split bamboo, taking the entrails out at a large oval hole cut in the belly by the same simple instrument. Before this, they had prepared an oven, which is a large hole dug in the earth, filled at the bottom with slones about the size of the fist, over which a fire is made till they are red hot. They took some of these stones, wrapped up in leaves of the breadfruit tree, and filled the hog's belly, fluffing in a quantity of leaves to prevent their falling out, and putting a plug of the same kind in the anus. The carcass was then placed on some sticks laid across the stones in a standing posture and covered with a great quantity of plantain leaves. After which they dug up the earth all round, and having thus effectually closed the oven, the operation of baking required no farther interference. In the meantime, we walked about the country, but met with nothing remarkable, except a fiatuka of one house standing on an artificial mount, at least 30 feet high. A little on one side of it was a pretty large open area, and not far off was a good deal of uncultivated ground, which, on inquiring why it lay wassail, our guides seemed to say belonged to the fiatuka, which was Poulaho's, and was not by any means to be touched. There was also, at no great distance, a number of etua trees, on which clung vast numbers of the large ternate bats, making a disagreeable noise. We could not kill any at this time for want of muskets, but some that were got at Nomuka, measured near 3 feet when the wings were extended. On our returning to Futafaihe's house, he ordered the hog that had been dressed to be produced with several baskets of baked yams and some cocoa nuts. But we found that, instead of his entertaining us, we were to entertain him, the property of the feast being entirely transferred to us as his guests, and we were to dispose of it as we pleased. The same person who cleaned the hog in the mornings now cut it up, but not before we desired him, in a very dexterous manner, with a knife of split bamboo, dividing the several parts and hitting the joints with a quickness and skill that surprised us very much. The whole was set down before us, though at least 50 pounds weight, until we took a small piece away and desired that they would share the rest amongst the people fitting round. But it was not without a great many scruples they did that at last, and then they asked what particular persons they should give it to. However, they were very well pleased when they found that it was not contrary to any custom of ours, some carrying off the portion they had received, and others eating it upon the spot. It was with great difficulty that we could prevail upon Futafaya himself to eat a small bit. After dinner, we went with him and 5 or 6 people, his attendants, toward the place where Poulaho's mourning ceremony was transacted the last time we were at Mua. But we did not enter the enclosure. Every person who went with us had the mat tied over his cloth and some leaves about the neck, as had been done on the former occasion. And when we arrived at a large open boathouse where a few people were, they threw away their leaves fat down before it and gave their cheeks a few gentle strokes with the fist. After which they continued fitting for about 10 minutes with a very grave appearance, and then dispersed without having spoken a single word. This explained what Poulaho had mentioned about Tuj. Though from the operation only lasting a few seconds, he had not been observed to perform it. And this seems to be only a continuation of the mourning ceremony by way of condolence. For upon inquiring on whose account it was now performed, we were told that it was for a chief who had died at Vavo some time ago, that they had practiced it ever since, and should continue to do so for a considerable time longer. In the evening we had a pig, dressed as the hog, with yams and cocoa nuts, brought for supper, and Futafai, finding that we did not like the scruples they had made before to accept of any part of the entertainment, asked us immediately to share it and give it to whom we pleased. When supper was over, abundance of cloth was brought for us to sleep in, but we were a good deal disturbed by a singular instance of luxury in which their principal men indulge themselves, that of being beat while they are asleep. 2 women fat by Futafaiha and performed this operation, which is called tuge, by beating briskly on his body and legs with both fists as on a drum till he fell asleep, and continuing it the whole night with some short intervals. When once the person is asleep, they abate a little in the strength and quickness of the beating, but resume it if they observe any appearance of his awaking. In the morning, we found that Futafaihi's women relieved each other and went to sleep by turns. In any other country it would be supposed that such a practice would put an end to all rest, but here it certainly acts as an opiate, and is a strong proof of what habit may effect. The noise of this, however, was not the only thing that kept us awake, for the people who passed the night in the house not only conversed amongst each other frequently as in the day, but Ale got up before it was light and made a hearty meal on fish and yams, which were brought to them by a person who seemed to know very well the appointed time for this nocturnal refreshment. Next morning we set out with Futafaihe and walked down the east side of the bay to the point. The country, all along this side, is well cultivated, but, in general, not so much enclosed as at Mua, and amongst many other plantain fields that we passed, there was one at least a mile long, which was in excellent order, every tree growing with great vigour. We found that in travelling, Futafaihe exercised a power, though by no means wantonly, which pointed out the great authority of such principle. Men, or is, perhaps, only annexed to those of the royal family. For he sent to one place for fish, to another for yams, and so on at other places, and all his orders were obeyed with the greatest readiness, as if he had been absolute master of the people's property. On coming to the point, the natives mentioned something of one, who, they said, had been fired at by some of our people, and, upon our wishing to see him, they conducted us to a house where we found a man who had been shot through the shoulder, but not dangerously, as the ball had entered a little above the inner part of the collarbone and passed out obliquely backward. We were sure, from the state of the wound, that he was the person who had been fired at by one of the sentinels 3 days before, though positive orders had been given that none of them should load their pieces with anything but small shot. We gave some directions to his friends how to manage the wound, to which no application had been made, and they seemed pleased when we told them it would get well in a certain time. But, on our going away, they asked us to send the wounded man some yams and other things for food, and in such a manner that we could not help thinking they considered it to be our duty to support him till he should get well. In the evening we crossed the bay to our station, in a canoe, which Futafaiha had exercised his prerogative in procuring by calling to the first that passed by. He had also got a large hog at this places, and brought a servant from his house with a bundle of cloth, which he wanted us to take with us, as a present from him. But the boat being small, we objected, and he ordered it to be brought over to us the next day. I'd prolonged my stay at this island, on account of the approaching eclipse. But, on the 2nd of July, on looking at the micrometer belonging to the Board of Longitude, I found some of the rackwork broken and the instrument useless till repaired, which there was not time to do before it was intended to be used. Preparing now for our departure, I got on board, this day, all the cattle, poultry, and other animals, except such as were destined to remain. I had designed to leave a turkey cock and hen, but having now only 2 of each undisposed of, one of the hens, through the ignorance of one of my people, was strangled, and died upon the spot. I had brought 3 turkey hens to these islands. One was killed, as above mentioned, and the other by an useless dog belonging to one of the officers. These 2 accidents put it out of my power to leave a pair here, and, at the same time, to carry the breed to Otaheite, for which island they were originally intended. I was sorry afterward that I did not give the preference to Tongatapu, as the present would have been of more value there than at Otaheite, for the natives of the former island, I am persuaded, would have taken more pains to multiply the breed. The next day we took up our anchor and moved the ships behind Pangimodu, that we might be ready to take the advantage of the first favourable wind to get through the Narrows. The king, who was one of our company this day at dinner, I observed, took particular notice of the plates. This occasioned me to make him an offer of one, sither of pewter or of earthenware. He chose the first, and then began to tell us the several uses to which he intended to apply it. Two of them are so extraordinary that I cannot omit mentioning them. He said that whenever he should have occasion to visit any of the other islands, he would leave this plate behind him at Tongatapu as a sort of representative in his absence, that the people might pay it the same obeisance they do to himself in person. He was asked what had been usually employed for this purpose before he got this plate, and we had the satisfaction of learning from him that this singular honour had hitherto been conferred on a wooden bowl in which he washed his hands. The other extraordinary use to which he meant to apply it in the room of his wooden bowl was to discover a thief. He said that when anything was stolen and the thief could not be found out, the people were all assembled together before him when he washed his hands in water in this vessel. After which it was cleaned, and then the whole multitude advanced one after another and touched it in the same manner that they touch his foot when they pay him obeisance. If the guilty person touched it, he died immediately upon the spot, not by violence but by the hand of Providence. And if anyone refused to touch it, his refusal was a clear proof that he was the man. In the morning of the 5th, the day of the eclipse, the weather was dark and cloudy with showers of rain, so that we had little hopes of an observation. About 9 o'clock, the sun broke out at intervals for about half an hour, after which it was totally obscured till within a minute or two of the beginning of the eclipse. We were all at our telescopes, viz. Mr. Bailey, Mr. King, Captain Clark, Mr. Bligh, and myself. I lost the observation by not having a dark glass at hand, suitable to the clouds that were continually passing over the Fun, and Mr. Bligh had not got the Fun into the field of his telescope, so that the commencement of the eclipse was only observed by the other 3 gentlemen, and by them with an uncertainty of several seconds, as follows. Observations omitted. Mr. Bailey and Mr. King observed with the achromatic telescopes belonging to the Board of Longitude of equal magnifying powers, and Captain Clark observed with one of the reflectors. The Fun appeared at intervals till about the middle of the eclipse, after which it was seen no more during the day, so that the end could not be observed. The disappointment was of little consequence, since the longitude was more than sufficiently determined independently of this eclipse by lunar observations, which will be mentioned hereafter. As soon as we knew the eclipse to be over, we packed up the instruments, took down the observatories, and sent everything on board that had not been already removed. As none of the natives had taken the least notice or care of the 3 sheep allotted to Mariwogi, I ordered them to be carried back to the ships. I was apprehensive that if I had left them here, they run great risk of being destroyed by dogs. That animal did not exist upon this island when I first visited it in 1773, but I now found they had got a good many, partly from the breed then left by myself, and partly from some imported since that time, from an island not very remote called Sigi. The dogs, however, at present, had not found their way into any of the friendly islands, except Tongatapu, and none but the chiefs there had, as yet, got possession of any. Being now upon the eve of our departure from this island, I shall add some particulars about it and its productions, for which I am indebted to Mr. Anderson. And, having spent as many weeks there as I had done days on when I visited it in 1773, the better opportunities that now occurred of gaining more accurate information, and the skill of that gentleman in directing his inquiries will in some measure supply the imperfection of my former account of this island. Amsterdam, Tongatapu, or, as the natives also very frequently called it, Tonga, is about 20 leagues in circuit, somewhat oblong, though by much broadest at the east end, and its greatest length from east to west. The south shore, which I saw in 1773, is straight. and consists of coral rocks, 8 or 10 feet high, terminating perpendicularly, except in some places where it is interrupted by small sandy beaches, on which, at low water, a range of black rocks may be seen. The well end is not above 5 or 6 miles broad, but has a shore somewhat like that of the south side, whereas the whole north side is environed with shoals and islands, and the shore within them low and sandy. The east side or end is, most probably, like the south, as the shore begins to assume a rocky appearance toward the northeast point, though not above 7 or 8 feet high. The island may, with the greatest propriety, be called a low one, as the trees on the west part, where we now lay at anchor, only appeared, and the only eminent part, which can be seen from a ship, is the southeast point, though many gently rising and declining grounds are observable by one who is ashore. The general appearance of the country does not afford that beautiful kind of landscape that is produced from a variety of hills and valleys, lawns, rivulets and cascades, but at the same time it conveys to the spectator an idea of the most exuberant fertility, whether we respect the places improved by art or those still in a natural state, both which yield all their vegetable productions with the greatest vigour and perpetual verdure. At a distance, the surface seems entirely clothed with trees of various sizes, some of which are very large. But, above the rest, the tall cocoa palms always raise their tufted heads and are far from being the smallest ornament to any country that produces them. The bugo, which is a species of fig with narrow pointed leaves, is the largest sized tree of the island, and on the uncultivated spots, especially toward the sea, the most common bushes and small trees are the pandanus, several sorts of bibiscus, the faitanu, mentioned more than once in the course of our voyage, and a few others. It ought also to be observed that though the materials for forming grand landscapes are wanting, there are many of what might at least be called neat prospects about the cultivated grounds and dwelling places, but more especially about the Fiatukas, where sometimes art and sometimes nature has done much to please the eye. From the situation of Tongatapu toward the tropic, the climate is more variable than in countries farther within that line, though perhaps that might be owing to the season of the year, which was now the winter solstice. The winds are, for the most part, from some point between south and east, and when moderate, are commonly attended with fine weather. When they blow fresher, the weather is often cloudy, though open, and in such cases there is frequently rain. The wind sometimes veers to the northeast, north-northeast, or even north-northwest, but never lasts long, nor blows strong from thence, though it is commonly accompanied by heavy rain and close sultry weather. The quick succession of vegetables has been already mentioned, but I am not certain that the changes of weather by which it is brought about are considerable enough to make them perceptible to the natives as to their method of life, or rather that they should be very sensible of the different seasons. This, perhaps, may be inferred from the state of their vegetable productions, which are never so much affected with respect to the foliage as to shed. That, all at once, for every leaf is succeeded by another as fast as it falls, which causes that appearance of universal and continual spring found here. The basis of the island, as far as we know, is entirely a coral rock, which is the only fort that presents itself on the shore. Nor did we see the least appearance of any other stone except a few small blue pebbles strewed about the Fiatukas, and the smooth, solid black stone, something like the lapis lidius, of which the natives make their hatchets. But these may, probably, have been brought from other islands in the neighbourhood, for a piece of slaty, iron-coloured stone was bought at one of them, which was never seen here. Though the coral projects in many places above the surface, the soil is, in general, of a considerable depth. In all cultivated places, it is commonly of a loose black colour, produced seemingly in a great measure from the rotten vegetables that are planted there, underneath which is, very probably, a clayey floratum. for a soil of that kind is often seen both in the low and in the riling grounds, but especially in several places toward the shore where it is of any height, and when broken off, appears sometimes of a reddish, though oftener of a brownish-yellow colour and of a pretty stiff consistence. Where the shore is low, the soil is commonly sandy, or rather composed of triturated coral, which, however, yields bushes growing with great luxuriance, and is sometimes planted, not unsuccessfully, by the natives. Of cultivated fruits, the principal are plantains, of which they have 15 different sorts or varieties. Breadfruit, 2 sorts of fruit found at Otaheite, and known there under the names of jambu and ivy. The latter a kind of plum, and vast numbers of shaddocks which, however, are found as often in a natural state as planted. The roots are yams, of which are 2 sorts, one black and so large that it often weighs 20 or 30 pounds, the other white and long, seldom weighing a pound. A large root called kappa, one not unlike our white potatoes called mauaha, the talo or kakios of other places, and another named Gigi. Besides vast numbers of cocoa nut trees, they have 3 other sorts of palms, 2 of which are very scarce. One of them is called biu, which grows almost as high as the cocoa tree, has very large leaves plaited like a fan, and clusters or bunches of globular nuts, not larger than a small pistol ball, growing amongst the branches, with a very hard kernel which is sometimes eat. The other is a kind of cabbage tree, not distinguishable from the cocoa, but by being rather thicker and by having its leaves more ragged. It has a cabbage 3 or 4 feet long, at the top of which are the leaves, and at the bottom the fruit, which is scarcely 2 inches long, resembling an oblong cocoa nut, with an insipid, tenacious kernel, called by the natives neogula, or red cocoa nut, as it assumes a reddish cast when ripe. The third fort is called ongo ongo, and much commoner, being generally found planted about their fiatukf. It seldom grows higher than 5 feet, though sometimes to 8, and has a vast number of oval compressed nuts, as large as a pippin, slicking immediately to the trunk, amongst the leaves, which are not eat. There is plenty of excellent sugarcane, which is cultivated, gourds, bamboo, turmeric, and a species of fig, about the size of a small cherry called mat, which, though wild, is sometimes eat. But the catalogue of uncultivated plants is too large to be enumerated here. Besides the Pemphis dicaspomum, Malacoca, Maba, and some other new genera, described by Dr. Foster, there are a few more found here, which perhaps the different seasons of the year and his short stay did not give him an opportunity to take notice of. Although it did not appear during our longer stay that above a 4th part of the trees and other plants were in flower. A circumstance absolutely necessary to enable one to distinguish the various kinds. The only quadrupeds besides hogs are a few rats and some dogs, which are not natives of the place, but produced from some left by us in 1773, and by others got from Fiji. Fowls, which are of a large breed, are domesticated here. Amongst the birds are parrots, somewhat smaller than the common grey ones, of an indifferent green on the back and wings, the tail bluish, and the rest of a sooty or chocolate brown. Parroquets, not larger than a sparrow, of a fine yellowish green, with bright azure on the crown of the head, and the throat and belly red. Besides another fort as large as a dove, with a blue crown and thighs. The throat and under part of the head crimson, as also part of the belly, and the rest a beautiful green. There are owls about the size of our common fort, but of a finer plumage. The cuckoos, mentioned at Palmerston's Island. Kingfishers, about the size of a thrush, of a greenish blue, with a white ring about the neck. And a bird of the thrush kind, almost as big, of a dull green colour, with 2 yellow wattles at the base of the bill, which is the only singing one we observed here. But it compensates a good deal for the want of others by the strength and melody of its notes, which fill the woods at dawn, in the evening, and at the breaking up of bad weather. The other land birds are rails, as large as a pigeon, of a variegated grey colour, with a rusty neck, a black fort with red eyes, not larger than a lark, large violet-coloured coots, with red bald crowns, 2 sorts of flycatchers, a very small swallow, and 3 sorts of pigeons, one of which is le ramier cuivre of Mons, Sonnerat, another, half the size of the common fort, of a light green on the back and wings, with a red forehead, and a third, somewhat less, of a purple-brown, but whitish underneath. Of waterfowl, and such as frequent the sea, are the ducks seen at Nomuka, though scarce here, blue and white herons, tropic birds, common noddies, white terns, a new species of a leaden colour with a black crest, a small bluish curlew, and a large plover spotted with yellow. Besides the large bats, mentioned before, there is also the common fort. The only noxious or disgusting animals of the reptile or insect tribe are sea snakes, 3 feet long, with black and white circles alternately, often found on shore, some scorpions and centipedes. There are fine green guanos, 1.5 feet long, another brown and spotted lizard, about 1 foot long, and 2 other small forts. Amongst the other insects are some beautiful moths, butterflies, very large spiders, and others, making, in the whole, about 50 different sorts. The sea abounds with fish, though the variety is less than might be expected. The most frequent sorts are mullets, several sorts of parrotfish, silverfish, old wives, some beautifully spotted soles, leather jackets, bonettos, and albicores. Besides the eels mentioned at Palmerston's Elsland, some sharks, rays, pipefish, a fort of pike, and some curious devilfish. The many reefs and shoals on the north side of the island afford shelter for an endless variety of shellfish, amongst which are many that are esteemed precious in Europe. Such as the true hammer oyster, of which, however, none could be obtained entire, a large indentated oyster, and several others, but none of the common fort, Panamas, cones, a fort of gigantic cockle found also in the East Indies, pearl-shell oysters, and many others, several of which, I believe, have been hitherto unknown to the most diligent inquirers after that branch of natural history. There are likewise several sorts of sea eggs and many very fine starfish, besides a considerable variety of corals, amongst which are 2 red sorts, the one most elegantly branched, the other tubulous, and there is no less variety amongst the crabs and crayfish, which are very numerous, to which may be added several sorts of sponge, the sea hare, holothuri, and the like. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1 by Captain James Cook, Book 2, Chapter 9, a grand solemnity called Nacho, in honour of the King's son, performed, the processions and other ceremonies during the first day described, the manner of passing the night at the King's house, continuation of the solemnity the next day, conjectures about the nature of it, departure from Tongatapu and arrival at Eua, account of that island and transactions there. We were now ready to fail, but the wind being easterly, we had not sufficient daylight to turn through the narrows, either with the morning or with the evening flood, the one falling out too early and the other too late. So that, without a leading wind, we were under a necessity of waiting 2 or 3 days. I took the opportunity of this delay to be present at a public solemnity to which the King had invited us when we went last to visit him, and which, he had informed us, was to be performed on the 8th. With a view to this, he and all the people of note quitted our neighbourhood on the 7th and repaired to Mua, where the solemnity was to be exhibited. A party of us followed them the next morning. We understood from what Poulaho had said to us that his son and heir was now to be initiated into certain privileges, amongst which was that of eating with his father, an honour he had not as yet been admitted to. We arrived at Mua about 8 o'clock, and found the king, with a large circle of attendants fitting before him, within an enclosure so small and dirty as to excite my wonder that any such could be found in that neighbourhood. They were intent upon their usual morning occupation in preparing a bowl of kava. As this was no liquor for us, we walked out to visit some of our friends and to observe what preparations might be making for the ceremony which was soon to begin. About 10 o'clock, the people began to assemble in a large area which is before the mali, or great house, to which we had been conducted the first time we visited Mua. At the end of a road that opens into this area flood some men with spears and clubs, who kept constantly reciting or chanting short sentences in a mournful tone which conveyed some idea of distress and as if they called for something. This was continued about an hour, and, in the meantime, many people came down the road, each of them bringing a yam tied to the middle of a pole, which they laid down, before the persons who continued repeating the sentences. While this was going on, the king and prince arrived, and seated themselves upon the area, and we were desired to fit down by them, but to pull off our hats, and to untie our hair. The bearers of the yams being all come in, each pole was taken up between two men who carried it over their shoulders. After forming themselves into companies of 10 or 12 persons each, they marched across the place with a quick pace, each company headed by a man bearing a club or spear and guarded on the right by several others, armed with different weapons. A man carrying a living pigeon on a perch closed the rear of the procession, in which about 250 persons walked. Omai was desired by me to ask the chief to what place the yams were to be thus carried with so much solemnity. Burr, as he seemed unwilling to give us the information we wanted, 2 or 3 of us followed the procession, contrary to his inclination. We found that they stopped before a morai of Siatuka, of one house standing upon a mount, which was hardly a quarter of a mile from the place where they first assembled. Here we observed them depositing the yams and making them up into bundles, but for what purpose we could not learn. And as our presence seemed to give them uneasiness, we left them and returned to Poulaho, who told us we might amuse ourselves by walking about, as nothing would be done for some time. The fear of losing any part of the ceremony prevented our being long absent. When we returned to the king, he desired me to order the boat's crew not to stir from the boat, for as everything would very soon be taboo if any of our people or of their own should be found walking about, they would be knocked down with clubs. Nay, mateed, that is, killed. He also acquainted us that we could not be present at the ceremony, but that we should be conducted to a place where we might see everything that passed. Objections were made to our dress. We were told that to qualify us to be present, it was necessary that we should be naked as low as the breast, with our hats off and our hair untied. Omai offered to conform to these requisites and began to strip. Other objections were then started, so that the exclusion was given to him equally with ourselves. I did not much like this restriction, and therefore stole out to see what might now be going forward. I found very few people stirring, except those dressed to attend the ceremony, some of whom had in their hands small poles about 4 feet long, and to the under part of these were fattened 2 or 3 other flicks, not bigger than one's finger, and about 6 inches in length. These men were going toward the moral just mentioned. I took the same road and was, several times, flopped by them, all crying out taboo. However, I went forward, without much regarding them, till I came in fight of the morai, and of the people who were fitting before it, I was now urged very strongly to go back. And not knowing what might be the consequence of a reusual, I complied. I had observed that the people who carried the poles passed this morai, or what I may as well call temple, and guessing from this circumstance that something was transacting beyond it which might be worth looking at, I had thoughts of advancing by making a round for this purpose. But I was so closely watched by 3 men that I could not put my design in execution. In order to shake these fellows off, I returned to the Malay, where I had left the king, and, from thence, made an elopement a second time. But I instantly met with the same 3 men, so that it seemed as if they had been ordered to watch my motions. I paid no regard to what they said or did, till I came within fight of the king's principal fiatuka or morai, which I have already described, before which a great number of men were fitting, being the same persons whom I had just before seen pass by the other morai, from which this was but a little distant. Observing that I could watch the proceedings of this company from the king's plantation, I repaired thither, very much to the satisfaction of those who attended me. As soon as I got in, I acquainted the gentleman who had come with me from the ships with what I had seen, and we took a proper station to watch the result. The number of people at the fiatuka continued to increase for some time, and at length we could see them quit their fitting posture and march off in procession. They walked in pairs, one after another, every pair carrying between them one of the small poles above mentioned on their shoulders. We were told that the small pieces of flicks fattened to the poles were yams, so that, probably, they were meant to represent this root emblematically. The hindmost men of each couple, for the most part, placed one of his hands to the middle of the pole, as if, without this additional support, it were not strong enough to carry the weight that hung to it, and under which they all seemed to bend as they walked. This procession consisted of 108 pairs, and all or most of them men of rank. They came close by the fence behind which we flood, so that we had a full view of them. Having waited here till they had all passed, we then repaired to Poulaho's house and saw him going out. We could not be allowed to follow him, but were forthwith conducted to the place allotted to us, which was behind a fence adjoining to the area of the fiatuka where the yams had been deposited in the forenoon. As we were not the only people who were excluded from being publicly present at this ceremony, but allowed to peep from behind the curtain, we had a good deal of company. And I observed that all the other enclosures round the place were filled with people. And yet all imaginable care seemed to be taken, that they should see as little as possible, for the fences had not only been repaired that morning, but in many places raised higher than common, so that the tallest man could not look over them. To remedy this defect in our station, we took the liberty to cut holes in the fence with our knives, and by this means we could see pretty distinctly everything that was transacting on the other side. On our arrival at our station, we found 200 or 300 people fitting on the grass near the end of the road that opened into the area of the marae, and the number continually increased by others joining them. At length arrived a few men carrying some small poles and branches or leaves of the coconut tree, and upon their first appearance, an old man seated himself in the road, and with his face toward them, pronounced a long oration in a serious tone. He then retired back, and the others advancing to the middle of the area began to erect a small shed, employing for that purpose the materials above mentioned. When they had finished their work, they all squatted down for a moment before it, then rose up and retired to the rest of the company. Soon after came Poulaho's son, preceded by 4 or 5 men, and they seated themselves a little aside, from the shed, and rather behind it. After them appeared 12 or 14 women of the first rank, walking slowly in pairs, each pair carrying between them a narrow piece of white cloth extended about 2 or 3 yards in length. These marched up to the prince, squatted down before him, and having wrapped some of the pieces of the cloth they had brought round his body, they rose up and retired in the same order to some distance on his left, and there seated themselves. Poulaho himself soon made his appearance, preceded by 4 men, who walked 2 and 2 abreast, and sat down on his ion's left hand, about 20 paces from him. The young prince then, quitting his first position, went and sat down under the shed with his attendants, and a considerable number more placed themselves on the grass before this royal canopy. the prince himself fat facing the people, with his back to the morai. This being done, 3 companies of 10 or a dozen men in each started up from amongst the large crowd a little after each other and running hastily to the opposite side of the area, fat down for a few seconds. After which they returned in the same manner to their former stations. To them succeeded 2 men, each of whom held a small green branch in his hand, who got up and approached the prince, fitting down for a few seconds 3 different times as they advanced, and then turning their backs retired in the same manner, inclining their branches to each other as they fat. In a little time, 2 more repeated this ceremony. The grand procession, which I had seen march off from the other morai, now began to come in. To judge of the circuit they had made, from the time they had been absent, it must have been pretty large. As they entered the area, they marched up to the right of the shed, and having prostrated themselves on the grass, deposited their pretended burthens, the poles above mentioned, and faced round to the prince. They then rose up and retired in the same order, closing their hands which they held before them with the most serious aspect, and seated themselves along the front of the area. During all the time that this numerous band were coming in and depositing their poles, 3 men who sat under the 6th with the prince continued pronouncing separate sentences in a melancholy tone. After this, a profound silence ensued for a little time, and then a man, who sat in the front of the area, began an oration or prayer, during which at several different times he went and broke one of the poles, which had been brought in by those who had walked in procession. When he had ended, the people, fitting before the shed, separated to make a lane through which the prince and his attendants passed, and the assembly broke up. Some of our party, satisfied with what they had already seen, now returned to the ships, but I and 2 or 3 more of the officers remained at Mua to see the conclusion of the solemnity, which was not to be till the next day, being desirous of omitting no opportunity which might afford any information about the religious or the political institutions of this people. The small sticks or poles, which had been brought into the area by those who walked in procession, being left lying on the ground, after the crowd had dispersed, I went and examined them. I found that to the middle of each, 2 or 3 small flicks were tied, as has been related. Yet we had been repeatedly told by the natives who flood near us that they were young yams, insomuch that some of our gentlemen believed them rather than their own eyes. As I had the demonstration of my senses to satisfy me that they were not real yams, it is clear that we ought to have understood them, that they were only the artificial representations of these roots. Our supper was got ready about 7 o'clock. It consisted of fish and yams. We might have had pork also, but we did not choose to kill a large hog, which the king had given to us for that purpose. He supped with us, and drank pretty freely of brandy and water, so that he went to bed with a sufficient dose. We passed the night in the same house with him and several of his attendants. About 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning they waked, and conversed for about an hour, and then went to sleep again. All but Poulaho himself rose at daybreak, and went, I know not whither. Soon after, a woman, one of those who generally attended upon the chief, came in and inquired where he was. I pointed him out to her, and she immediately sat down by him, and began the same operation, which Mr. Anderson had seen practised upon Futafaihe, tapping or beating gently with her clenched fists on his thighs. This, instead of prolonging his sleep, as was intended, had the contrary effect. However, though he awaked, he continued to lie down. Omai and I now went to visit the prince, who had parted from us early in the evening, for he did not lodge with the king, but in apartments of his own, or at least such as had been allotted to him, at some distance from his father's house. We found him with a circle of boys or youths about his own age, fitting before him, and an old woman and an old man, who seemed to have the care of him, fitting behind. There were others, both men and women, employed about their necessary affairs in different departments, who probably belonged to his household. From the prince we returned to the king. By this time he had got up and had a crowded circle before him, composed chiefly of old men. While a large bowl of kava was preparing, a baked hog and yams, smoking hot, were brought in, the greatest part of which fell to our share, and was very acceptable to the boat's crew, for these people eat very little in a morning, especially the kava drinkers. I afterward walked out and visited several other chiefs, and found that all of them were taking their morning draught, or had already taken it. Returning to the king, I found him asleep in a small retired hut with 2 women tapping on his breech. About 11 o'clock he arose again, and then some fish and yams, which tailed as if they had been stewed in coconut milk, were brought to him. Of these he ate a large portion, and lay down once more to sleep. I now left him, and carried to the prince a present of cloth, beads, and other articles, which I had brought with me from the ship for the purpose. There was a sufficient quantity of cloth to make him a complete suit, and he was immediately decked out with it. Proud of his dress, he first went to show himself to his father, and then conduced me to his mother, with whom were about 10 or a dozen other women of a respectable appearance. Here the prince changed his apparel, and made me a present of 2 pieces of the cloth manufactured in the island. By this time it was past noon, when, by appointment, I repaired to the palace to dinner. Several of our gentlemen had returned this morning from the ships, and we were all invited to the feast, which was presently served up, and consisted of 2 pigs and yams. I roused the drowsy monarch to partake of what he had provided for our entertainment. In the meantime, 2 mullets and some shellfish were brought to him, as I supposed, for his separate portion. But he joined it to our fare, sat down with us, and made a hearty meal. When dinner was over, we were told that the ceremony would soon begin, and were strictly enjoined not to walk out. I had resolved, however, to peep no longer, from behind the curtain, but to mix with the actors themselves if possible. With this view, I stole out from the plantation and walked toward the moral, the scene of the solemnity. I was, several times, desired to go back by people whom I met, but I paid no regard to them, and they suffered me to pass on. When I arrived at the Manuae, I found a number of men seated on the side of the area, on each side of the road that leads up to it. A few were sitting on the opposite side of the area, and 2 men in the middle of it, with their faces turned to the Manuae. When I got into the midst of the first company, I was desired to sit down, which I accordingly did. Where I sat, there were lying a number of small bundles or parcels, composed of coconut leaves and tied to sticks made into the form of hand barrows. All the information I could get about them was that they were taboo. Our number kept continually increasing, everyone coming from the same quarter. From time to time, one or another of the company turned himself to those who were coming to join us and made a short speech, in which I could remark that the word Arki, that is king, was generally mentioned. One man said something that produced bursts of hearty laughter from all the crowd. Others of the speakers met with public applause. I was, several times, desired to leave the place, and at last, when they found that I would not stir after some seeming consultation, they applied to me to uncover my shoulders as theirs were. With this request I complied, and then they seemed to be no longer uneasy at my presence. I sat a full hour, without anything more going forward, beside what have mentioned. At length the prince, the women, and the king all came in, as they had done the day before. The prince being placed under the shed after his father's arrival, 2 men, each carrying a piece of mat, came, repeating something seriously, and put them about him. The assembled people now began their operations, and first 3 companies ran backward and forward across the area, as described in the account of the proceedings of the former day. Soon after, the 2 men who sat in the middle of the area made a short speech or prayer, and then the whole body, amongst whom I had my place, started up and ran and seated themselves before the shed under which the prince and 3 or 4 men were fitting. I was now partly under the management of one of the company, who seemed very assiduous to serve me. By his means, I was placed in such a situation that, if I had been allowed to make use of my eyes, nothing that passed could have escaped me. But it was necessary to fit with down-call looks and demure as maids. Soon after, the procession came in, as on the day before, each 2 persons bearing on their shoulders a pole, round the middle of which a coconut leaf was plaited. These were deposited with ceremonies similar to those observed on the preceding day. This first procession was followed by a second, the men composing which brought baskets, such as are usually employed by this people to carry provisions in, and made of palm leaves. These were followed by a third procession, in which were brought different kinds of small fish, each sixed at the end of a forked stick. The baskets were carried up to an old man, whom I took to be the chief priest, and who sat on the prince's right hand without the shed. He held each in his hand, while he made a short speech or prayer, then laid it down and called for another, repeating the same words as before, and thus he went through the whole number of baskets. The fish were presented one by one on the forked flicks as they came in to 2 men who sat on the left, and who, till now, held green branches in their hands. The first fish they laid down on their right, and the second on their left. When the third was presented, a stout-looking man, who sat behind the other 2, reached his arm over between them and made a snatch at it, as also did the other 2, at the very same time. Thus they seemed to contend for every fish that was presented, but as there were 2 hands against one, besides the advantage of situation, the man behind got nothing but pieces, for he never quitted his hold till the fish was torn out of his hand, and what little remained in it, he shook out behind him. The others laid what they got, on the right and left alternately. At length, either by accident or design, the man behind got possession of a whole fish, without either of the other 2 so much as touching it. At this, the word Mangaia, which signifies very good or well done, was uttered in a low voice throughout the whole crowd. It seemed that he had performed now all that was expected from him, for he made no attempt upon the few fish that came after. These fish, as also the baskets, were all delivered by the persons who brought them in, sittings, and, in the same order and manner, the small poles which the first procession carried had been laid upon the ground. The last procession being closed, there was some speaking or praying by different persons. Then, on some signal being given, we all started up, ran several paces to the left, and sat down with our backs to the prince and the few who remained with him. I was desired not to look behind me. However, neither this injunction nor the remembrance of lost wife discouraged me from facing about. No saw that the prince had turned his face to the Manuae, but this last movement had brought so many people between him and me that I could not perceive what was doing. I was afterward assured that at this very time the prince was admitted to the high honour of eating with his father, which till now had never been permitted to him, a piece of roasted yam being presented to each of them for this purpose. This was the more probable, as we had been told beforehand, that this was to happen during the solemnity, and as all the people turned their backs to them at this time, which they always do when their monarch eats. After some little time we all faced about, and formed a semicircle before the prince, leaving a large open space between us. Presently there appeared some men coming toward us, 2 and 2, bearing large sticks or poles upon their shoulders, making a noise that might be called singing and waving their hands as they advanced. When they had got close up to us, they made a shew of walking very fast, without proceeding a single step. Immediately after, 3 or 4 men started up from the crowd, with large flicks in their hands, who ran toward those newcomers. The latter instantly threw down the poles from their shoulders and scampered off, and the others attacked the poles, and having beat them most unmercifully, returned to their places. As the pole-bearers ran off, they gave the challenge that is usual here in wrestling, and not long after, a number of flout fellows came from the same quarter, repeating the challenge as they advanced. These were opposed by a party who came from the opposite side almost at the same instant. The two parties paraded about the area for a few minutes, and then retired, each to their own side. After this, there were wrestling and boxing matches for about half an hour. Then 2 men seated themselves before the prince and made speeches, addressed, as I thought, entirely to him. With this the solemnity ended, and the whole assembly broke up. I now went and examined the several baskets which had been presented, a curiosity that I was not allowed before to indulge, because everything was then taboo. But the solemnity being now over, they became simply what I found them to be, empty baskets, so that whatever they were supposed to contain was emblematically represented, and so indeed was every other thing which had been brought in procession, except the fish. We endeavoured in vain to find out the meaning, not only of the ceremony in general, which is called nache, but of its different parts. We seldom got any other answer to our inquiries, but taboo, a word which, I have before observed, is applied to many other things. But as the prince was, evidently, the principal person concerned in it, and as we had been told by the king 10 days before the celebration of the nache, that the people would bring in yams for him and his son to eat together, and as he even described some part of the ceremony, we concluded, from what he had then said, and from what we now saw, that an oath of allegiance, if I may so express myself, or solemn promise was, on this occasion, made to the prince, as the immediate successor to the regal dignity, to stand by him and to furnish him with the several articles that were here emblematically represented. This seems the more probable, as all the principal people of the island, whom we had ever seen, assisted in the processions. But, be this as it may, the whole was conducted with a great deal of mysterious solemnity, and that there was a mixture of religion in the institution was evident, not only from the place where it was performed, but from the manner of performing it. Our dress and deportment had never been called in question upon any former occasion whatever. Now it was expected that we should be uncovered as low as the waist, that our hair should be loose and flowing over our shoulders, that we should, like themselves, fit cross-legged, and, at times, in the most humble posture, with downcast eyes and hands locked together, all which requisites were most devoutly observed by the whole assembly. And lastly, everyone was excluded from the solemnity, but the principal people, and those who assisted in the celebration. All these circumstances were to me a sufficient testimony that, upon this occasion, they considered themselves as acting under the immediate inspection of a supreme being. The present nache may be considered, from the above account of it, as merely figurative. For the small quantity of yams which we saw the first day could not be intended as a general contribution, and indeed we were given to understand that they were a portion consecrated to the Otua, or divinity. But we were informed that in about 3 months there would be performed, on the same account, a far more important and grander solemnity, on which occasion not only the tribute of Tongatapu, but that of Hapai, Vavau, and of all the other islands would be brought to the chief and confirmed more awfully by sacrificing 10 human victims from amongst the inferior sort of people. A horrid solemnity indeed, and which is a most significant instance of the influence of gloomy and ignorant superstition over the minds of one of the most benevolent and humane nations upon earth. On inquiring into the reasons of so barbarous a practice, they only said that it was a necessary part of the Natspi, and that, if they omitted it, the deity would certainly destroy their king. Before the assembly broke up, the day was far spent, and as we were at some distance from the ships and had an intricate navigation to go through, we were in Hafta to set out from Mua. When I took leave of Poulaho, he pressed me much to stay till the next day to be present at a funeral ceremony. The wife of Mariwagi, who was mother-in-law to the king, had lately died, and her corpse had, on account of the Nachi, been carried on board a canoe that lay in the lagoon. Poulaho told me that as soon as he had paid the last offices to her, he would attend me to Eua, but if I did not wait, that he would follow me thither. I understood at the same time that, if it had not been for the death of this woman, most of the chiefs would have accompanied us to that island, where it seems all of them have possessions. I would gladly have waited to see this ceremony also, had not the tide been now favourable for the ships to get through the Narrows. The wind, besides, which for several days past had been very boisterous, was now moderate and fettled, and to have lost this opportunity might have detained us a fortnight longer. But what was decisive against my waiting? We understood that the funeral ceremonies would last 5 days, which was too long a time, as the ships lay in such a situation that I could not get to sea at pleasure. I, however, assured the king that if we did not fail, I should certainly visit him again the next day. And so we all took leave of him and set out for the ships, where we arrived about 8 o'clock in the evening. I had forgot to mention that Omai was present at this second day's ceremony, as well as myself. But we were not together, nor did I know that he was there till it was almost over. He afterward told me that as soon as the king saw that I had stolen out from the plantation, he sent several people, one after another, to desire me to come back. Probably these messengers were not admitted to the place where I was, for I saw nothing of them. At last, intelligence was brought to the chief that I had actually stripped in conformity to their custom, and then he told Omai that he might be present also if he would comply with all the necessary forms. Omai had no objection, as nothing was required of him but to conform to the custom of his own country. Accordingly, he was furnished with a proper dress and appeared at the ceremony as one of the natives. It is likely that one reason of our being excluded at first was an apprehension that we would not submit to the requisites to qualify us to assist. While I was attending the Natchk at Mua, I ordered the horses, bull and cow and goats to be brought thither, thinking that they would be safer there, under the eyes of the chiefs, than at a place that would be in a manner deserted the moment after our departure. Besides the above-mentioned animals, we left, with our friends here, a young boar and 3 young sows of the English breed. They were exceedingly desirous of them, judging, no doubt, that they would greatly improve their own breed, which is rather small. Fianu also got from us 2 rabbits, a buck and a doe, and before we failed, we were told that young ones had been already produced. If the cattle succeed, of which I make no doubt, it will be a vast acquisition to these islands, and, as Tongatapu is a fine level country, the horses cannot but be useful. On the 10th, at 8 o'clock in the morning, we weighed anchor, and with a steady gale at southeast, turned through the channel, between the small isles called Makaha and Manuae, it being much wider than the channel between the last-mentioned island and Pangimodu. The flood set strong in our favour till we were the length of the channel leading up to the lagoon, where the flood from the eastward meets that from the west. This, together with the indraught of the lagoon and of the shoals before it, causeth strong ripplings and whirlpools. To add to these dangers, the depth of water in the channel exceeds the length of a cable, so that there is no anchorage except close to the rocks, where we meet with 40 and 45 sathams over a bottom of dark sand. But then here a ship would be exposed to the whirlpools. This frustrated the design which I had formed of coming to an anchor as soon as we were through the Narrows, and of making an excursion to see the funeral. I chose rather to lose that ceremony than to leave the ships in a situation in which I did not think them safe. We continued to ply to windward between the 2 tides without either gaining or losing an inch till near high water, when, by a favourable stant, we got into the eastern tide's influence. We expected there to find the ebb to run strong to the eastward in our favour, but it proved so inconsiderable that at any other time it would not have been noticed. This informed us that most of the water which flows into the lagoon comes from the northwest and returns the same way. About 5 in the afternoon, finding that we could not get to sea before it was dark, I came to an anchor under the shore of Tongatapu in 45 fathoms water, and about 2 cables' length from the reef that runs along that side of the island. The Discovery dropped anchor under our stern, but before the anchor took hold, she drove off the bank and did not recover it till after midnight. We remained at this station till 11 o'clock the next day, when we weighed and plied to the eastward. But it was 10 at night before we weathered the east end of the island and were enabled to stretch away for Middelburg, or Ewer, as it is called by the inhabitants, where we anchored at 8 o'clock the next morning in 40 fathoms water over a bottom of sand, interspersed with coral rocks. The extremes of the island extending from north, 40 degrees east to south, 22 degrees. Well, the high land of Ewer, south, 45 degrees east, and Tongatapu, from north, 70 degrees west to north, 19 degrees west, distant about half a mile from the shore, being nearly the same place where I had my station in 1773, and then named by me English Road. We had no sooner anchored than Tausa the chief and several other natives visited us on board and seemed to rejoice much at our arrival. This Tausa had been my tayo when I was here during my last voyage. Consequently, we were not strangers to each other. In a little time, I went ashore with him in search of fresh water, the procuring of which was the chief object that brought me to Eua. I had been told at Tongatapu that there was here a stream running from the hills into the Fee, but this was not the case now. I was first conducted to a brackish spring between low and high water mark amongst rocks in the cove where we landed and where no one would ever have thought of looking for what we wanted. However, I believe the water of this spring might be good were it possible to take it up before the tide mixes with it. Finding that we did not like this, our friends took us a little way into the island, where, in a deep chasm, we found very good water, which, at the expense of some time and trouble, might be conveyed down to the shore by means of spouts or troughs that could be made with plantain leaves and the stem of the tree. But, rather than to undertake that tedious task, one resolved to rest contented with the supply the ships had got at Tongatapu. Before I returned on board, I set on foot a trade for hogs and yams. Of the former, we could procure but few, but of the latter, plenty. I put ashore at this island the ram and 2 ewes of the Cape of Good Hope breed of sheep, entrusting them to the care of Tausa, who seemed proud of his charge. It was fortunate, perhaps, that Mariwagi, to whom I had given them, as before mentioned, slighted the present. Eua, not having as yet got any dogs upon it, seems to be a properer place than Tongatapu for the rearing of sheep. As we lay at anchor, this island bore a very different aspect from any we had lately seen, and formed a most beautiful landscape. It is higher than any we had passed, since leaving New Zealand, as Kau may justly be reckoned an immense rock, and from its top, which is almost flat, declines very gently toward the Fia. As the other isles of this cluster are level, the eye can discover nothing but the trees that cover them. But here, the land, riling gently upward, presents us with an extensive prospect, where groves of trees are only interspersed at irregular distances, in beautiful disorder, and the rest covered with grass. Near the shore, again, it is quite shaded with various trees, amongst which are the habitations of the natives, and to the right of our station was one of the most extensive groves of cocoa palms we had ever seen. The 13th, in the afternoon, a party of us made an excursion to the highest part of the island, which was a little to the right of our ships, in order to have a full view of the country. About halfway up we crossed a deep valley the bottom and sides of which, though composed of hardly anything but coral rock, were clothed with trees. We were row about 200 or 300 feet above the level of the Fia, and yet even here the coral was perforated into all the holes and inequalities which usually diversity the surface of this substance within the reach of the tide. Indeed, we found the same coral till we began to approach the sun mills of the highest hills, and it was remarkable that these were chiefly composed of a yellowish, soft, sandy stone. The soil there is, in general, a reddish clay, which in many places seemed to be very deep. On the most elevated part of the whole island, we found a round platform, or mount of earth, supported by a wall of coral stones, to bring which to such a height must have cost much labour. Our guides told us that this mount had been erected by order of their chief, and that they sometimes met there to drink kava. They called it echi, by which name an erection, which we had seen at Tongatapu, as already mentioned, was distinguished. Not many paces from in was a spring of excellent water, and about a mile lower down a running stream, which, we were told, found its way to the Fee when the rains were copious. We also met with water in many little holes, and no doubt great plenty might be found by digging. From the elevation to which we had ascended, we had a full view of the whole island, except a part of the south point. The southeast side, from which the highest hills we were now upon are not far distant, rises with very great inequalities immediately from the sea, so that the plains and meadows, of which there are here some of great extent, lie all on the northwest side, and, as they are adorned with tufts of trees, intermixed with plantations, they form a very beautiful landscape in every point of view. While I was surveying this delightful prospect, I could not help flattering myself with the pleasing idea that some future navigator may, from the same station, behold these meadows flocked with cattle brought to these islands by the ships of England, and that the completion of this single benevolent purpose, independently of all other considerations, would sufficiently mark to posterity that our voyages had not been useless to the general interests of humanity. Besides the plants common on the other neighbouring islands, we found on the height a species of acrosticum, melastoma and fern tree, with a few other ferns and plants not common lower down. Our guides informed us that all or most of the land on this island belonged to the great chiefs of Tongatapu, and that the inhabitants were only tenants or vassals to them. Indeed, this seemed to be the case at all the other neighbouring isles, except Nomuka, where there were some chiefs who seemed to act with some kind of independence. Omai, who was a great favourite with Sinu and these people in general, was tempted with the offer of being made chief of this island if he would have stayed amongst them, and it is not clear to me that he would not have been glad to flay if the scheme had met with my approbation. One own I did disapprove of it, but not because I thought that Omai would do better for himself in his own native isle. On returning from my country expedition, we were informed that a party of the natives had, in the circle where our people traded, struck one of their own countrymen with a club, which laid bare, or, as others said, fractured his skull, and then broke his thigh with the fame, when our men interposed. He had no signs of life when carried to a neighbouring house, but afterward recovered a little. On my asking the reason of so severe a treatment, we were informed that he had been discovered in a situation rather indelicate with a woman who was tabooed. We, however, understood that she was no otherwise tabooed than by belonging to another person and rather superior in rank to her gallant. From this circumstance, we had an opportunity of observing how these people treat such infidelities. But the female sinner has, by far, the smaller share of punishment for her misdemeanour, as they told us that she would only receive a flight beating. The next morning, I planted a pineapple and sowed the seeds of melons and other vegetables in the chief's plantation. I had some encouragement indeed to flatter myself that my endeavours of this kind would not be fruitless. For this day there was served up at my dinner a dish of turnips, being the produce of the seeds I had left here during my last voyage. I had fixed upon the 15th for failing, till Tausa pressed me to flay a day or two longer to receive a present he had prepared for me. This reason, and the daily expectation of seeing some of our friends from Tongatapu, induced me to defer my departure. Accordingly, the next day I received the chief's present, confiding of 2 small heaps of yams and some fruit, which seemed to be collected by a kind of contribution, as at the other isles. On this occasion, most of the people of the island had assembled at the place, and as we had experienced on such numerous meetings amongst their neighbours, gave us not a little trouble to prevent them from pilfering whatever they could lay their hands upon. We were entertained with cudgelling, wrestling and boxing matches, and in the latter both male and female combatants exhibited. It was intended to have finished the shoe with the bomai or night dance, but an accident either put a total stop to it, or at least prevented any of us from flaying ashore to see it. One of my people, walking a very little way, was surrounded by 20 or 30 of the natives, who knocked him down and stripped him of everything he had on his back. On hearing of this, I immediately seized 2 canoes and a large hog, and insisted on Taufa's causing the clothes to be restored, and on the offenders being delivered up to me. The chief seemed much concerned at what had happened, and forthwith took the necessary steps to satisfy me. This affair so alarmed the assembled people that most of them fled. However, when they found that I took no other measures to revenge the insult, they returned. It was not long before one of the offenders was delivered up to me, and a shirt and a pair of trousers restored. The remainder of the stolen goods not coming in before night, I was under a necessity of leaving them to go aboard. For the sea runs so high that it was with the greatest difficulty the boats could get out of the creek with daylight, much less in the dark. The next morning I landed again, having provided myself with a present for Taufa, in return for what he had given me. As it was early, there were but few people at the landing place, and those few not without their fears. But on Ray desiring Omai to allure them, that we meant no harm, and in confirmation of this assurance, having restored the canoes and released the offender whom they had delivered up to me, they resumed their usual gaiety. And presently a large circle was formed, in which the chief and all the principal men of the island took their places. The remainder of the clothes were now brought in, but as they had been torn off the man's back by pieces, they were not worth carrying on board. Taufa, on receiving my present, shared it with 3 or 4 other chiefs, keeping only a small part for himself. This present exceeded their expectations so greatly that one of the chiefs, a venerable old man, told me that they did not deserve it, considering how little they had given to me and the ill treatment one of my people had met with. I remained with them till they had finished their bowl of kava, and having then paid for the hog, which I had taken the day before, returned on board with Taufa and one of Poulaho's servants, by whom I sent, as a parting mark of my esteem and regard for that chief, a piece of bar iron, being as valuable a present as any I could make to him. Soon after we weighed, and with a light breeze at southeast, flood out to sea. And then Taufa and a few other natives that were in the ship left us. On heaving up the anchor, we found that the cable had suffered considerably by the rocks, so that the bottom in this road is not to be depended upon. Besides this, we experienced that a prodigious swell rolls in there from the southwest. We had not been long under fail before we observed a failing canoe coming from Tongatapu and entering the creek before which we had anchored. Some hours after, a small canoe, conducted by 4 men, came off to us. For, as we had but little wind, we were still at no great distance from the land. These men told us that the failing canoe, which we had seen arrive from Tongatapu, had brought orders to the people of Ewa to furnish us with a certain number of hogs, and that, in 2 days, the king and other chiefs would be with us. They, therefore, desired we would return to our former station. There was no reason to doubt the truth of what these men told us. 2 of them had actually come from Tongatapu in the failing canoe, and they had no view in coming off to us, But to give this intelligence, however, as we were now clear of the land, it was not a sufficient inducement to bring me back, especially as we had already on board a stock of fresh provisions, sufficient, in all probability, to last during our passage to Otaheite. Besides Taufa's present, we had got a good quantity of yams at Ewa, in exchange chiefly for small nails. Our supply of hogs was also considerably increased there, though doubtless we should have got many more if the chiefs of Tongatapu had been with us, whole property they mostly were. At the approach of night, these men, finding that we would not return, left us, as also some others, who had come off in 2 canoes with a few coconuts and shaddocks to exchange them for what they could get. The eagerness of these people to get into their possession more of our commodities, inducing them to follow the ships out to Fee and to continue their intercourse with us to the last moment. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1 by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 10. Advantages derived from visiting the Friendly Islands. Best articles for Trassic. Refreshments that may be procured. The number of the islands and their names. Keppel's and Boscawen's Islands belong to them. Account of Vavau, of Hamoa, of Sigi. Voyages of the natives in their canoes. Difficulty of procuring exact information. Persons of the inhabitants of both sexes, their colour. Diseases, their general character, manner of wearing their hair, of puncturing their bodies, their clothing and ornaments, personal cleanliness. Thus we took leave of the Friendly Islands and their inhabitants after a stay of between 2 and 3 months, during which time we lived together in the most cordial friendship. Some accidental differences, it is true, now and then happened, owing to their great propensity to thieving, but too often encouraged by the negligence of our own people. But these differences were never attended with any fatal consequences, to prevent which all my measures were directed, and I believe few on board our ships left our friends here without some regret. The time employed amongst them was not thrown away. We expended very little of our sea provisions, subsisting in general upon the produce of the islands, while we stayed, and carrying away with us a quantity of refreshments sufficient to last till our arrival at another station, where we could depend upon a fresh supply. I was not sorry, besides, to have had an opportunity of bettering the condition of these good people, by leaving the useful animals before mentioned among them, and at the same time those designed for Otaheite received fresh strength in the pastures of Tongatapu. Upon the whole, therefore, the advantages we received by touching here were very great, and I had the additional satisfaction to reflect that they were received without retarding one moment the prosecution of the great object of our voyage, the season for proceeding to the north being, as has been already observed, lost before I took the resolution of bearing away for these islands. But, besides the immediate advantages which both the natives of the Friendly Islands and ourselves received by this visit, future navigators from Europe, if any such should ever tread our steps, will profit by the knowledge I acquired of the geography of this part of the Pacific Ocean. And the more philosophical reader who loves to view human nature in new situations, and to speculate on singular but faithful representations of the persons, the customs, the arts, the religion, the government, and the language of uncultivated man, in remote and fresh discovered quarters of the globe, will, perhaps, find matter of amusement, if not of instruction, in the information which I have been enabled to convey to him concerning the inhabitants of this archipelago. I shall suspend my narrative of the progress of the voyage, while I faithfully relate what I had opportunities of collecting on these several topics. We found, by our experience, that the best articles for traffic at these islands are iron tools in general, axes and hatchets, nails from the largest spike down to 10-penny ones, rasps, files, and knives are much sought after. Red cloth and linen, both white and coloured. Looking glasses and beads are also in estimation, But of the latter, those that are blue are preferred to all others, and white ones are thought the least valuable. A firing of large blue beads would at any time purchase a hog, but it must be observed that such articles as are merely ornaments may be highly esteemed at one time and not so at another. When we first arrived at Nomuka, the people there would hardly take them in exchange even for fruit. But when Sinu came, this great man set the fashion and brought them into vogue, till they rose in their value to what I have just mentioned. In return for the favourite commodities which I have enumerated, all the refreshments may be procured that the islands produce. These are hogs, fowls, fish, yams, breadfruit, plantains, cocoa nuts, sugarcane, and, in general, every such supply as can be met with at Otaheite or any of the Society Islands. The yams of the Friendly Islands are excellent and, when grown to perfection, keep very well at Fia. But their pork, breadfruit and plantains, though far from despicable, are nevertheless much inferior in quality to the same articles at Otaheite and in its neighbourhood. Good water, which ships on long voyages stand so much in need of, is scarce at these islands. It may be found, it is true, on them all, but still, either in too inconsiderable quantities or in situations too inconvenient to serve the purposes of navigators. However, as the islands afford plenty of provisions, and particularly of cocoa nuts, ships may make a tolerable shift with such water as is to be got. And if one is not over-nice, there will be no want. While we lay at anchor under Kotu on our return from Hapai, some people, from Kau, informed us that there was a stream of water there, which, pouring down from the mountain, runs into the Fee on the southwest side of the island. That is, on the side that faces Tufoa, another island remarkable for its height, as also for having a considerable volcano in it, which, as has been already mentioned, burnt violently all the time that we were in its neighbourhood. It may be worthwhile for future navigators to attend to this intelligence about the stream of water at Kau, especially as we learned that there was anchorage on that part of the coast. The black stone, of which the natives of the Friendly Islands make their hatchets and other tools, we were informed, is the production of Tufoa. Under the denomination of Friendly Islands, we must include not only the group at Hapai, which I visited, but also all those islands that have been discovered nearly under the same meridian to the north, as well as some others that have never been seen hitherto by any European navigators, but are under the dominion of Tongatapu, which, though not the largest, is the capital and seat of government. According to the information that we received there, this archipelago is very extensive. Above 150 islands were reckoned up to us by the natives, who made use of bits of leaves to ascertain their number, and Mr. Anderson, with his usual diligence, even procured all their names. 15 of them are said to be high or hilly, such as Tufoa and Eua, and 35 of them large. Of these, only 3 were seen this voyage. Hapai, which is considered by the natives as one island, Tongatapu and Eua, of the size of the unexplored 32, nothing more can be mentioned but that they must be all larger than Nomuka, which those from whom we had our information ranked amongst the smaller isles. Some, or indeed several, of this latter denomination are mere spots without inhabitants. 61 of these islands have their proper places and names marked upon our chart of the Friendly Islands, and upon the sketch of the harbour of Tongatapu, to both which I refer the reader. But it must be left to future navigators to introduce into the geography of this part of the South Pacific Ocean the exact situation and size of near 100 more islands in this neighbourhood, which we had not an opportunity to explore, and whose existence we only learnt from the testimony of our friends, as above mentioned. On their authority, the following list of them was made, and it may serve as a groundwork for farther investigation. Names of the Friendly Islands and others in that neighbourhood mentioned by the inhabitants of Nomuka, Hapai and Tongatapu. Names omitted. I have not the least doubt that Prince William's Islands, discovered and so named by Tasman, are included in the foregoing lift. For while we lay at Hapai, one of the natives told me that 3 or 4 days' fail from thence, to the northwest, there was a clutter of small islands, confiding of upward of 40. This situation corresponds very well with that assigned in the accounts we have of Tasman's voyage to his Prince William's Islands. We have also very good authority to believe that Keppel's and Boscawen's Islands, 2 of Captain Wallis's discoveries in 1765, are comprehended in our lift, and that they are not only well known to these people, but are under the same sovereign. The following information seemed to me decisive as to this. Upon my inquiring one day of Poulaho the king in what manner the inhabitants of Tongatapu had acquired the knowledge of iron, and from what quarter they had procured a small iron tool, which I had seen amongst them when I first visited their island during my former voyage, he informed me that they had received this iron from an island which he called Ni Utabutabu. Carrying my inquiries further, I then desired to know whether he had ever been informed from whom the people of Ni Utabutabu had got it. I found him perfectly acquainted with its history. He said that one of those islanders foaled a club for 5 nails to a ship which had touched there, and that these 5 nails afterward were sent to Tongatapu. He added that this was the first iron known amongst them, so that what Tasman left of that metal must have been worn out and forgot long ago. I was very particular in my inquiries about the situation, size and form of the island, expressing my desire to know when this ship had touched there, how long she stayed, and whether any more were in company. The leading facts appeared to be fresh in his memory. He said that there was but one ship, that she did not come to an anchor, but left the island after her boat had been on shore. And from many circumstances, which he mentioned, it could not be many years since this had happened. According to his information, there are 2 islands near each other, which he himself had been at. The one he described as high and peaked like cow, and he called it Kotahi. The other, where the people of the ship landed, called Neotabutabu, he represented as much lower. He added that the natives of both are the same fort of people with those of Tongatapu, built their canoes in the same manner, that their islands had hogs and fowls, and, in general, the same vegetable productions. The ship, so pointedly referred to in this conversation, could be no other than the Dolphin, the only single ship from Europe, as far as we have ever learned, that had touched, of late years, at any island in this part of the Pacific Ocean, prior to my former visit of the Friendly Islands. But the most considerable islands in this neighbourhood that we now heard of, and we heard a great deal about them, are Samoa, Vavau, and Fiji. Each of these was represented to us as larger than Tongatapu. No European that we know of has as yet seen any one of them. Tasman, indeed, lays down in his chart an island nearly in the situation where I suppose Vavau to be, that is, about the latitude of 19 degrees. But then, that island is there marked as a very small one, whereas Vavau, according to the united testimony of all our friends at Tongatapu, exceeds the size of their own island and has high mountains. I should certainly have visited it, and have accompanied Sinu from Hapai if he had not then discouraged me by representing it to be very inconsiderable and without any harbour. But Poulaho the king afterward assured me that it was a large island, and that it not only produced everything in common with Tongatapu, but had the peculiar advantage of possessing several streams of fresh water with as good a harbour as that which we found at his capital island. He offered to attend me if I would visit it, adding that if I did not find everything agreeing with his representation, I might kill him. I had not the least doubt of the truth of his intelligence, and was satisfied that Seanu, from some interested view, attempted to deceive me. Samoa, which is also under the dominion of Tongatapu, lies 2 days' fail northwest from Vavau. It was described to me as the largest of all their islands, as affording harbours and good water, and as producing, in abundance, every article of refreshment found at the places we visited. Poulaho himself frequently resides there. It should seem that the people of this island are in high estimation at Tongatapu, for we were told that some of the songs and dances with which we were entertained had been copied from theirs, and we saw some houses said to be built after their fashion. Mr. Anderson, always inquisitive about such matters, learnt the 3 following words of the dialect of Hamoa. Tamolao, a chief man; Tamaiti, a chief woman; Sole, a common man. Fiji, as we were told, lies 3 days' fail from Tongatapu, in the direction of northwest by west. It was described to us as a high but very fruitful island, abounding with hogs, dogs, fowls, and all the kinds of fruit and roots that are found in any of the others, and as much larger than Tongatapu, to the dominion of which, as was represented to us, it is not subject, as the other islands of this archipelago are. On the contrary, Fiji and Tongatapu frequently make war upon each other, and it appeared from several circumstances that the inhabitants of the latter are much afraid of this enemy. They used to express their sense of their own inferiority to the Fiji men by bending the body forward and covering the face with their hands. And it is no wonder that they should be under this dread, for those of Fiji are formidable on account of the dexterity with which they use their bows and flings, but much more so on account of the savage practice to which they are addicted, like those of New Zealand, of eating their enemies, whom they kill in battle. We were satisfied that this was not a misrepresentation, for we met with several Fiji people at Tongatapu, and on inquiring of them, they did not deny the charge. Now, that I am again led to speak of cannibals, let me ask those who maintain that the want of food first brings men to seed on human flesh, what is it that induceth the Fiji people to keep it up in the midst of plenty? This practice is detested very much by those of Tongatapu, who cultivate the friendship of their savage neighbours of Fiji, apparently out of fear, though they sometimes venture to skirmish with them on their own ground, and carry off red feathers as their booty, which are in great plenty there, and, as has been frequently mentioned, are in great estimation amongst our friendly islanders. When the 2 lands are at peace, the intercourse between them seems to be pretty frequent, though they have doubtless been but lately known to each other, or we may suppose that Tongatapu and its adjoining islands would have been supplied before this with a breed of dogs, which abound at Fiji, and had not been introduced at Tongatapu so late as 1773, when I first visited it. The natives of Fiji, whom we met with here, were of a colour that was a full shade darker than that of the inhabitants of the Friendly Islands in general. One of them had his left ear flit, and the lobe was so distended that it almost reached his shoulder, which singularity I had met with at other islands of the South Sea during my 2nd voyage. It appeared to me that the Fiji men whom we now saw were much respected here, not only perhaps from the power and cruel manner of their nations going to war, but also from their ingenuity. For they seem to excel the inhabitants of Tongatapu in that respect, if we might judge from several specimens of their skill in workmanship, which we saw, such as clubs and spears which were carved in a very masterly manner, cloth beautifully checkered, variegated mats, earthen pots, and some other articles, all which had a cast of superiority in the execution. I have mentioned that Fiji lies 3 days' fail from Tongatapu, because these people have no other method of measuring the distance from island to island, but by expressing the time required to make the voyage in one of their canoes. In order to ascertain this, with some precision, or at least to form some judgment, how far these canoes can fail, in a moderate gale, in any given time, I went on board one of them, when under fail, and, by several trials with the log, found that she went 7 knots or miles in an hour, close hauled, in a gentle gale. From this I judge that they will fail, on a medium, with such breezes as generally blow in their fee, about 7 or 8 miles in an hour. But the length of each day is not to be reckoned at 24 hours. For when they speak of one day's fail, they mean no more than from the morning to the evening of the same day, that is 10 or 12 hours at most. And 2 days' fail, with them, signifies from the morning of the first day to the evening of the second, and so for any other number of days. In these navigations, the fun is their guide by day, and the stars by night. When these are obscured, they have recourse to the points from whence the winds and the waves came upon the vessel. If, during the obscuration, both the wind and the waves should shift, which, within the limits of the trade wind, seldom happens at any other time, they are then bewildered, frequently miss their intended port, and are never heard of more. The history of Omai's countrymen, who were driven to Atiu, leads us to infer that those not heard of are not always lost. Of all the harbours and anchoring places I have met with, amongst these islands, that of Tongatapu is by far the best, not only on account of its great security, but of its capacity and of the goodness of its bottom. The risk that we ran in entering it from the north ought to be a sufficient caution to every future commander not to attempt that passage again with a ship of burden, since the other, by which we left it, is so much more easy and safe. To fail into it by this eastern channel, fleer in for the northeast point of the island, and keep along the north shore with the small isles on your starboard till you are the length of the east point of the entrance into the lagoon. Then edge over for the reef of the small isles, and on following its direction it will conduct you through between Mangaia and Manuae, or the fourth and fifth isles, which you will perceive to lie off the west point of the lagoon. Or you may go between the third and fourth islands, that is, between Pangimodu and Manuae, but this channel is much narrower than the other. There runs a very strong tide in both. The flood, as I have observed before, comes in from the northwest, and the ebb returns the same way, but I shall speak of the tides in another place. As soon as you are through either of these channels, haul in for the shore of Tongatapu and anchor between it and Pangimodu, before a creek leading into the lagoon, into which boats can go at half flood. Although Tongatapu has the best harbour, Nomuka furnishes the best water, and yet it cannot be called good. However, by digging holes near the side of the pond, we can get what may be called tolerable. This island, too, is the best situated for drawing refreshments from all the others, as being nearly in the centre of the whole group. Besides the road in which we anchored, and the harbour within the southwest point, there is a creek in the reef before the eastern sandy cove on the north side of the island, in which 2 or 3 ships may lie very securely, by mooring head and stern, with their anchors or moorings fast to the rocks. I have already described the Hapai Islands, and shall only add to that description by mentioning that they extend southwest by south and northeast by north about 19 miles. The north end lies in the latitude of 19 degrees 39 minutes south and 33 minutes of longitude to the east of Nomuka. Between them are a great many small islands, sandbanks and breakers, so that the fastest way to arrive at Hapai is either by the course I held or round by the north, according to the situation of the ship bound thither. Lofanga, off which we anchored, is the most fertile isle of those that are called Hapai, and consequently is the best inhabited. There is anchorage along the northwest side of this island, but it will be necessary to examine the ground well before you moor. For although the lead may bring up fine sand, there are, nevertheless, some sharp coral rocks that would soon destroy the cables. They who want a more particular description of the friendly islands must have recourse to the chart that we constructed. There, everything is delineated with as much accuracy as circumstances would permit. Recourse must also be had to the same chart, for the better tracing the several stations of the ships and their route from the one island to the other. To have swelled my journal with a minute account of bearings, tackings, and the like would neither have been entertaining nor instructive. What has been here omitted concerning the geography of these islands will be found in the narrative of my last voyage. To that narrative I must also refer for such particulars concerning the inhabitants, their manners and arts as I had observed then, and about which I saw no reason to change my judgment. At present I shall confine myself to such interesting particulars as either were not mentioned in that narrative or were imperfectly and incorrectly represented there, and to such as may serve to explain some passages in the foregoing account of our transactions with the natives. It may indeed be expected that after spending between 2 and 3 months amongst them, I should be enabled to clear up every difficulty, and to give a tolerably satisfactory account of their customs, opinions, and institutions, both civil and religious, especially as we had a person on board who might be supposed qualified to act the part of an interpreter by understanding their language and ours. But poor Omai was very deficient, for unless the object or thing we wanted to inquire about was actually before us, we found it difficult to gain a tolerable knowledge of it from information only without falling into 100 mistakes, and to such mistakes Omai was more liable than we were. For having no curiosity, he never gave himself the trouble to make remarks for himself, and when he was disposed to explain matters to us, his ideas appeared to be so limited and, perhaps, so different from ours that his accounts were often so confused as to perplex instead of instructing us. Add to this that it was very rare that we found amongst the natives a person who united the ability and the inclination to give us the information we wanted. And we found that most of them hated to be troubled with what they probably thought idle questions. Our situation at Tongatapu, where we remained the longest, was likewise unfavourable. It was in a part of the country where there were few inhabitants except fishers. It was always holiday with our visitors, as well as with those we visited, so that we had but few opportunities of observing what was really the domestic way of living of the natives. Under these disadvantages, it is not surprising that we should not be able to bring away with us satisfactory accounts of many things. But some of us endeavoured to remedy those disadvantages by diligent observation. And I am indebted to Mr. Anderson for a considerable share of what follows, in this and in the following chapter. In other matters, I have only expressed, nearly in his words, remarks that coincided with mine. But what relates to the religion and language of these people is entirely his own. The natives of the Friendly Islands seldom exceed the common stature, though we have measured some who were above 6 feet, but are very strong and well made, especially as to their limbs. They are generally broad about the shoulders, and though the muscular disposition of the men, which seems a consequence of much action, rather conveys the appearance of strength than of beauty, there are several to be seen who are really handsome. Their features are very various, insomuch that it is scarcely possible to fix on any general likeness by which to characterize them, unless it be a fullness at the point of the nose, which is very common. But, on the other hand, we met with hundreds of truly European faces and many genuine Roman noses amongst them. Their eyes and teeth are good, but the last neither so remarkably white nor so well set as is often found amongst Indian nations, though, to balance that, few of them have any uncommon thickness about the lips, a defect as frequent as the other perfection. The women are not so much distinguished from the men by their features as by their general form, which is, for the most part, destitute of that strong, fleshy firmness that appears in the latter. Though the features of some are so delicate as not only to be a true index of their sex, but to lay claim to a considerable share of beauty and expression, the rule is, by no means, so general as in many other countries. But, at the same time, this is frequently the most exceptionable part, for the bodies and limbs of most of the females are well proportioned, and some, absolutely, perfect models of a beautiful figure. But the most remarkable distinction in the women is the uncommon smallness and delicacy of their fingers, which may be put in competition with the finest in Europe. The general colour is a cast deeper than the copper brown, but several of the men and women have a true olive complexion, and some of the last are even a great deal fairer, which is probably the effect of being less exposed to the fun. As a tendency to corpulence in a few of the principal people seems to be the consequence of a more indolent life. It is also amongst the last that a soft, clear skin is most frequently observed. Amongst the bulk of the people, the skin is more commonly of a dull hue, with some degree of roughness, especially the parts that are not covered, which, perhaps, may be occasioned by some cutaneous disease. We saw a man and boy at Hape and a child at Nomuka, perfectly white. Such have been found amongst all black nations, but I apprehend that their colour is rather a disease than a natural phenomenon. There are nevertheless, upon the whole, few natural defects or deformities to be found amongst them, though we saw 2 or 3 with their feet bent inward, and some afflicted with a fault of blindness occasioned by a disease of the cornea. Neither are they exempt from some other diseases, the most common of which is the tetter or ringworm that seems to affect almost 1/2 of them and leaves whitish serpentine marks everywhere behind it. But this is of less consequence than another disease, which is very frequent and appears on every part of the body, in large broad ulcers with thick white edges, discharging a thin clear matter, some of which had a very virulent appearance, particularly those on the face, which were shocking to look at. And yet we met with some who seemed to be cured of it, and others in a fair way of being cured. But this was not effected without the loss of the nose or of the best part of it. As we know for a certainty, and the fact is acknowledged by themselves, that the people of these islands were subject to this loathsome disease before the English first visited them, notwithstanding the similarity of symptoms, it cannot be the effect of the venereal contagion, unless we adopt a supposition, which I could with had sufficient foundation in truth, that the venereal disorder was not introduced here from Europe by our ships in 1773. It, assuredly, was now found to exist amongst them, for we had not been long there before some of our people received the infection, and I had the mortification to learn from thence that all the care I took when I first visited these islands to prevent this dreadful disease from being communicated to their inhabitants had proved ineffectual. What is extraordinary, they do not seem to regard it much, and as we saw few signs of its destroying effects, probably the climate and the way of living of these people greatly abate its virulence. There are 2 other diseases frequent amongst them, one of which is an indolent firm swelling, which affects the legs and arms, and increases them to an extraordinary size in their whole length. The other is a tumour of the same sort, in the testicles, which sometimes exceed the size of the 2 fists. But, in other respects, they may be considered as uncommonly healthy, not a single person having been seen, during our stay, confined to the house by sickness of any kind. On the contrary, their strength and activity are every way answerable to their muscular appearance, and they exert both in their usual employment and in their diversions in such a manner that there can be no doubt of their being, as yet, little debilitated by the numerous diseases that are the consequence of indolence and an unnatural method of life. The graceful air and firm step with which these people walk are not the least obvious proof of their personal accomplishments. They consider this as a tiling so natural, or so necessary to be acquired, that nothing used to excite their laughter sooner than to see us frequently stumbling upon the roots of trees or other inequalities of the ground. Their countenances very remarkably express the abundant mildness or good nature which they possess, and are entirely free from that savage keenness which marks nations in a barbarous state. One would indeed be apt to fancy that they had been bred up under the fevered restrictions to acquire an aspect so fettled and such a command of their passions, as well as steadiness in conduct. But they are at the same time frank, cheerful, and good-humoured, though sometimes in the presence of their chiefs they put on a degree of gravity, and such a serious air as becomes stiff and awkward and has an appearance of reserve. Their peaceable disposition is sufficiently evinced from the friendly reception all strangers have met with who have visited them. Instead of offering to attack them openly or clandestinely, as has been the café with most of the inhabitants of these seas, they have never appeared, in the smallest degree, hostile. But on the contrary, like the most civilized people, have courted an intercourse with their visitors by bartering, which is the only medium that unites all nations in a sort of friendship. They understand barter, which they call fukatu, so perfectly, that at first we imagined they might have acquired this knowledge of it by commercial intercourse with the neighbouring islands. But we were afterward assured that they had little or no traffic, except with Fiji, from which they get the red feathers and the few other articles mentioned before. Perhaps no nation in the world traffic with more honesty and less distrust. We could always safely permit them to examine our goods and to hand them about one to another, and they put the same confidence in us. If either party repented of the bargain, the goods were re-exchanged with mutual consent and good humour. Upon the whole, they seem possessed of many of the most excellent qualities that adorn the human mind, such as industry, ingenuity, perseverance, affability, and perhaps other virtues which our short stay with them might prevent our observing. The only defect sullying their character that we know of is a propensity to thieving, to which we found those of all ages and both sexes addicted, and to an uncommon degree. It should, however, be considered that this exceptionable part of their conduct seemed to exist merely with respect to us, for in their general intercourse with one another, I had reason to be of opinion that thefts do not happen more frequently, perhaps less so, than in other countries, the dishonest practices of whose worthless individuals are not supposed to authorize any indiscriminate censure on the whole body of the people. Great allowances should be made for the foibles of these poor natives of the Pacific Ocean, whose minds we overpowered with the glare of objects, equally new to them as they were captivating. Stealing, amongst the civilized and enlightened nations of the world, may well be considered as denoting a character deeply stained with moral turpitude, with avarice unrestrained by the known rules of right, and with profligacy producing extreme indigence and neglecting the means of relieving it. But at the Friendly and other islands which we visited, the thefts, so frequently committed by the natives of what we had brought along with us, may be fairly traced to less culpable motives. They seem to arise solely from an intense curiosity or desire to possess something which they had not been accustomed to before, and belonging to a fort of people so different from themselves. And perhaps, if it were possible, that a set of beings, seemingly as superior in our judgment as we are in theirs, should appear amongst us. It might be doubted whether our natural regard to justice would be able to restrain many from falling into the same error. That I have assigned the true motive for their propensity to this practice appears from their stealing everything indiscriminately at first light, before they could have the least conception of converting their prize to any one useful purpose. But I believe with us no person would forfeit his reputation or expose himself to punishment without knowing beforehand how to employ the stolen goods. Upon the whole, the pilfering disposition of these islanders, though certainly disagreeable and troublesome to strangers, was the means of affording us some information as to the quickness of their intellects. For their small thefts were committed with much dexterity, and those of greater consequence with a plan or scheme suited to the importance of the objects. An extraordinary instance of the last fort, their attempts to carry away one of the Discovery's anchors at midday, has been already related. Their hair is in general straight, thick, and strong, though a few have it bushy or frizzled. The natural colour, I believe, almost without exception, is black, but the greatest part of the men and some of the women have it stained of a brown or purple colour, and a few of an orange cast. The first colour is produced by applying a sort of plaster of burnt coral mixed with water, the second by the raspings of a reddish wood, which is made up with water into a poultice and laid over the hair. And the third is, I believe, the effect of turmeric root. When I first visited these islands, I thought it had been an universal custom for both men and women to wear the hair short. But during our present longer stay, we saw a great many exceptions. Indeed, they are so whimsical in their fashions of wearing it that it is hard to tell which is most in vogue. Some have it cut off one side of the head, while that on the other side remains long. Some have only a portion of it cut short, or perhaps shaved. Others have it entirely cut off, except a single lock, which is left commonly on one side, or it is suffered to grow to its full length without any of these mutilations. The women in general wear it short. The men have their beards cut short, and both men and women strip the hair from their armpits. The operation by which this is performed has been already described. The men are stained from about the middle of the belly to about halfway down the thighs with a deep blue colour. This is done with a flat bone instrument, cut full of fine teeth, which, being dipped in the staining mixture prepared from the juice of the doo-doo, is struck into the skin with a bit of flick, and by that means, indelible marks are made. In this manner, they trace lines and figures, which in some are very elegant, both from the variety and from the arrangement. The women have only a few small lines or spots, thus imprinted on the inside of their hands. Their kings, as a mark of distinction, are exempted from this custom, as also from inflicting on themselves any of those bloody marks of mourning, which shall be mentioned in another place. The men are all circumcised, or rather supercised, as the operation consists in cutting off only a small piece of the foreskin at the upper part, which, by that means, is rendered incapable ever after of covering the glands. This is all they aim at. As they say, the operation is practiced from a notion of cleanliness. The dress of both men and women is the same, and consists of a piece of cloth or matting, but mostly the former, about 2 yards wide and 2.5 long, at least so long as to go 1.5 round the waist, to which it is confined by a girdle or cord. It is double before and hangs down, like a petticoat, as low as the middle of the leg. The upper part of the garment, above the girdle, is plaited into several folds, so that when unfolded there is cloth sufficient to draw up and wrap round the shoulders, which is very seldom done. This, as to form, is the general dress, but large pieces of cloth and fine matting are worn only by the superior people. The inferior fort are satisfied with small pieces, and very often wear nothing but a covering made of leaves of plants, or the maro, which is a narrow piece of cloth, or matting like a sash. This they pass between the thighs and wrap round the waist, but the use of it is chiefly confined to the men. In their great haivas, or entertainments, they have various dresses made for the purpose, but the form is always the same, and the richest dresses are covered more or less with red feathers. On what particular occasion their chiefs wear their large red feather caps, I could not learn. Both men and women sometimes shade their faces from the fun with little bonnets made of various materials. As the clothing, so are the ornaments worn by those of both sexes the same. The most common of these are necklaces, made of the fruit of the pandanur and various sweet-smelling flowers, which go under the general name of kahala. Others are composed of small shells, the wing and leg bones of birds, shark's teeth, and other things, all which hang loose upon the breast. In the same manner, they often wear a mother-of-pearl shell neatly polished, or a ring of the same substance carved on the upper part of the arm, rings of tortoise shell on the fingers, and a number of these joined together as bracelets on the wrists. The lobes of the ears, though most frequently only one, are perforated with 2 holes, in which they wear cylindrical bits of ivory, about 3 inches long, introduced at one hole and brought out of the other, or bits of reed of the same size filled with a yellow pigment. This seems to be a fine powder of turmeric, with which the women rub themselves all over, in the same manner as. Our ladies use their dry rouge upon the cheeks. Nothing appears to give them greater pleasure than personal cleanliness, to produce which they frequently bathe in the ponds, which seem to serve no other purpose. Though the water in most of them stinks intolerably, they prefer them to the sea, and they are so sensible that salt water hurts their skin, that, when necessity obliges them to bathe in the sea, they commonly have some cocoa-nut shells, filled with fresh water, poured over them to wash it off. They are immoderately fond of cocoa-nut oil for the same reason, a great quantity of which they not only pour upon their head and shoulders, but rub the body all over briskly with a smaller quantity. And none but those who have seen this practice can easily conceive how the appearance of the skin is improved by it. This oil, however, is not to be procured by everyone, and the inferior sort of people, doubtless, appear less smooth for want of it. Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage, Volume 1, by Captain James Cook. Book 2, Chapter 11, Employments of the Women at the Friendly Islands, of the Men, Agriculture, Construction of their Houses, their Working Tools, Cordage and Fishing Implements, Musical Instruments, Weapons, Food and Cookery, Amusements, Marriage, Mourning Ceremonies for the Dead, their Divinities, Notions about the soul and a future state, their places of worship, government, manner of paying obeisance to the king, account of the royal family, remarks on their language and a specimen of it, nautical and other observations. Their domestic life is of that middle kind, neither so laborious as to be disagreeable, nor so vacant as to suffer them to degenerate into indolence. Nature has done so much for their country that the first can hardly occur, and their disposition seems to be a pretty good bar to the last. By this happy combination of circumstances, their necessary labour seems to yield in its turn to their recreations in such a manner that the latter are never interrupted by the thoughts of being obliged to recur to the former, till satiety makes them with for such a transition. The employment of the women is of the easy kind, and for the most part, such as may be executed in the house. The manufacturing their cloth is wholly consigned to their care. Having already described the process, I only add that they have this cloth of different degrees of fineness. The coarser fort, of which they make very large pieces, does not receive the impression of any pattern. Of the finer fort, they have some that is striped and checkered, and of other patterns differently coloured. But how these colours are laid on, I cannot say, as I never saw any of this sort made. The cloth in general will resist water for some time, but that which has the strongest glaze will resist longest. The manufacture next in consequence, and also within the department of the women, is that of their mats, which excel everything I have seen at any other place, both as to their texture and their beauty. In particular, many of them are so superior to those made at Otaheite that they are not a bad article to carry thither by way of trade. Of these mats, they have 7 or 8 different sorts, for the purposes of wearing or sleeping upon, and many are merely ornamental. The last are chiefly made from the tough, membranous part of the stock of the plantain tree, those that they wear from the pandanus, cultivated for that purpose, and never suffered to shoot into a trunk, and the coarser fort which they sleep upon, from a plant called evara. There are many other articles of less note that employ the spare time of their females, as combs, of which they make vast numbers, and little baskets made of the same substance as the mats, and others of the fibrous coconut husk, either plain or interwoven with small beads, but all finished with such neatness and taste in the disposition of the various parts that a stranger cannot help admiring their assiduity and dexterity. The province allotted to the men is, as might be expected, far more laborious and extensive than that of the women. Agriculture, architecture, boat building, fishing, and other things that relate to navigation are the objects of their care. cultivated roots and fruits being their principal support, this requires their constant attention to agriculture, which they pursue very diligently and seem to have brought almost to as great perfection as circumstances will permit. The large extent of the plantain fields has been taken notice of already, and the same may be said of the yams, these two together being at least as 10-to-1 with respect to all the other articles. In planting both these, they dig small holes for their reception and afterward root up the surrounding grass, which, in this hot country, is quickly deprived of its vegetating power and, soon rotting, becomes a good manure. The instruments they use for this purpose, which they call hu, are nothing more than pickets or flakes of different lengths, according to the depth they have to dig. These are flattened and sharpened to an edge at one end, and the largest have a short piece fixed transversely for pressing it into the ground with the foot. With these, though they are not more than from 2 to 4 inches broad, they dig and plant ground of many acres in extent. In planting the plantains and yams, they observe so much exactness that whichever way you look, the rows present themselves regular and complete. The coconut and breadfruit trees are scattered about without any order and seem to give them no trouble after they have attained a certain height. The same may be said of another large tree, which produces great numbers of a large roundish compressed nut called ifi, and of a smaller tree that bears a rounded oval nut, 2 inches long, with 2 or 3 triangular kernels, tough and insipid, called maba, most frequently planted near their houses. The kape is commonly, regularly planted, and in pretty large spots, but the mauhaha is interspersed amongst other things, as the gigi and yams are, the last of which I have frequently seen in the interspaces of the plantain trees at their common distance. Sugarcane is commonly in small spots, crowded closely together, and the mulberry, of which the cloth is made, though without order, has sufficient room allowed for it, and is kept very clean. The only other plant that they cultivate for their manufactures is the pandanus, which is generally planted in a row close together at the sides of the other fields. And they consider it as a thing so distinct in this state that they have a different name for it, which shows that they are very sensible of the great changes brought about by cultivation. It is remarkable that these people, who in many things show much taste and ingenuity, should show little of either in building their houses, though the defect is rather in the design than in the execution. Those of the lower people are poor huts, scarcely sufficient to defend them from the weather, and very small. Those of the better fort are larger and more comfortable, but not what one might expect. The dimensions of one of a middling size are about 30 feet long, 20 broad, and 12 high. Their house is, properly speaking, a thatched roof or shed, supported by posts and rafters, disposed in a very judicious manner. The floor is raised with earth smoothed and covered with strong, thick matting and kept very clean. The most of them are closed on the weather side, and some more than 2/3 round, with strong mats or with branches of the coconut tree plaited or woven into each other. These they fix up edgewise, reaching from the eaves to the ground, and thus they answer the purpose of a wall. A thick, strong mat, about 2 1/2 or 3 feet broad, bent into the form of a semicircle and set upon its edge with the ends touching the side of the house, in shape resembling the fender of a fire hearth, encloses a space for the mailer and mistress of the family to sleep in. The lady indeed spends most of her time during the day within it. The rest of the family sleep upon the floor, wherever they please to lie down, the unmarried men and women apart from each other. Or, if the family be large, there are small huts adjoining to which the servants retire in the night, so that privacy is as much observed here as one could expect. They have mats made on purpose for sleeping and the clothes that they wear in the day serve for their covering in the night. Their whole furniture consists of a bowl or two in which they make kava, a few gourds, coconut shells, some small wooden stools which serve them for pillows, and perhaps a large stool for the chief or mailer of the family to fit upon. The only probable reason I can assign for their neglect of ornamental architecture in the construction of their houses is their being fond of living much in the open air. Indeed, they seem to consider their houses, within which they seldom cat, as of little use but to sleep in and to retire to in bad weather. And the lower fort of people who spend a great part of their time in close attendance upon the chiefs can have little use for their own houses, but in the last café. They make amends for the defects of their houses by their great attention to and dexterity in naval architecture, if I may be allowed to give it that name. But I refer to the narrative of my last voyage for an account of their canoes and their manner of building and navigating them. Asterisk. The only tools which they use to construct these boats are hatchets, or rather thick adzes, of a smooth black stone that abounds at Tufoa, augres made of shark's teeth fixed on small handles, and rasps of a rough skin of a fish fattened on flat pieces of wood, thinner on one side, which also have handles. The labour and time employed in finishing their canoes, which are the most perfect of their mechanical productions, will account for their being very careful of them. For they are built and preserved under sheds, or they cover the decked part of them with cocoa leaves when they are hauled on shore, to prevent their being hurt by the fun. The same tools are all they have for other works, if we accept different shells, which they use as knives. But there are few of their productions that require these, unless it be some of their weapons, the other articles being chiefly their fishing materials and cordage. The cordage is made from the fibres of the cocoa nut husk, which, though not more than 9 or 10 inches long, they plait, about the size of a quill or less, to any length that they please, and roll it up in balls, from which the larger ropes are made by twitting several of these together. The lines that they fish with are as strong and even as the best cord we make, resembling it almost in every respect. Their other fishing implements are large and small hooks. The last are composed entirely of pearl shell, but the first are only covered with it on the back, and the points of both commonly of tortoise shell, those of the small being plain and the others barbed. With the large ones they catch bonettos and albacores by putting them to a bamboo rod, 12 or 14 feet long, with a line of the same length, which rests in a notch of a piece of wood, fixed in the stern of the canoe for that purpose, and is dragged on the surface of the sea, as the rows along, without any other bait than a tuft of flaxy fluff near the point. They have also great numbers of pretty small seines, some of which are of a very delicate texture. These they use to catch fish with, in the holes on the reefs, when the tide ebbs. The other manual employments consist chiefly in making musical reeds, flutes, warlike weapons and stools, or rather pillows, to sleep on. The reeds have 8, 9 or 10 pieces placed parallel to each other, but not in any regular progression. Having the longest sometimes in the middle and several of the same length, so that I have seen none with more than 6 notes, and they seem incapable of playing any music on them, that is distinguishable by our ears asterisk. The flutes are a joint of bamboo, close at both ends, with a hole near each, and 4 others, 2 of which, and one of the first only, are used in playing. They apply the thumb of the left hand to close the left nostril, and blow into the hole at one end with the other. The middle finger of the left hand is applied to the first hole on the left, and the forefinger of the right to the lowest hole on that side. In this manner, though the notes are only 3, they produce a pleasing yet simple music, which they vary much more than one would think possible, with so imperfect an instrument. Their being accustomed to a music which consists of so few notes is perhaps the reason why they do not seem to relish any of ours, which is so complex. But they can taste what is more deficient than their own, for we observed that they used to be well pleased with hearing the chant of our 2 young New Zealanders, which consisted rather in mere strength than in melody of expression. The weapons which they make are clubs of different sorts, in the ornamenting of which they spend much time, spears and darts. They have also bows and arrows, But these seem to be designed only for amusement, such as shooting at birds, and not for military purposes. The stools are about 2 feet long, but only 4 or 5 inches high, and near 4 broad, bending downward in the middle, with 4 strong legs and circular feet. The whole made of one piece of black or brown wood, neatly polished, and sometimes inlaid with bits of ivory. They also inlay the handles of fly slaps with ivory, after being neatly carved, and they shape bones into small figures of men, birds and other things, which must be very difficult, as their carving instrument is only a shark's tooth. Yams, plantains and cocoa nuts compose the greatest part of their vegetable diet. Of their animal food, the chief articles are hogs, fowls, fish, and all sorts of shellfish, but the lower people eat rats. The 2 first vegetable articles, with breadfruit, ark, what may be called the basis of their food, at different times of the year, with fish and shellfish, for hogs, fowls and turtle, seem only to be occasional dainties, reserved for their chiefs. The intervals between the seasons of these vegetable productions must be sometimes considerable, as they prepare a fort of artificial bread from plantains, which they put underground before ripe, and suffer them to remain till they ferment when they are taken out and made up into small balls. But so fore and indifferent that they often said our bread was preferable, though somewhat musty. Their food is generally dressed by baking in the same manner as at Otaheite, and they have the art of making from different kinds of fruit several dishes, which most of us esteemed very good. I never saw them make use of any kind of sauce, nor drink anything at their meals but water or the juice of the cocoa nut, for the kava is only their morning draught. I cannot say that they are cleanly cyther in their cookery or manner of eating. The generality of them will lay their victuals upon the first leaf they meet with, however dirty it may be, but when food is served up to the chiefs, it is, commonly, laid upon green plantain leaves. When the king made a meal, he was, for the most part, attended upon by 3 or 4 persons. One cut large pieces of the joint, or of the fish. Another divided it into mouthfuls, and others flood by with cocoa nuts, and whatever else he might want. I never saw a large company sit down to what we should call a sociable meal by eating from the same dish. The food, be what it will, is always divided into portions, each to serve a certain number. These portions are again subdivided, so that one seldom sees above 2 or 3 persons eating together. The women are not excluded from eating with the men, but there are certain ranks or orders amongst them that can neither eat nor drink together. This distinction begins with the king, but where it ends I cannot say. They seem to have no set time for meals, though it should be observed that during our stay amongst them, their domestic economy was much disturbed by their constant attention to us. As far as we could remark, those of the superior rank only drink kava in the forenoon, and the others eat perhaps a bit of yam, but we commonly saw all of them eat something in the afternoon. It is probable that the practice of making a meal in the night is pretty common, and their rest being thus interrupted, they frequently sleep in the day. They go to bed as soon as it is dark, and rise with the dawn in the morning. They are very fond of associating together, so that it is common to find several houses empty, and the owners of them convened in some other one, or rather, upon a convenient spot in the neighbourhood, where they recreate themselves by converting and other amusements. Their private diversions are chiefly singing, dancing, and music performed by the women. When 2 or 3 women sing in concert and snap their fingers, it is called obai. But when there is a greater number, they divide into several parties, each of which sings on a different key, which makes a very agreeable music, and is called hiva or hiva. In the same manner, they vary the music of their flutes by playing on those of a different size. But their dancing is much the same as when they perform publicly. The dancing of the men, if it is to be called dancing, although it does not consist much in moving the feet, as we do, has 1,000 different motions with the hands, to which we are entire strangers, and they are performed with an ease and grace which are not to be described nor even conceived, but by those who have seen them. But I need add nothing to what has been already said on this subject in the account of the incidents that happened during our stay at the islands. Whether their marriages be made lading by any kind of solemn contract, we could not determine with precision, but it is certain that the bulk of the people satisfied themselves with one wife. The chiefs, however, have commonly several women, though some of us were of opinion that there was only one that was looked upon as the mistress of the family. As female chastity at first sight seemed to be held in no great estimation, we expected to have found frequent breaches of their conjugal sidelity, but we did them great injustice. I do not know that a single instance happened during our whole stay. Neither are those of the better fort, that are unmarried, more free of their favours. It is true, there was no want of those of a different character, and, perhaps, such are more frequently met with here, in proportion to the number of people than in many other countries. But it appeared to me that the most, if not all of them, were of the lowest class, and such of them as permitted familiarities to our people were prostitutes by profession. Nothing can be a greater proof of the humanity of these people than the concern they show for the dead. To use a common expression, their mourning is not in words, but deeds. For, besides the touge mentioned before, and burnt circles and sears, they beat the teeth with stones, strike a shark's tooth into the head until the blood flows in streams, and thrust spears into the inner part of the thigh, into their sides below the armpits, and through the cheeks into the mouth. All these operations convey an idea of such rigorous discipline as must require either an uncommon degree of affection or the grossest superstition to exact. I will not say that the last has no share in it, for sometimes it is so universal that many could not have any knowledge of the person for whom the concern is expressed. Thus, we saw the people of Tongatapu mourning the death of a chief at Vavau, and other similar instances occurred during our stay. It should be observed, however, that the more painful operations are only practiced on account of the death of those most nearly connected with the mourners. When a person dies, he is buried, after being wrapped up in mats and cloth, much after our manner. The chiefs seem to have the fiatukas appropriated to them as their burial places, but the common people are interred in no particular spot. What part of the mourning ceremony follows immediately after is uncertain, but that there is something besides the general one, which is continued for a considerable length of time, we could infer from being informed that the funeral of Manuae's wife, as mentioned before, was to be attended with ceremonies that were to last 5 days, and in which all the principal people were to commemorate her. Their long and general mourning proves that they consider death as a very great evil, and this is confirmed by a very odd custom which they practice to avert it. When I first visited these Elslands during my last voyage, I observed that many of the inhabitants had one or both of their little singers cut off, and we could not then receive any satisfactory account of the reason of this mutilation. But we now learned that this operation is performed when they labour under some grievous disease and think themselves in danger of dying. They suppose that the deity will accept of the little finger as a fort of sacrifice efficacious enough to procure the recovery of their health. They cut it off with one of their stone hatchets. There was scarcely 1 in 10 of them whom we did not find thus mutilated in one or both hands, which has a disagreeable effect, especially as they sometimes cut so close that they encroach upon the bone of the hand which joins to the amputated singer. From the rigid severity with which some of these mourning and religious ceremonies are executed, one would expect to find that they meant thereby to secure to themselves felicity beyond the grave. But their principal object relates to things merely temporal, for they seem to have little conception of future punishment for faults committed in this life. They believe, however, that they are justly punished upon earth, and consequently use every method to render their divinities propitious. the supreme author of most things they call Kalafutonga, who they say is a female residing in the sky and directing the thunder, wind, rain, and in general all the changes of weather. They believe that when the is angry with them, the productions of the earth are blasted, that many things are destroyed by lightning, and that they themselves are afflicted with sickness and death, as well as their hogs and other animals. When this anger abates, they suppose that everything is restored to its natural order, and it should seem that they have a great reliance on the efficacy of their endeavours to appease their offended divinity. They also admit a plurality of deities, though all inferior to Kalafutonga. Amongst them, they mention Tufua Bulutu, god of the clouds and fog, Talatibum, and some others, residing in the heavens. The first in rank and power, who has the government of the sea and its productions, is called Futasaibe, or, as it was sometimes pronounced, Futafua, who they say is a male, and has for his wife Fikava Kajia. And here, as in heaven, there are several inferior potentates, such as Vaha Fonoa, Tareava, Matala, Everu, and others. The same religious system, however, does not extend all over the cluster of the friendly LSLEs. For the supreme god of Hapash, for instance, is called Alo Alo, and other isles have 2 or 3 of different names. But their notions of the power and other attributes of these beings are so very absurd that they suppose they have no farther concern with them after death. They have, however, very proper sentiments about the immateriality and the immortality of the fowl. They call it life, the living principle, or, what is more agreeable to their notions of it, an otua, that is, a divinity or invisible being. They say that immediately upon death, the fowls of their chiefs separate from their bodies and go to a place called Bulutu, the chief or god of which is Gulaho. This Gukho seems to be a personification of death, for they used to say to us, "You and the men of Siji," by this junction meaning to pay a compliment, expressive of their confession of our superiority over themselves, are also subject to the power and dominion of Gulaho. His country, the general receptacle of the dead, according to their mythology, was never seen by any person, and yet, it seems, they know that it lies to the westward of Siji, and that they who are once transported thither live forever, or to use their own expression, are not subject to death again, but ceased upon all the favourite products of their own country, with which this everlasting abode is supposed to abound. As to the fowls of the lower fort of people, they undergo a fort of transmigration, or, as they say, are eat up by a bird called Loata, which walks upon their graves for that purpose. I think I may venture to assert that they do not worship anything that is the work of their own hands, or any visible part of the creation. They do not make offerings of hogs, dogs, and fruit, as at Otaheite, unless it be emblematically, for their maraes were perfectly free from everything of the kind. But that they offer real human sacrifices is, with me, beyond a doubt. Their maraes, or fiatukas, for they are called by both names but mostly by the latter, are, as at Otaheite and many other parts of the world, burying grounds and places of worship, though some of them seem to be only appropriated to the first purpose, but these were small and in every other respect inferior to the others. Of the nature of their government, we know no more than the general outline. A subordination is established among them that resembles the feudal system of our progenitors in Europe. But of its subdivisions, of the constituent parts, and in what manner they are connected so as to form a body politic, I confess myself totally ignorant. Some of them told us that the power of the king is unlimited, and that the life and property of the subject is at his disposal. But the few circumstances that fell under our observation rather contradicted than confirmed the idea of a despotic government. Muriwagi, Old Tubu, and Finu acted each like petty sovereigns, and frequently thwarted the measures of the king, of which he often complained. Neither was his court more splendid than those of the 2 first, who are the most powerful chiefs in the islands. And next to them, Sinu, Mariwagi's son, seem to stand highest in authority. But, however independent on the despotic power of the king the great men may be, we saw instances enough to prove that the lower order of people have no property, nor safety for their persons, but at the will of the chiefs to whom they respectively belong. Tongatapu is divided into many districts, of above 30 of which we learn the names. Each of these has its particular chief, who decides differences and distributes justice within his own district. But we could not form any satisfactory judgment about the extent of their power in general, or their mode of proportioning punishments to crimes. Most of these chiefs have possessions in other islands, from whence they draw supplies. At least, we know this is so with respect to the king, who at certain established times receives the product of his distant domains at Tongatapu, which is not only the principal place of his residence, but seemingly of all the people of consequence amongst these isles. Its inhabitants, in common conversation, call it the land of Chies, while the subordinate isles are distinguished by the appellation of lands of servants. These chiefs are, by the people, styled not only lords of the earth, but of the sun and sky. And the king's family assume the name of Futafaihe, from the god so called, who is probably their tutelary patron, and perhaps their common ancestor. The sovereign's peculiar earthly title is, however, simply Tui Tonga. There is a decorum observed in the presence of their principal men, and particularly of their king, that is truly admirable. Whenever he fits down, whether it be in an house or without, all the attendants seat themselves at the same time in a semicircle before him, leaving always a convenient space between him and them, into which no one attempts to come unless he has some particular business. Neither is anyone allowed to pass or sit behind him, nor even near him without his order or permission, so that our having been indulged with this privilege was a significant proof of the great respect that was paid us. When anyone wants to speak with the king, he advances and fits down before him, delivers what he has to say in a few words, and having received his answer, retires again to the circle. But if the king speaks to anyone, that person answers from his feet, unless he is to receive some order, in which cafe he gets up from his place and fits down before the chief with his legs across, which is a posture to which they are so much accustomed that any other mode of fitting is disagreeable to them. To speak to the king slanding would be accounted here as a linking mark of rudeness, as it would be with us for one to fit down and put on his hat, when he addresses himself to his superior, and that superior on his feet and uncovered. It does not indeed appear that any of the most civilized nations have ever exceeded this people in the great order observed on all occasions, in ready compliance with the commands of their chiefs, and in the harmony that subsists throughout all ranks and unites them, as if they were all one man, informed with and directed by the same principle. Such a behaviour is remarkably obvious whenever it is requisite that their chiefs should harangue any body of them collected together, which is frequently done. The most profound silence and attention is observed during the harangue, even to a much greater degree than is practised amongst us on the most interesting and serious deliberations of our most respectable assemblies. And, whatever might have been the subject of the speech delivered, we never saw an instance when any individual present showed signs of his being displeased, or that indicated the least inclination to dispute the declared will of a person who had a right to command. Nay, such is the force of these verbal laws, as I may call them, that I have seen one of their chiefs express his being astonished at a person's having acted contrary to such orders, though it appeared that the poor man could not possibly have been informed, in time, to have observed them. Though some of the more potent chiefs may vie with the king in point of actual possessions, they fall very short in rank and in certain marks of respect, which the collective body have agreed to pay the monarch. It is a particular privilege annexed to his sovereignty, not to be punctured nor circumcised, as all his subjects are. Whenever he walks out, everyone whom he meets must fit down till he has passed. No one is allowed to be over his head. On the contrary, all mud come under his feet, for there cannot be a greater outward mark of submission than that which is paid to the sovereign and other great people of these islands by their inferiors. The method is this: the person who is to pay obeisance squats down before the chief and bows the head to the sole of his foot, which, when he fits, is so placed that it can be easily come at. And, having tapped or touched it with the under and upper side of the fingers of both hands, he rises up and retires. It should seem that the king cannot refuse anyone who chooses to pay him this homage, which is called for moimoia, for the common people would frequently take it into their heads to do it when he was walking, and he was always obliged to stop and hold up one of his feet behind him till they had performed the ceremony. This, to a heavy, unwieldy man like Poulaho, must be attended with some trouble and pain, and I have sometimes seen him make a run, though very unable to get out of the way or to reach a place where he might conveniently fit down. The hands, after this application of them to the chief's feet, are, in some cases, rendered useless for a time, for, until they be washed, they must not touch any kind of food. This interdiction, in a country where water is so scarce, would seem to be attended with some inconvenience. But they are never at a loss for a succedaneum, and a piece of any juicy plant, which they can easily procure immediately, being rubbed upon them. This serves for the purpose of purification, as well as washing them with water. When the hands are in this state, they call it tabu rima. Taboo, in general, signifies forbidden, and rima is their word for hand. When the taboo is incurred, by paying obeisance to a great personage, it is thus easily washed off. But in some other cafes, it malt necessarily continue for a certain time. We have frequently seen women who have been tabu rima fed by others. At the expiration of the time, the interdicted person washes herself in one of their baths, which are dirty holes for the most part, of brackish water. She then waits upon the king, and after making her obeisance in the usual way, lays hold of his foot and applies it to her breast, shoulders, and other parts of her body. He then embraces her on each shoulder, after which she retires, purified from her uncleanness. I do not know that it is always necessary to come to the king for this purpose, though Ormai allured me it was. If this be so, it may be one reason why he is, for the most part, travelling from island to island. I saw this ceremony performed by him 2 or 3 times, and once by Sinu to one of his own women. But as Ormai was not then with me, I could not ask the occasion. Taboo, as I have before observed, is a word of an extensive signification. Human sacrifices are called Tongatapu, and when anything is forbidden to be eat or made use of, they say that it is taboo. They tell us that if the king should happen to go into a house belonging to a subject, that house would be taboo and could never more be inhabited by the owner, so that wherever he travels, there are particular houses for his reception. Old Tubu at this time presided over the taboo. That is, if Omai comprehended the matter rightly, he and his deputies inspected all the produce of the island, taking care that every man should cultivate and plant his quota, and ordering what should be eat and what not. By this wife regulation, they effectually guard against a famine. A sufficient quantity of ground is employed in raising provisions, and every article thus raised is secured from unnecessary waste. By another prudent regulation, in their government, they have an officer over the police, or something like it. This department, when we were amongst them, was administered by Finu, whose business, we were told, it was to punish all offenders, whether against the state or against individuals. He was also generalissimo, and commanded the warriors, when called out upon service, but, by all accounts, this is very seldom. The king frequently took some pains to inform us of Sienu's office, and among other things, told us that if he himself should become a bad man, Sienu would kill him. What I understood by this expression of being a bad man was that, if he did not govern according to law or custom, Sinu would be ordered by the other great men, or by the people at large, to put him to death. There should seem to be no doubt that a sovereign, thus liable to be controlled and punished for an abuse of power, cannot be called a despotic monarch. When we consider the number of islands that compose this little state and the distance at which some of them lie from the feet of government, attempts to throw off the yoke and to acquire independency, it should seem, might be apprehended. But they tell us that this never happens. One reason why they are not thus disturbed by domestic quarrels may be this: that all the powerful chiefs, as we have already mentioned, reside at Tongatapu. They also secure the dependence of the other islands by the celerity of their operations, for if at any time a troublesome and popular man should start up in any of them, Sinu, or whoever holds his office, is immediately dispatched thither to kill him. By this means they crush a rebellion in its very infancy. The orders or classes amongst their chiefs, or those who call themselves such, seem to be almost as numerous as amongst us. But there are few, in comparison, that are lords of large districts of territory, the rest holding their lands under those principal barons, as they may be called. I was indeed told that when a man of property dies, everything he leaves behind him falls to the king, but that it is usual to give it to the eldest son of the deceased, with an obligation to make a provision out of it for the rest of the children. It is not the custom here, as at Otaheite, for the fawn, the moment he is born, to take from the father the homage and title, but he succeeds to them at his decease. So that their form of government is not only monarchical, but hereditary. The order of succession to the crown has not been of late interrupted, for we know from a particular circumstance that the Futafaihes, Poulaho, being only an addition to distinguish the king from the rest of his family, have reigned in a direct line for at least 135 years. Upon inquiring whether any account had been preserved amongst them of the arrival of Tasman's ships, we found that this history had been handed down to them from their ancestors, with an accuracy which marks that oral tradition may sometimes be depended upon. For they described the two ships as resembling ours, mentioning the place where they had anchored, their having stayed but a few days, and their moving from that station to Nomuka. And, by way of informing us how long ago this had happened, they told us the name of the Futafaihe, who was then king, and of those who had succeeded, down to Poulaho, who is the fifth since that period, the first being an old man, at the time of the arrival of the ships. From what has been said of the present king, it would be natural to suppose that he had the highest rank of any person in the islands. But, to our great surprise, we found it is not so for Latulibulu, the person who was pointed out to me as king when I first visited Tongatapu, and three women are, in some respects, superior to Poulaho himself. On our inquiring who these extraordinary personages were whom they distinguish by the name and title of Tamaha, we were told that the late king, Poulaho's father, had a sister of equal rank and elder than himself, that she, by a man who came from the island of Fiji, had a son and two daughters, and that these three persons, as well as their mother, rank above Futafei the king. We endeavoured in vain to trace the reason of this singular preeminence of the Tamabas, for we could learn nothing besides this account of their pedigree. The mother and one of the daughters, called Tuila Kaipa, live at Vavau. Latulibulu, the son, and the other daughter, whose name is Mungula Kaipa, reside at Tongatapu. The latter is the woman who is mentioned to have dined with me on the 21st of June. This gave occasion to our discovering her superiority over the king, who would not eat in her presence, though she made no scruple to do so before him, and received from him the customary obeisance by touching her foot. We never had an opportunity of seeing him pay this mark of respect to Latulibulu, but we have observed him leave off cating and have his victuals put aside when the latter came into the same house. Latulibulu assumed the privilege of taking anything from the people, even if it belonged to the king, and Vet, in the ceremony called Nacha, he assisted only in the same manner as the other principal men. He was looked upon by his countrymen as a madman, and many of his actions seemed to confirm this judgment. At Ewa, they showed me a good deal of land, said to belong to him, and I saw there a son of his, a child, whom they distinguished by the same title as his father. The son of the greatest prince in Europe could not be more humoured and caressed than this little Tamaha was. The language of the Friendly Islands has the greatest affinity imaginable to that of New Zealand, of Atiu and Mangaia, and consequently to that of Otaheite and the Society Islands. There are also many of their words the same with those used by the natives of Cocos Island, as appears from the vocabulary collected there by Lemaire and Schouten. The mode of pronunciation differs indeed considerably in many instances from that both of New Zealand and Otaheite, but still a great number of words are either exactly the same or so little changed that their common original may be satisfactorily traced. The language, as spoken at the Friendly Islands, is sufficiently copious for all the ideas of the people, and we had many proofs of its being easily adapted to all musical purposes, both in song and in recitative, besides being harmonious enough in common conversation. Its component parts, as far as our scanty acquaintance with it enabled us to judge, are not numerous, and, in some of its rules, it agrees with other known languages. As, for instance, we could easily discern the several degrees of comparison, as used in the Latin, but none of the inflections of nouns and verbs. We were able to collect several hundreds of the words, and amongst these are terms that express numbers as far as 100,000, beyond which they never would reckon. It is probable, indeed, that they are not able to go farther, for after having got thus far we observed that they commonly used a word which expresses an indefinite number. A short specimen, selected from the larger vocabulary, is here inserted, with the corresponding words of the same signification as used at Otaheite on the opposite column, which, while it will give, as we may say, ocular demonstration of their being dialects of the same language, will, at the same time, point out the particular letters by the insertion, omission, or alteration of which the variations of the two dialects from each other have been effected. It must be observed, however, that our vocabularies of this fort must necessarily be liable to great mistakes. The ideas of those from whom we were to learn the words were so different from ours that it was difficult to fix them to the object of inquiry. Or, if this could be obtained, to learn an unknown tongue from an instructor who did not know a single word of any language that his scholar was conversant with, could not promise to produce much. But even when these difficulties were surmounted, there still remained a fruitful source of mistake. I mean, inaccuracy in catching, exactly, the true sound of a word to which our ears had never been accustomed, from persons whose mode of pronunciation was, in general, so indistinct that it seldom happened that any two of us, in writing down the same word from the same mouth, made use of the same vowels in representing it. Nay, we even, very commonly, differed about consonants, the founds of which are least liable to ambiguity. Besides all this, we found by experience that we had been led into strange corruptions of some of the most common words, either from the natives endeavouring to imitate us, or from our having misunderstood them. Thus, Cheeto was universally used by us to express a thief, though totally different from the real word in the language of Tongatapu. The mistake arose from a prior one, into which we had run when at New Zealand. For though the word that signifies thief there be absolutely the same that belongs to the dialect of the Friendly Islands, being kaiha at both places, yet by some blunder we had used the word tite first at New Zealand and afterward at Tongatapu on our arrival there. The natives endeavouring to imitate us as nearly as they could, and so fabricating the word Cheeto. This, by a complication of mistakes, was adopted by us as their own. all possible care has been taken to make the following table as correct as possible, words omitted. Having now concluded my remarks on these islands and people, I shall take my final leave of them, after giving some account of the astronomical and nautical observations that were made during our stay. And first, I must take notice that the difference of longitude between Nomuka and Tongatapu is somewhat less than was marked in the chart and narrative of my last voyage. This error might easily arise, as the longitude of each was then found without any connection with the other. But now, the distance between them is determined to a degree of precision that excludes all possibility of mistake, which the following table will illustrate: the latitude of the observatory at Tongatapu by the mean of several observations, 21 degrees, 8 minutes, 19 seconds south. The longitude by the mean of 131 sets of lunar observations, amounting to above 1,000 observed distances between the Moon, Sun and stars, 184 to 5518 east. Observations omitted. Can assign no reason why the variation is so much less at and near Nomuka than at either of the other two places. I can only say that there is no fault in the observations, and that the variation ought to be more at Nomuka than the above, as it has been found to be so to the northward, southward, eastward, and westward of it. But disagreements in the variation, greater than this, even in the same needle, have been often observed. And I should not have taken notice of this instance, but from a belief that the cause, whatever it is, exists in the place, and not in the needles. For Mr. Bailey found the same, or rather more difference. The tides are more considerable at these islands than at any other of my discoveries in this ocean that lie within the tropics. At Nomuka it is high water, on the full and change days, nearly at 6 o'clock, and the tide rises and falls there upon a perpendicular about 6 feet. In the harbour of Tongatapu it is high water, on the full and change days, at 50 minutes past 6. The tide rises and falls, on those days, 4 feet 9 inches, and 3 feet 6 inches at the quadratures. In the channels between the islands, which lie in this harbour, it flows near tide and half tide. That is, the flood continues to run up near 3 hours after it is high water by the shore, and the ebb continues to run down after it is flood by the shore. It is only in these channels, and in a few other places near the shores, that the motion of the water or tide is perceivable, so that I can only guess at the quarter from which the flood comes. In the road of Nomuka, it sets west-southwest, and the ebb the contrary, but it falls into the harbour of Tongatapu from the northwest, passes through the 2 narrow channels, on each side of Uoleva, where it runs with considerable rapidity, and then spends itself in the lagoon. The ebb returns the same way, and runs with rather greater force. The northwest tide is met at the entrance of the lagoon by one from the east. But this, as I have before observed, was found to be very inconsiderable. This is the end of Volume 1 of the Journal of James Cook's Third Voyage. Thank you for listening.